and HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We are here for you, and we got a lot to get to on the show today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Oh, hello, my friend. I'll let you get that yawn out first.
No, it's not a yawn. I was aghast. I was trying to figure out. I was like, I don't feel like myself this morning. I feel a little off. Yesterday, same thing. And it turns out, okay, so our company is awesome about giving us liberal amounts of coffee and K-Cups.
Yeah,
with our Starbucks.
Underrated benefit,
Well,
yes.
I was like, okay, so they were out of Pike Place. That's
is that a coffee type?
It's a type, yeah, of Starbucks versus they have a Verdana blend. And I'm like, okay, well, why do I feel a little bit off?
That's what's messing you up this morning?
The Pike Place has 330 milligrams of caffeine. The Verdana has 41. The hell? So I'm basically running on fumes here, Sean.
So you had to take the Verdana has a tenth of the amount of caffeine?
Not about a seventh.
A seventh?
Yes. Man, that's why I was so stupid yesterday. Remember when you said Seth's so stupid, you thought your mic was off and you couldn't hear me and I couldn't hear you?
Yeah, I'm still sorry about that.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's true, though. I can't fault you. I was too slow and dim-witted from the caffeine deficit yesterday to respond, and I still am.
That's what I was going to ask. Are we still running on Verdana today?
I'm still running on Verdana.
Oh, it's going to be a good show.
What the hell?
It's going to be a good show.
Ephedrine's legal, and you could go get it at your grocery store, or at a gas station. Yeah. Is my preferred place. A lot of football players would take ephedrine. And, man, I was just thinking about it. I don't know what made me think of it yesterday, but there were so many times there I'd be, like, laying in bed in college at 3 a.m. the night after a game with my heart just boom, 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 and I'm thinking, this isn't safe at all.
The game is over, but the ephedrine doesn't know that the clock hit zero.
No, I have to Len Bias myself with a gas station concoction.
Gas station pills.
Yeah, I'm so glad that was one of the smart things they did.
Bag of Ruffles, Gatorade Zero, and give me 6 of these ephedrine
those mini thins, man. Remember back when Ripped Fuel had actual ephedrine in it?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, you'd take, I'm going to lose some weight. I'm going to take some Ripped Fuel. And you'd just be sweating. You'd be at a party thinking like, oh, I'm losing weight. These chicks are going to think I'm hot. Eventually, once I stop sweating.
Once I'm shredded. Did it help you, the ephedrine back then?
No. I got better after they banned it, actually.
Really?
I think so, yeah. I could see the game more clearly.
Yeah.
It screws up your timing.
Well, so far, so good. You seem fine this morning.
I don't feel fine.
It's okay. Just keep faking it, man.
I don't feel ready to go.
You got this, man.
All right.
You got this.
Verdana.
Seth, you're so stupid.
That made it out. Okay, well, if you're dealing with caffeine deficit here, there was nothing about the Texans trade deadline yesterday that was going to give you that artificial juice.
I swear. Look, I'm a caffeine addict, remember? And I did yesterday. I was walking around in a funk all day long, and it's because I had. I guess it turns out now. It's because I usually have 4 or 5 cups of coffee a day, I had basically the equivalent of 1 cup of Pike
equivalent
Place.
of like 2 sips of Coke Zero.
And because I had this very thought, I was sitting in the Walmart in the parking lot of the Walgreens there on Westheimer, just trying to figure out what was wrong with me after I'd bought some cold medicine, and I'm listening to Sports Radio 610 talk about the trade deadline and all the incredible. It really was. It was one of the most notable trade deadlines we'd had in the NFL.
Yeah, we'll get into the fireworks.
And I was like, boy, I feel like I should be more worked up over this. Just can't get it going. Yeah, it was crazy, Sean.
It was wild.
And even now, uncaffeinated, I can feel the craziness of the trade deadline.
Did you? Okay, so the Sauce Gardner trade was the big one yesterday. There is. I will say this to Texan fans: not much to dig into. Nothing at all to dig into from the trade deadline. The Texans didn't make any moves. I'm mildly surprised there wasn't like a minor move for the Texans, but they stood pat, and we can get into the reasons why they did that. I think some of it was the market. I think if you look at the players that got moved, especially the players that mattered, there seemed to be little to no movement at the positions the Texans would have been looking for. You know, you and I have been saying running back, tight end, offensive line, and there were, other than your boy Trevor Penning, Texas didn't trade a sixth for Trevor Penning.
Oh, gosh. No. I was so glad to,
because I would have been here for the sit-down with Seth Payne and Trevor Penning at training camp.
I was so glad to see how many Saints fans were just saying good riddance. A guy who made his living, got drafted in the first round because some people were duped and stupid enough to fall for his little act of driving people to the ground after the whistle, after he lost a rep. And then still in the NFL, there'd be all these highlights of look at Trevor Penning drive this guy out of bounds. And I'm like, that's a cornerback. What are you? Of course he drove him out of bounds. He got destroyed in pass protection.
Picking on the kicker.
He's awful. But the Chargers are just reeling. Rashawn Slater got injured in the preseason, right?
Yep.
And then Joe Alt goes out, and Justin Herbert's just been running for his life.
Yeah.
Somebody pointed out that last year, Justin Herbert, while playing through a sprained ankle, didn't get hit as much as this year when he's healthy.
Yeah,
just because he doesn't have an offensive line in front of him.
And yet they're still managing to score points.
Yeah.
Without offensive linemen. Go figure. The Chargers are. So the Texans didn't make any moves. Not much to dig into there. The fireworks, I think what the people are here for probably are like, what do we think about A, the Sauce Gardner trade, and B, the Quinnen Williams trade? The Gardner trade is the one that ends up on the front stoop of the Texans much more imminently than anything involving the Cowboys, although the Texans do play the Cowboys next season. But Sauce Gardner, I got the not a push notification. I opened Twitter and first saw the news of the Sauce Gardner trade, and that was definitely one where I had to check and make sure that it was, Ian Rappaport and not like Plean Plapaport or something like that.
Well, and especially because with the Jets, I can't remember which transaction came first.
Sauce.
It was Sauce Gardner and then Quinnen.
It was reported first.
And then Quinnen Williams, the defensive tackle. I guess when I saw the Quinnen Williams notification, I thought, okay, this is somebody just making it look
piling
like the Jets are getting rid of everybody. And no, they were actually getting rid of everybody.
Yeah.
Sauce Gardner, very, very notable. Hasn't been playing as well as his typical self. I'm guessing they're going to chalk some of that up to general sadness about his situation. Yeah. And that is a very real, hey, we are all in on this season.
And you're all in on Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
That's the big thing to me. I thought, okay, because for those who don't know the details, real quick, the trade was Sauce Gardner to the Colts for 2 firsts and wide receiver Adonai Mitchell. So they're out of the Adonai Mitchell business. They have been ever since he coughed up that game to the Rams a few weeks ago. My first thought was, wow, this is an all-in move by a GM who is not typically one to give up high draft capital. He traded the first for DeForest Buckner a few years ago, and that's worked out really well. He's been excellent for them. But Chris Ballard is a build through the draft guy. He's not a fireworks move guy. So you have a GM doing something atypical for him with a quarterback who they are clearly, Seth, now all bought in on 9 games in, where he looked a lot more like the old Daniel Jones than the first 8 games of this year.
And he is, by the way, on a 1-year deal.
Yes.
So they're already paying Sauce Gardner. And we're not going to get into the salary cap stuff too much. But in terms of just being all in, Sauce Gardner didn't get a huge signing bonus with the Jets. So the Colts are saying, yep, we're going to take on pretty much this
paid very
whole
little of the
contract.
freight. Yes.
Yeah, the Jets didn't pay a bunch of this contract already.
Yep.
And the big money kicks in next year. So they're paying they're paying a lot. They gave up a first and a second.
Two firsts.
Two firsts.
Yep.
Quinnen Williams was the first and a second.
Yep.
They gave up 2 firsts for Donna Blend. And but Daniel Jones is going to get paid too.
Got to, right?
They've got to.
Well, it's one of two things. Either the season plays out the way the Colts think it's going to, and then you got to pay Daniel Jones, and you got to pay. And if guys like Tua and Trevor Lawrence are getting $53, $55 million, that's the Daniel Jones has already lived in the $40 million neighborhood on his first contract with the Giants, so he's been here before. So it's one of two things is going to happen. Either they're going to have to pay Daniel Jones at the end of the year, or Daniel Jones turns back into a pumpkin, and now you are pot committed salary-wise and draft pick-wise to this roster, and you still need to find a quarterback.
With no draft picks to go out and find that quarterback.
Bingo, yeah.
Or potentially trade for an aging veteran
They've got to win a
like
Super
that.
Bowl. This is an all-in move where they have to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, I hope it all just blows up in their stupid faces. I hope they take it to one of listen, and it blows up alongside all of their meth.
We'll see Sauce not once but twice between now and the end of the year. Texans still play him twice. They'll have something to say about that. That was huge.
That was big.
That was huge.
The Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams, and you pointed this out, by and large, the vast majority of the big trades yesterday were defensive players. Yeah. For the Texans right now to have, gone in on Quinnen Williams, it wouldn't have felt right. Because as much as you wanted, DeMeco would love to have a stud defensive tackle like that. But what are you going to go? You're going to go from the number one scoring defense all the way up to the number one scoring defense?
Right.
So in terms of just, if you're going to spend a boatload of money or assets at this point, it would be to fix the offense. Yeah. And it just didn't look like that trade was out there.
It would have been fun. It would have been fun if the Texans' offense were actually decent this year, and which I think if they were decent instead of 3-5, I think they'd be easily 5-3, maybe 6-2. If the Texans were 6-2, like the Colts are 7-2, if they were in that mix like the Colts are, and they had a mentality of look, smoke them if you got them. Let's put a finishing touch on this thing. We believe in this team. And then they went out and got Quinnen Williams for this defense all of a sudden.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that would have been fun. But that's not
where we live right now. It would help this week, too, going up against probably the best rushing offense in the league.
Jags?
Yeah.
Or
excuse me. I'm thinking about the Colts still. Never mind.
Oh, that's okay.
I was thinking not this week, but in the upcoming game versus the Colts.
When you play the Colts.
Yeah,
that's true. That would have been fun. So that was. Yeah, did you see? Yeah. I didn't know. I was wondering what you were doing, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. There's coffee in those boxes.
The K-cup for the Pike Place has between 75 and 150 milligrams. I don't want people to worry about me when I was citing that 300 milligrams.
That you're just coughing down caffeine.
That's like if you go to get the venti at Starbucks.
Oh, yeah. I got you. So the Sauce Gardner trade is huge. I'm curious how Texan fans feel. Sauce Gardner, this is not a rental. Sauce Gardner is in the division now, which makes the Sauce versus Stingley thing kind of fun. But how are you feeling about that? I am curious how Texan fans, if you want to text in 713-572-4610 about the Texans' lack of activity. I saw a lot of Texans Twitter. Oh, they're sitting on their hands. Oh, they're not doing anything. The positions the Texans need, nobody did anything yesterday. I'm curious what the market looked like. All right, the Quinnen Williams trade doesn't really impact the Texans very much at all. It's the Cowboys and the Jets making the deal. I mean, the Jets are loaded with draft picks now. Maybe because they're in the AFC, maybe that'll matter at some point. It is the Jets making these picks, so we need to point that out. Jerry Jones is in total YOLO mode right now. And he said, we got to find this audio. He said on 105.3 yesterday, our sister station, Seth, the fan up in Dallas, he goes on there every Tuesday, and he said something to the effect of my tomorrows aren't promised. I'm getting old. I paraphrase, I'm getting old, and I need to make big moves. What did you think? Because I think the Quinnen Williams trade they're 3-5-1 this year. I don't think they're making the Quinnen Williams trade. I do think that they feel like with Dak Prescott, we've got our quarterback, so we're always going to have a decent offense. I feel like the Quinnen Williams deal, he's under contract for a couple more years, is more about 26 and 27 maybe than it is. And you got the extra draft picks from the Micah Parsons deal to make that trade.
It's for 26 and 27, and it's still, but then that begs the question, all right, you're spending a whole lot of draft picks for a guy who only has 2 years left on his deal.
It's a silly
when I say
trade.
26 and 27, he's got 2 years left on his deal.
Yeah.
You gave up a first and a second, 2 contracts where you have 6 and 5 years of control of a guy.
Right. Yep.
There's a 4 years of
it's 4 and 5 for a first rounder.
Plus the franchise tag and everything. But
Yeah.
so 4 and 5 years of control at a discount for a guy that you've got for
Younger
2 years
guys
now.
too,
Yeah. And it will be an aging defensive tackle. He's still young and in his prime. He's below 30.
Yeah.
like, is this going to make the Cowboys a good defense? No, it will not. They weren't a good defense last year when they had Micah Parsons. And it's funny because Jerry gave the whole big speech about how, well, I'd rather have 6 players than just one with Micah Parsons. All right, well, you just brought in a guy that costs as much as 3 or 4 players, and you're only going to have him for 2 years.
This is why you can never listen to Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones was touting all the picks and all the cap space he was going to have. He immediately went and used the cap space. I'm not going to say blew the cap space, but he used it on guys that were tier 2 guys on his team. So he did do that. Jake Ferguson, a few other guys. He spread the money around to Duran guys. But like, we got all these picks, and then just like 6 weeks later or 8 weeks later, he flips the picks for Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
It's just Jerry Jones is all over the place. And then you got the Jets. Okay. So your guy Aaron Glenn now has 5 first-round picks over the next. He's not the GM. He's
Big question is, okay, is Aaron Glenn? Is this the kind of thing that signals that Aaron Glenn's going to get fired, or is it an endorsement of, okay, we're going to give Aaron Glenn as much runway as possible and as many assets to turn this thing
Here's
around?
my analogy on that, and I know the Jets are a different ownership than the Texans are, but I do think they probably feel similarly about Aaron Glenn as the Texans did DeMeco Ryans.
Mm-hmm.
When they made these trades yesterday, I felt good for Aaron Glenn. I felt like Aaron Glenn's probably been in there. He's been in there almost a year now, and has probably had some hard conversations about what this roster really looks like and what really needs to happen in order for this team to get moving in the direction and put his imprint on the team. I actually thought this is good. This is going to be an Aaron Glenn reset now. And the analogy I would make, I would equate this to if DeMeco Ryans had gotten here in 2022 instead of 2023, where the Texans really still didn't fully have, all the draft capital to go get and do what they need. They didn't have a quarterback yet. It was a bad team still. If they had gone from David Culley to DeMeco Ryans instead of that holdover year with Lovie Smith, I think it would have been a terrible year for the Texans because Davis Mills probably would have been the starting quarterback that year. Yeah. Or they would have drafted somebody out of that horrible 2022 quarterback draft class where Kenny Pickett was the only first-round pick. And I think the hard conversations would have been, all right, well, we need to stockpile some draft picks. They would have had some left over from the Deshaun Watson trade. And then I think they would have said, okay, let's reset, and DeMeco, you put your imprint on this team. Instead, DeMeco came here a year later, and it was in a much more functional spot. But I think that's what I'm guessing is happening with Aaron Glenn and the Jets because I think he's a franchise icon might be exaggerating it, but he's clearly a very well-respected former Pro Bowl New York Jet.
Yeah, he's kind of the prodigal son returns.
He's a family. He's part of their
situation.
family. He's part of the family.
The Jets. The biggest kind of comedy part of all of that is that they traded away Quinnen Williams, very good player. Sauce Gardner, very good player, for a very Jets type of player in A.D. Mitchell, a guy that just can't get out of his own way. It seems that all right. Let's try to stabilize. We'll think about the future and everything. But at the same time, let's bring in a guy that just can't seem to get right.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It was wild yesterday. That's 2 crazy trades. Real quick in the division, Jacoby Myers goes to the Jags for a 4th and a 6th.
Key Jacoby Myers stat is he's got the fewest number of drops over the last several seasons. He's tied for fewest number of drops. He's going to a team that is leading the league in drops by wide receivers.
Oh, yeah. Brian
Thomas Jr.'s got 9 of them already. But they're dropping the balls all over the place.
Yep.
I blame Trevor Lawrence. I think it's just it's an inconsistency, and he probably throws a hard to catch ball.
I'm
gonna pretend I'm one of those guys that
Jacoby Myers weekend, I would imagine. Give him about 10 or 15 snaps out there that he's got to get the playbook.
Yeah.
So that's Jags Texans this weekend. So we'll talk about that plenty, not only today but through the rest of the week. And we'll keep digging into the trade deadline. There was some crazy stuff going on. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. A free agency reunion in baseball. An insider says greater than 50% chance the Astros have a reunion with this guy. I'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Hey, it is basketball season, and Underdog is the best place to get in on
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You're pointing at me, Seth. What are you pointing at me for?
Quick correction. I overstated the difference in caffeine levels between Verdana blend and
Oh,
Pike
it's
Roast.
good that you're correct.
But so it takes away the excuse I had yesterday for being stupid. As Ben so eloquently
Don't
called
read
me.
stats on the air.
Means Ben was right. You're
That's
just
true,
stupid.
yeah, and I broke my rule of looking up stats on the air. That's the problem.
So you're looking at the back of the
So
cake cup.
little things, okay, 100 or 200 milligrams here. This is why I got fired as a cardiology nurse.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many people die on the operating table, and all of a sudden old Sethers is to blame.
That and all the missing painkillers.
Yeah.
So what was? Would you like to correct the stats then?
No, I'll say it was wrong.
It was wrong?
Yeah, don't trust me when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, that's smart. You don't want big coffee coming after you.
Well, you know what? No, it's frustrating because there's different. You go all over the internet and there's different numbers listed on various.
Yeah. How you feeling now?
All these hyper-caffeinated people are typing in these caffeine content.
You got
things.
your Pike Place though.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
So maybe it's just psychological placebo.
Okay.
I feel good, but I feel a little bit nervous about what you're about to tell us.
Okay. All right, here we go. This was from the Crush City podcast. Chandler Rome, Tyler Stafford. They had Josh Reddick on as well. I think he must be a regular guest on there. I always see clips with Josh Reddick in there with them too. It's a good podcast. If you're an Astros fan. Thinking about Justin Verlander yesterday. And here was Chandler Rome kind of handicapping the chances of Justin Verlander coming back and what that could mean and how it would go down with the Astros. Here we go.
I would put the odds at greater than 50% that it happens. I've not been told that anything is like tangibly close, but I mean, you don't really have to have like backroom sources or anything to hear this. Like, I mean, Justin Verlander, when the Giants came to Houston this year, like Justin said, like on the radio, like, yeah, I'm always open to coming back here. I want to come back here. He said he called Jim Crane last year when the Giants offered him and said, can you match this? And Jim at the time said they weren't in a position to do that. Like, you don't need you don't need to know people to know that. Like, he has said that it's very clear that Justin Verlander really likes it here. he and Jim Creighton are very good friends. I can imagine that if this does get done, it will be a Justin Verlander and Jim Creighton negotiation. I think Dana would be looped in at the last minute to just let him know that, hey, it's happening. And but I don't think – I mean, I think a lot of people would look at it as, oh, like, here we go again. But I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. Justin Verlander was excellent in the second half last year.
Okay. And just to give some numbers and some context before we get your take on this, he, in the second half of last year, because if you're signing Justin Verlander, it's based on that, because he was bad to start the season. It took him forever to win a game. He was winless for a long time.
Yeah.
2.60 ERA in his final 13 starts last year.
In a picture of how bad he was in the first part of the season, he had a 3.85 ERA on the season.
For the season, that's right.
And his has not had his whip is the last couple of years been way up above what it was when he was at his peak. It makes me nervous just because I know he's not going to get a huge contract, and yet you'd be relying on him to be one of your top 2 starters, and he likely wouldn't last the entire season. He's pitched like between 150 and 170 innings in the last 3 seasons, each of the last 3 seasons.
Well, 90 in 2024.
Oh, that's right. With the Astros.
With the Astros, yeah.
Where no pitcher comes and stays healthy and unscathed.
I think that was an oblique or something like that he was
dealing with. And he's going to be,
year.
Is he 44 now?
He's 42. He turns 40. He'll turn 43 at the beginning of spring training.
Right.
So he's for next season's purposes, he's 43.
If you think he's going to be available for 190-plus innings, you're an idiot.
Sure.
So it would be bringing somebody back who's going to give you good starts and
get you 5 innings
and
each
probably
time out.
right. And they need bodies right now.
That's the thing.
They do just need bodies.
As you're laying this out, your point is perfectly valid. Trusting a 43-year-old with injury issues who was bad in the first half, good in the second half last year. Granted, not for a king's ransom or anything, but what are your other great choices right now? This is not a team that's I don't think this is a team that's going to go out and spend top free agent dollar among starting pitchers. Look, the guy who's the top starter in their building for the last 8 seasons or whatever it is in Framber Valdez, I don't think he's coming back. And the numbers, I read an article yesterday, Seth, that was forecasting what the numbers on all the free agents were going to be. I think they had Verlander like 1 year, $15 million or something. This is an article in The Athletic. Framber Valdez was 6 years, $190 million. The Astros aren't giving him that. Dylan Cease was almost the same contract. He's not as good as Framber.
Yeah.
Almost the same contract. So I don't think they're spending $30 million a year. If they're going to spend top dollar on a pitcher, it's going to be trying to get Hunter Brown locked up for the next 6 years and buy out some of his arbitration years. That's what's going to happen. But this is the corner they're painted into now. They don't have the stockpile of young arms or arms coming back from Tommy John that they've had the last couple years.
No, they have Hunter Brown, and then theoretically with this, they would have Justin Verlander and then Spencer Arrighetti.
Javier.
And Javier,
No, but this is where they are. Like
I know.
Yeah.
In blue ball, perhaps, and some of those guys, how they develop.
Yep.
So fingers crossed on blue ball.
So they get an elbow injury.
I feel like the Astros and Justin Verlander at this point are kind of like a lot of people when they get to their 40s or so, they'll have friends with benefits, but without all the emotional baggage. To where it's like it's somebody you've known forever, and it's like, hey, let's get together. But then if she goes off and gets married or something, you're genuinely happy for her.
Right.
You're like, oh, okay. Or he gets a boyfriend, and she's like, oh, good for you.
That's a good point.
But if the relationship breaks up, it's back to friends with benefits.
Were you rooting? I was rooting for Verlander in San Francisco last year.
Good for him. But he broke up with her.
Yeah.
And so now he's back. You're like, hey, what's up?
Possibly.
It's like a comfortable old shoe.
Greater than 50% chance they hook up.
It's what you should call your friend with benefit. Call her a comfortable old shoe.
It's a good heat check. It's a good heat check on the relationship.
Yeah.
Call her an old shoe and see what happens.
We got a relationship question we have to ask at some point today based on something Paul Gallant did yesterday. He went through. He was tweeting about the airport delays and how in Boston they weren't bad.
Oh, save it for the 7 o'clock. Save it for the long segment. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm up for it as long as
I couldn't believe it when you sent it to me.
I'm up for the Verlander thing.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just talked myself into it.
Yeah.
It's not. This is why. I don't think it's a sentimental signing. I don't think it's Jim Creighton is just so in love with Justin Verlander that he's always going to pick him up every chance he gets. I think that it's what you're getting in terms of the guy It is what it is in terms of his age and injury history and declining production and all of that. But you need a guy. You need bodies right now.
I think it's like 20% sentimental. There's probably other pitchers you could go get for 1 year, $15 million that might be a better bet.
I don't know. I think part of it is there's just the familiarity, though, too. And there's something to be said for, look, we've seen this time and time again. With free agents, sometimes it's just something about the set and setting of a new place that screws them up.
He's been
whatever
in the
hell
building.
was going on with Christian Walker the first half of the season.
Yep.
That you know that Verlander can come in, and you don't know because of the age, you don't know exactly what you're going to get. But he's been here a couple of times.
Yep. So I'm in favor of it. I don't think it's going to be at a price tag where it's going to prevent them from. I think. Jim Creighton, I think, doesn't let I do think it falls in that same category with like Altuve, where in Jim Creighton's mind, they sort of sit on a separate burner from the competitive balance tax. So I don't think Jim Creighton is going to look at a Verlander signing and go, okay, I'm going to do this instead of that. Creighton's gone over the competitive balance tax threshold the last 2 years, so he's proven he'll spend. But they're in such a bad spot, relative to what we're used to with the Astros. If we step outside of Houston and compare the Astros pitching situation to the other 30 teams, it's probably in the top third. It's probably like there's like 15 or 20 teams that would trade spots with the Astros. But you're an Astros fan, you're trying to get back into the postseason and win a World Series. And then it's not that right now.
And the thing is, I mean, we're on into multiple years now of having to learn how to live frugally when it comes to the pipeline and assets you have in the pipeline.
Yep.
And it used to be that the Astros could spend money, but they could also spend prospects, and they just don't have that ability now. And you desperately need the prospects you do have to be developing and coming up.
Absolutely. All right, a couple texts on this. They need leadership in their pitching staff.
Yeah.
Well, he would provide that for sure. Verlander helps win division titles. Playoff, I don't know what that means. He's won 2 World Series with the Astros. Then there's one that just said,
I don't think that was being sarcastic.
Okay, then there's one that says, dude, F Framber.
Yeah.
I just brought up his name for what he's going to make next year.
Yeah, we're not arguing that they're going to bring him back. I really think that Framber's coming back.
Yeah, and I know, like, we were all a little sideways with Framber the last couple months of the season.
Yeah.
But can't we just think about the overall relationship? We had good times. We had some good times with Framber. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. If you want to get in on the text page, 713-572-4610. We got more Astros news in headlines that we'll get to. We'll recap some of the fireworks from the trade deadline. First college football playoff rankings are out. There were some interesting goings-on last night with that we will get to as well. We'll do that in headlines coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic, and I go
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, here we go. Today's headlines, and let's start with the Texans. No moves yesterday at the trade deadline. However, they did make a move. I guess it's definitely something to keep an eye on today as the Texans are back on the practice field, Seth, and we'll get our first injury report of the week. Kaimi Fairbairn reportedly is dealing with some sort of lower extremity injury. They signed a kicker.
It's an overuse injury, of course.
Yeah. You go kick 5 field goals and then kick off afterwards. Matthew Wright is the name of the kicker they signed to the practice squad. He's been on a lot of teams over the last 5 years. So
Must
I guess
be good.
That's
why a lot of teams keep wanting him.
He's very gregarious.
There you go.
The whole league wants to be in the Matt Wright business.
Look, this is a death by 1,000 field goals offense, as CJ likes to call it.
Right.
And if you're going to be a death by 1,000 field goals type of offense, you better have some healthy kickers.
You got to have multiple kickers. Yeah.
You never look. Nobody marches right down to the 19-yard line more effectively and then kicks a field goal.
Like
sometimes after being knocked even further back by a sack or a false start or something.
Like the Texans.
That's what they do.
They do it with
gusto.
gusto.
This is what we do.
Verve, chutzpah, and gusto.
Uh-huh.
And duct tape, toothpaste.
They kick field goals and kiss ladies.
I'm here to chew gum and kick field goals,
That's
and
right.
I'm all out of gum.
Yep.
That's what they say. They walk out there for the coin toss, get right up in your face. We're going to field goal you to death today. Anyways, so the Texans make that move. NFL trade day. They didn't make any moves at the trade deadline. NFL trade deadline, the big moves yesterday. Sauce Gardner to the Colts from the Jets, 2 first-round picks, and Adonai Mitchell is what it cost the Colts. Quinnen Williams is a Dallas Cowboy. They trade a year.
This is fun because I got to go and look at people grade the trades. And by and large, hard to find anything better than a D for the Cowboys or the Colts on this one.
Yeah, they're both. I think the feeling is the Colts overpaid for Sauce Gardner, he's not a 2 first round guy or hasn't been the last couple of years, worth that. And 2, you are wagering on Daniel Jones with a very small sample size.
And Daniel Jones is on a 1-year deal too.
Yeah.
So they got to make a decision about it. They're all in.
What was
I appreciate, you know what? I admire the chutzpah.
When you finally saw the details of the Sauce Gardner trade, from a Texans perspective, how did you feel about it?
My thought was, all right, this might not be the year for the Texans. I don't know if any of you are feeling that way anyway. And that, all right, the Colts can load up and do this, and maybe it works out for them. If it doesn't, it puts them in a position where, man, Daniel Jones could still turn into a pumpkin.
Yes.
And the Colts just gave up 2 first-round picks when they might very well 6 months from now be trying to figure out who their next quarterback is.
100%.
Yeah.
I was
they don't
happy.
have any draft picks to go do it.
I was happy as a Texans fan. This is a major risk by the Colts, a major risk. Now, it's a position of need. They needed corners, but, man. Astros, we didn't get to this in the Verlander segment we just did. Chas McCormick and Luis Garcia, among a handful of guys put on outright waivers yesterday, Seth. That's sad. That is a sad day. Chas McCormick has an iconic moment in the playoffs. Ben, do we have the Chas? Let's just relive the magic for
McCormick on the move. He's at the track. He's at the wall. Makes the grab. Chas McCormick. 2 gone in the 9th.
That was Game 5 of the World Series in 2022. JT Realmuto was the hitter. 1 out, bottom of the 9th.
Yeah.
1-run game. It's 3-2. And Chas sacrifices his body going into that stupid chain link fence they had out in center field.
Oh, that's right.
Philadelphia.
Yeah. I was thinking about the impression he left in the warning track.
In the dirt?
The little warning track
Like
angel
the backwards
down there.
number.
Yeah.
Yeah, from his jersey. Chas will always have that moment, man. And he had a great season the next year, and then whatever reason, man, once 2024 rolled around, turned into a pumpkin. But
it feels like such a distant memory that there was discussion and debate over whether it should be Marisnik or Chas starting next season. Like, oh, how could you not? How could you disrespect Chaz like that?
Yep.
Well, because just hold on, everybody. Just wait a minute. Yeah.
Which one is sadder for you, Chaz getting waived or Luis Garcia getting waived?
I think Luis Garcia, just because like Chaz was, the ceiling was never necessarily going to be anything all that great.
Yeah, Luis Garcia won 15 games for you.
Yeah,
he won the World Series.
Yeah, and he's just such both likable dudes, but there's something almost childlike and innocent about Luis Garcia out there on the mound.
And I just can't help but think with Luis Garcia, I'll never forget. His last start with the Astros, where you could see he felt something in his elbow, and he knew what it was, and he left the mound, and I'm like, man, that guy. I mean, he grinded, and I just feel awful for him. Hopefully, he gets a fresh start somewhere else. But this last surgery he had was basically Tommy John plus the flexor tendon. It was bad.
We should spend an entire show one day going over and explaining to everybody all of the Astros pitching injuries right now. We might have to do an accessory podcast afterwards.
We would need a week. Yeah, we would need a week for sure. Rockets play at Memphis tonight, going for their 5th win in a row. So the Rockets have straightened some things out since starting the season 0-2.
They've straightened some things out, and yet they're still still have concerns about exactly how is this really going to look and what is the offense going to turn into. I saw somebody describe it as kind of waiting to see who's going to score tonight or on this possession or whatever it might be. They're taking, it's the classical, they're taking time to get to know each other.
Yeah.
And it's going to evolve over time. But the flat out fact of the matter is just whenever you turn on the television, you just look at that lineup. And the fact that Kevin Durant's smack dab in the middle of it.
It's awesome.
And they're just gargantuan. They're on pace to shatter the offensive rebounding rate.
Yeah.
They're grabbing their own boards at an absurd rate that if they kept this up, which I don't know if there's any reason to think that they won't keep it up.
They were this way last year.
They were this way last year, but now with more height on the court.
That's right.
That it's impressive.
It
impressive.
is.
It's not. Yeah, I'm trying real hard not to try to force it into. It needs to look like this kind of an offense or anything because they do a lot of things that are just a little bit unorthodox.
Football playoff rankings are out. Top 4. These would all be teams that would get a bye if the playoffs started today. Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, and Alabama are the top 4. Now, we got to remind people, unlike last year where the top 4 conference winners, the 4 best conference winners got the bye in the top 4 seeds, this year it's just whoever the 4 best teams are, regardless of whether they won their conference or not, are going to get byes in the first round. That prevents things like Boise State and Arizona State getting a bye last year because they won lesser conferences. If they were still under that format this year, Virginia, 14th ranked Virginia would be the 4 seed.
Who's the most angry school in football right now?
I would say I've heard. I'm. You can understand my timeline is curated with a Notre Dame slant to it. So I see a lot of people. Miami is 18th, and they beat Notre Dame in week 1, and they have the same record as Notre Dame. Miami is 18th. Notre Dame is 10th. Notre Dame would be in the playoff if it started.
Defend yourself. Why are you getting away with this injustice?
Because the head-to-head is only one small part of the evaluation criteria. It's the overall. Is that
how we want to start deciding the national championship? Hey, this team won, but you know what? If we go back, that
is how they used to decide the national championship. They used to vote on it.
And you nerds all loved it.
Yeah.
You're like, I was voted by my peers to be
So I think it's their overall. They are playing like one of the 5 best teams in the country right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel the need to defend myself against anybody, man. Bring it on, Ben. Oh, are you mad that they're 18th right now?
They're playing. Why'd you just throw them up into the top 5 all of a sudden?
They're playing like one of the 5 best teams. I don't think they deserve to be in the top 5. It's part resume and part how you're playing. So the other Texas schools that are in a good position right now, that Texas Tech BYU game is huge this weekend in Lubbock. That's where game day is going to be. So they're number 7 and 8, BYU and Texas Tech. That'll get hashed out this weekend. And then Texas is 11th. Even though they haven't looked good at all the last 3, they barely beat Kentucky. They needed a crazy comeback to beat Mississippi State, and they beat Vanderbilt like a drum for 3 quarters and then let them cover last week, the jerks.
Texas is like the guy on your sales staff who looks like he's drinking way too much. Life looks like he's a little bit in disarray, but he keeps keeps meeting his quota.
You look up,
you're kind of like
120% of plan.
I don't argue. You don't necessarily follow the
that
employee
analogy
rule
speaks
book,
to me. I like that. That's a good one. All right. Let's circle back to the trade deadline from yesterday. Some of you may just be getting in your cars. You haven't heard our thoughts on the two big deals that went down yesterday. I got a couple hypothetical questions for Seth C. Payne when it comes to the deals that got made. Are these deals that, if you're a Texan fan, what if the Texans had made these deals? We'll do that. Bill O'Brien's back in our lives, too. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll do all of that coming up next. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks. I'm telling you one thing right now.
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 7 o'clock hour is here. The two big trades made yesterday. Sauce Gardner to the Colts for 2 first-round picks and wide receiver Adonai Mitchell. That's what the Jets get in return. Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys for a second-round pick in this coming draft, and then the better of their 2 first-round picks in 2027. The Cowboys have their pick and the Packers pick. Whichever one is the better of the 2 is the one that the Jets get.
Oh, good job, Jets.
In that deal. Yeah, and they traded Mozzie Smith, who's been kind of a disappointment.
Yeah.
They can rehabilitate his career. But the bottom line is the Jets have stacked up a ton of draft capital. 2 first-rounders this year, 3 next year. And one of them is the better of the Cowboys and Packers 2 picks. There's some good picks in those.
Look, and I know people are tempted to say, "Well, the Jets never hit on their picks anyway." I mean, 2 of the guys they just traded away, they hit pretty damn well on.
That's a good point.
They also hit on Sam Darnold back in the day. What?
I mean, it took him 4 more
Look
teams.
at him. He's incredible.
Yep.
Have you seen him?
That was a good pick by the Jets.
Jets knew what they were doing.
Yep.
With Sam Darnold.
Well, Garrett Wilson was, they did draft the defensive and offensive rookies of the year.
That's what's odd about it. I'd love to be like that's, you know what? I've never really thought about that before. The Jets have actually hit on a lot of their first round picks, which is harder to do than it sounds.
It's a crazy lesson. I think the Colts are a lesson in this too. And I think maybe the Texans are a lesson in this to the bad. Which is, man, it's a crazy league from year to year. Unless you got Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, or probably 2 or 3 Lamar Jackson when he's healthy. If you don't have an elite quarterback that just raises the level of everybody else, and you make a few bad decisions, or you one side of the ball isn't pulling its weight, it can turn quickly on you. Look, the Jets were a team that less than 2 years ago. No, 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, Aaron Rodgers approved a trade to the Jets based on how strong the roster was. That was a quarterback away, or at least perceived to be that. And now here we are 2 years later, and they are tearing it down to the studs. They're just stockpiling draft picks and rebuilding again. The Colts, I guess conversely, I took the under on the Colts at 7.5 wins this year. Why? Because I don't trust Daniel Jones, and I sure as hell don't trust Anthony Richardson. And, yeah, they built a decent enough roster, but there's no way either of these quarterbacks. Look, they haven't been to the playoffs since 2018.
Yeah.
It's not like they've been a perennial playoff. Though they went with Phillip Rivers, but they haven't won a playoff game since 2018. They beat the Texans. Why would I back the Colts? Now here they are, largely because Daniel Jones has all of a sudden found something with Shane Steichen, and they are a team that is trading 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. Like, this stuff in the NFL, that's the crazy thing to me, is how quickly it can flip, and you just got to keep your head on a swivel.
That's where it's funny because I see people at the trade deadline talk about how some of these bad teams and the way they're operating people will say things like, well, I mean, they're not going to be good for another 2 or 3 years. And how can you say that about anybody? Other than teams that have huge cap issues and are like in a genuinely just bad situation. The Saints the last couple of years, they're just kind of screwed.
Yeah.
But most of these other teams are not that far away.
No.
And it's like a trade for Daniel Jones, the thing you don't expect.
Drake May is number 2 in the league for MVP right now. The Patriots were a joke the last 2 years. They picked 3rd to get him. They picked 4th after his rookie year. Now the guy might be
speaking on into the regular season this year, saying like, "Wow, look at what a matchup." They got rid of a bunch of recent draft picks and everything.
Yeah. Tyquan Thornton and the Polk kid out of Washington. Like, whoa, they're not hitting on any of these draft picks.
I'm always surprised when I see people say that, and they're like sometimes pretty intelligent people that are like, "I don't know why they do that. They're at least 2 years away." Yeah. All right, good luck with that.
The worst one was, I think it was Eddie George, who it didn't wind up in Take-A-Mania because I couldn't find the audio of it.
Yeah.
But he said that Amy Adams Strunk, by firing Callahan and all the things she's been doing, had set the team back 10 years.
Yeah.
Which is impossible to do in the NFL.
Right.
It's impossible to set your team back 10 years with individual moves.
Yeah.
Impossible.
I think, you know what, though? I think maybe he was speaking more about just in the way they're operating and everything. Maybe going back to, set him back to when they were some previous episode of dysfunction, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like you're holding Eddie George taking him too
I feel like
literally.
you're sticking up for a Tennessee Titan. That's what I feel like.
I feel like he's a Houston Oiler, first and foremost. For
It's
at least,
true.
like a couple of years?
Like a year or two, yeah.
No, I just, he's, I'm sticking up for him bashing the Titans. You're the one defending the Titans here.
Yeah, maybe. So those are the two big deals. Here was Jerry Jones on 105.3, and I'll get to my two hypothetical questions for Seth here in a second. This was Jerry Jones yesterday. If you're wondering, why did the Cowboys make this trade for Quinnen Williams? They're 3-5-1. They basically what they've done is taken a big chunk of what they got in the Micah Parsons said after the trade was going to be used to draft younger, less expensive players, and they flipped it for a guy who is not old, but older than a draft pick and is expensive right now. Granted, a good player, but expensive. Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan yesterday saying, man, I don't have much time left.
Let me just add this up for logic for you. I don't have time, personally, to have a bad time. It's not on my schedule. And so I have a natural urgency because of my age. And so my tomorrows, the immediate tomorrow, are a big thing to me. On the other hand, one of the reasons that we made the decision with our big trade before the year started is because I didn't want to saddle the club with that kind of physical, financial responsibility. So it's still there. But the immediacy, the rest of this season, after the bye, that game, all of that is more acute to me than at any time in my life. So I'm into now, but I also have enough discipline not to get in trouble for years to come, which you can do in today's management of caps.
Okay, so
all right,
he's really touching all the bases there. He needs to be concerned about the long-term future, but at the same time, I'm living for today.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna live like there's no tomorrow. But don't worry, I'm also planning for tomorrow.
Yep.
But not really. Listen, if there's anything that I know Cowboys fans might be concerned, Jones have sometimes acted kind of erratically and irrationally. I just want you all to know, not to worry. I'm going to be even more erratic and irrational moving forward because I'm closer to death.
Because I'm old.
Yes.
That, I've already said, it's the most helpless thing as a sports fan is when you have bad ownership. Mm-hmm. You can't fire the owner. They're there forever until, as Jerry points out, until he's gone. That's got to be even more helpless. Like, not only can you not fire the owner is clearly making moves that only make sense to him for them to win a Super Bowl as quickly as possible.
Well, and
on a roster that has no path to a Super Bowl right now.
The biggest thing about the Quinnen Williams trade for right now is I think sometimes people look at a 3-5 record, or what are the Cowboys? Are they 4-6?
3-5-1.
3-5-1. That's right. And I think that from the outside looking in, it's easy to say, oh, look at that. You only got a 9% chance of making the playoffs. I think when you're on the team itself, I think it's fair, and I want my guys on a football team to think that 3-5 isn't that insurmountable of a task.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Including the GM. I don't think, because it isn't. That's honestly, to pack it in when you're 3-5 is, that's a pipsqueak chicken scratch mentality.
Well, there's packing it in, and then there's making irresponsible moves.
Right. Now, this is the thing. Because this morning, the first thought I had was, okay, well, Quinnen Williams, he's only got 2 years left on his contract, and you're probably realistically just wasting this year that you're paying for. But they don't think that way necessarily. But if they extend him,
yeah.
That's where, though, it still gets even more curious with the Micah Parsons stuff, because they're going to extend Quinnen Williams for not that much less than Micah Parsons.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be a big chunk of money.
It'll be a lot of money.
It's not going to be Micah Parsons' money.
Yeah, it's a different position.
I think a lot of it with Micah Parsons was that we'd heard reports going back at least 2 years from people in Dallas saying they might just not like him all that much in there. They have weird little weird little exchanges between him and his teammates and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Quinnen Williams doesn't have that same reputation.
Well, look, put the record aside. Like, the Cowboys are a better team now than they were when they awoke yesterday.
Yeah.
For purposes of this year, they swapped out Mozzie Smith and added Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
That's obviously a major upgrade on the defensive line. The problem is I think you pointed out earlier, they're way more than a defensive tackle away from being even a mediocre defense.
The problem with Jerry Jones...
It's not a finishing touches move here.
You talk about when you have a bad owner, how tough it is for a fan. The trouble with Jerry Jones is that he's a micromanager who doesn't micromanage. He's an absentee micromanager. He was on... People got upset in Dallas because he told he was talking to the Wall Street Journal about, I think it was natural gas the other day, or some kind of energy commodity.
He made like $100 billion in natural gas.
And he said that, that's why I'm talking to you, because this is important. I should be fixing the Cowboys defense, but I'm here talking to you. And I know he's kind of just speaking all folksy and everything, but Cowboys fans hear that and they're like, that run a team are spending 18 hours a day running the team.
Right.
They're not running 100 different businesses. Yeah. And yet Jerry will run 100 different businesses, but also swoop in and act like a micromanager.
It's pretty amazing, though, when you think about it at his age, that he's got hands in all these things still. I don't know how effective he is. $100 billion in natural gas, if he's being truthful, that's pretty damn good. I'm like, the guy's got a lot of energy for an 83-year-old. Doing radio in the mornings, still. I don't know that a lot of the moves he has done have made a whole ton of sense. But he's got explanations for all of them. Yeah. He's not just throwing his hands up.
The explanation he gave, though, didn't really make any sense. He was all over the place.
Well, I'm thinking more
about live for today, but that he's also got to worry about the long-term future.
That was a bad explanation. I'm thinking more of the Micah deal. Like, he did have an explanation. Like, we wanted draft picks and salary cap space, and we didn't think paying $47 million a year for an edge rusher was a good idea. Now, was it a good idea to let him go? That remains to be seen. Their defense stinks since Micah left.
They did go. Now, he did say, all right, I'd rather have 6 players than 1 player.
Yes.
And he did start renegotiating and extending some of the guys on his team.
Yeah.
Which you could argue, okay, those guys are part of those 6 hypothetical players you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to say he had a plan, because the Micah trade itself felt very impulsive. But once he had the cap space, like, okay, I'm going to sign this guy and this guy and that guy. I feel like I'm sticking up. I feel like now I've stuck up for Jerry Jones and, as you pointed out, perhaps the Titans in the last 10 minutes.
Plus, he's probably got at least another 20 years in him. You just pointed out how active and he looks to be in generally good shape.
For an 83-year-old.
For a man with his resources.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he makes it at least another 10 years.
And who's lived pretty hard.
That's true.
He likes to party.
That might end up being what does him in.
A question for you. Would you have traded a second and a first for Quinnen Williams?
For the Texans?
If you were the Texans, would you have traded? I mean, that's kind of the going rate for an elite guy in his position.
Right now, I need those draft picks for the offensive side of the ball, and I need them on the offensive line. Because, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to take the Texans from being the number 1 scoring defense to the number 1 scoring defense with Quinnen Williams.
I'm with you.
And not to say that you can just sit on your haunches and you're always going to be an awesome defense.
Dude.
But those are 2 draft picks that I'm looking at as, no, I want those spent on an offensive lineman.
Yep.
And I don't want to trade out of the first round this year.
Yep.
Call me crazy, but I'm an NFL draft, or I'm an NFL fan who enjoys having first-round picks, okay?
And they're going to have 2 pretty good second-round picks if these records hold up. I mean, the Commanders and the Texans, those are the 2 second-round picks they have, and those are 2 teams that are in the upper half of each round of the draft.
And they have a Giants third-round pick.
Yeah.
Which right now would be the 5th pick in the third round.
So that's like in the top 70. That's 4 picks in the top 70 right now. I hate that we're talking about this, though. Like, at the beginning of the year, if you had said we're touting how great the draft picks are in Week 10, I would have wanted to gouge my eyes out. Here's my other question. Okay, so this is a question then on the flip side of that. The Jets traded, hypothetically, would you trade Derek Stingley Jr., who's, I think Derek Stingley's better than Sauce right now. Or at least he's had a better last year and change than Sauce has. But
neither of them are playing up to their peak right
They aren't, but I think they're both considered. Obviously, the Colts consider Sauce elite. And I think the league considers Stingley elite. Would you, if you were Nick Caserio, would you have traded Derek Stingley Jr. for 2 first-round picks yesterday?
For 2 first-round picks?
Yep. Probably depends on to who, right?
No, I wouldn't have.
Okay.
Because, again, that's a move that takes you from, okay, at the very least, this team has good special teams and a really, really, really good defense. And that's something that does take you out of being the number one
elite
overall defense to it could knock you down a few chunks.
Will Anderson and Derek Stingley are the two things that I don't think you can touch on this defense.
The argument for it, I made an argument for it at like 3:30 a.m. this morning.
Okay. With no Verdana coursing.
No, the same thing. I basically said he's not playing like the best he's not playing like the best cornerback in the league this year, and you could use those 2 picks on offensive linemen.
Yep.
That was the best I could come up with. But that would be detracting from a strength on your team at a shot at hopefully improving it next year.
It's really funny. It's really funny to see the grades on the trade. You pointed this out earlier. It's hard to find people that are giving good grades to the Cowboys and the Colts on this trade. The trades are viewed as major risks where they overpaid in draft capital. And the Jets are getting lauded as this team that has, they've drafts that they're stocking up. And yet, the Cowboys and the Colts are getting the much more sure things in this trade. Mm-hmm. The Jets are getting swings at the plate in an event that half the picks in the first round don't work out.
Yeah.
And even when they do, the Jets are an example of even when they do. The Jets had 3 first-round picks in a year that they drafted Sauce, Garrett Wilson, and then they drafted the Johnson kid out of Florida State, the edge rusher. They traded back into the first round to get him, and they're the biggest rebuild going on 3 years later.
They just traded away 2 of their really successful draft picks.
Yeah. Like these picks, when you got to apply names to them, they don't become nearly as. They're much sexier right now when they don't have names attached to them.
Well, no, but I feel like they do have names attached to them. It's Sauce Gardner. Like they traded.
But I mean players they pick.
Right.
Yeah.
But you are like you look at the rebuild, and the rebuild is we're trading away players who we recently drafted.
Yeah.
As part of a rebuild, and we're successful in doing so. But that's how bad the rebuild was.
Yep.
That we couldn't even keep the guys that we actually hit home runs on.
Yeah. Are you surprised they didn't trade Breece Hall?
Did you see Breece Hall? There's a report like an hour before the trade deadline that Breece Hall wanted to be traded. Like, oh, great. I guess third rounder was too rich for a lot of teams
blood?
out there. Yeah,
if that's what they wanted.
For a running back on an expiring contract.
Yeah, Diana Rossini was saying they wanted a third. There were no
round pick for me. It was too rich because that's the Giants' pick.
The Giants' pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be in the top 70 probably. The Texans didn't make any moves yesterday. And at first, I understood the frustration with people like not even a little move here and there. Then you look at it and you go, okay, well the only players that were moving, other than a couple wide receivers, Jacoby Myers got moved to the Jags. I thought that was a decent trade. I like Rashid Shaheed. I brought his name up last week. Seattle ended up getting him for a couple day 3 picks. So you got 2 wide receivers moved, but other than that, if you're a Texan, the running back, tight end, interior O-line, those were the big needs, in my opinion, and I think you thought the same thing. None of those positions were moving yesterday. Mm-hmm. It was all defensive guys yesterday. So without knowing what the market was and what players were available, I have a hard time getting super angry. I'm disappointed just because it would have been spicy to have some moves and a little jolt, but I can't get mad super mad if I don't know what the market looked like for those players.
The offensive line, they did some good things in that game the other day. I don't want to just act like it was an incredible performance or anything, because part of it is when Davis Mills came in, he was getting rid of the ball really, really fast. Mm-hmm. So there wasn't necessarily a whole lot of time when the Broncos did rush for or when they blitzed. A lot of times the ball was out. Like Davis Mills threw the ball, got rid of the ball at about the same speed as Tua Tagovailoa does on the season. And that's what Tua does. Wasn't a lot of time for guys for a pass rush to develop. But they did pick up games and blitz as well. So the argument against trading for an interior offensive lineman might be, you don't want to disrupt chemistry, or it's hard to build chemistry in the middle of the season with an offensive lineman, to which the response with the Texans should be, what chemistry? But they have I think they have improved as the season's gone along, and I think it's an improvement over last year. But it's not like there's such awesome chemistry. Yeah, like you said, they're rotating left guards.
Yeah, they're disrupting their own chemistry.
Yeah.
Out there. The text message here is actually a good lead into some audio that you had put into the rundown today. Guys, do y'all think that if we still had Bobby Slowik coordinating the offense with this defense, that the Texans would be number one in our division this year? I don't think they'd be 7-2 or 6-2 right now. I guess it would be.
Bobby Slowik not being the only problem doesn't mean that Bobby Slowik was actually the answer.
Right.
There were a lot of things about that offense last year that were really just disheveled across the board. And when they talked about when Bobby would continue to get up and blame execution over anything else, it was almost as if he didn't realize that that's his job responsibility. Like, you're responsible for the execution of the plays, not just the calling of the plays.
If you're a sales manager and none of your guys are making quota, you can't go to the VP of sales and say, my guys aren't executing.
Right, yeah.
Right. So I get someone who gets them to
I think Bobby Slowik was a problem. It's not a slam dunk that any human body is going to be an improvement than Bobby Slowik. It does. People make a mistake after making a previous mistake all the time.
Yeah. Yep.
Have you ever driven? You see these people out there?
Yeah. It's getting worse.
You ever see, when you're driving on the highway and you see a car that's got dents all over it, you stay the hell away from that. That guy's made a lot of mistakes.
It's funny you say
consecutively.
That. I saw a tweet from somebody the other day. It's one of these tweets that pops up. I'm not following this person, but it pops up. And this guy power ranked like the 5 worst driving cities. The worst drivers are in Charlotte, Detroit, like blah, 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 those 5 cities. And I'm thinking to myself, it was in response to somebody saying that their city has the worst drivers. And I think Houston drivers are largely terrible. And I'm thinking to myself, is there any city out there that's like, you know what we are amazing at?
Yeah, driving. I'll tell you what.
City.
You know what?
We are the best driving city in the country.
The state of Washington is infuriatingly law-abiding when it comes to driving. They don't. It's like
dangerously law-abiding.
Not dangerous. What do you mean?
Well, like going too slow sometimes.
No, not too slow. They go the speed limit.
Okay.
They don't speed.
That's too
It's
slow.
very, very, very
That's
frowned
too
upon.
slow for me.
So people are they're driving the speed limit everywhere, in the left lane, in the right lane, everywhere.
That's a bad driving city.
No, they're not the people who are like the people. I got rear-ended by somebody a month ago up in my wife's hometown because it was a woman had stopped at a flashing yellow light. She thought it was a 4-way intersection, so I stopped behind her. And 20 seconds later, must have been on her cell phone or something.
It had to be.
But she also knew that it wasn't a 4-way stop, so she just wasn't paying attention. She hit me.
Oh, my God.
And, no, but the people who stop it, now that was a flashing yellow light. It's usually an actual traffic light, but it was malfunctioning.
Yeah.
So she was being overly cautious, thinking like, oh, wait a second, is this turned into a whatever?
Did you honk at her?
No, I didn't. I was being polite. It was an old lady, But the people who stop at this intersection out here by the movie theater, people think that's a 4-way stop sign. And it's not.
Oh, the back street
and
right
it's
there.
not.
The one that goes right in front of the front door
it's
of the movie.
Two-way.
It's a two-way.
But people stop all the time. That's infuriatingly cautious.
Yep.
They're like, I know what you're doing here, but you're really screwing everything up.
That is not a 4-way. You're right. Where the parking garage entrance is right there.
The other thing is that happens around here
What,
a lot
Seth?
because of the strong sunlight.
Tell me.
People will try to wave somebody through at an intersection, but they don't realize that, no, they can't see you because of the glare off your windshield. And then you'll see them start to get agitated, like, I'm telling you to go.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, the other person can't see that they're telling them to go.
Jerks.
Yeah.
All of them.
For people who all think that their city has the worst drivers, I wonder what percentage of those people responding have actually lived in multiple cities, and actually done I need you to be qualified before you answer that and say, these are the cities I've lived in.
Yeah.
Here's where they drive the worst.
I just think it's funny people everybody claims their city's the worst. I've never heard anybody be like, yeah, you know what? You're the worst. But I live in a city where we're amazing drivers.
Right.
Yeah, like Seattle probably. Because they drive the speed limit?
And they get upset.
I would argue the opposite. I would argue, so when you go to Seattle, you're like some maniac up there, right?
You know what turns you into a good driver? Have you ever driven in Pittsburgh? Or it turns you into a bad driver.
Pittsburgh's very hilly and
it's very
curvy.
hilly and weird, but they also have a custom where if you are at if you're at a red light and you're turning left, even if there's no green arrow or anything, you're turning left, they will let if you're first in line, the person on the opposite side who's driving straight will let you through. So, and that's the custom. But if you're not from Pittsburgh, you don't know that.
Yeah, that's not a...
So I'm driving, like, I'm stopped. I'm
following
going straight.
the lights.
I'm going straight. The light turns green, and I start going, and the person who's turning left, furious with me, flipping me off and everything.
That's just dumb.
You got to have some awareness, Pittsburgh. That's not the way it's done everywhere else, okay? You got an out-of-state license plate. That guy's not going to be letting you go.
Get better customs.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous custom. Dangerous custom. All right, so we just talked about the Texans' offense. Question the listener asked on the text page: if Bobby Slowik were still the coordinator, would they be first in the division? I don't think that would be the case. I think they'd be a better offense, only because they can't be a worse offense.
I don't know
right
if they'd
now.
be a better offense. No, they could be a worse offense. They're not the worst offense in the league right now.
Yeah, it just feels. But it's like against good teams.
They're running the ball more consistently this year. And I don't know about in terms of total yardage or whatever, but in terms of not negative plays,
that's true.
They're not nearly getting snuffed out in the backfield as often. In a lot of play calling than in some of it execution. They're doing some things fundamentally better. I do think that some of the fundamental parts of the offense are better this year than they were last year.
Okay, so you put this audio. I have not listened to this yet. This is Patrick Creighton from last night.
Yeah.
He has a hypothesis on why DeMeco Ryans didn't get an experienced offensive coordinator this time around.
I am not saying this because I know. I'm saying this is my hypothesis.
Okay.
Because you could say it's speculation, but it's speculation derived from facts already and evidence.
Okay.
DeMeco hired his buddy to be the play caller originally in Bobby Slowik.
Yeah.
I had never been an OC.
Yeah.
Okay? Then when you fire Bobby Slowik, all the common sense says you go get an experienced offensive coordinator to come in here and run your offense so that DeMeco can run the defense like he wants to and get your now third-year quarterback to take that next step, get your offense overall to take that next step so that you can go challenge for an AFC title game. But what did they do? They hired another guy who had never been an OC and never been a play caller. And you have to ask yourself, why did this happen? And it really looks like the reason it happened is because DeMeco did not want an established coach that could potentially rival him on his staff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rival. Yeah. No, Sean Bijani
Good
disagreed.
job, Patrick.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it.
Well, okay, I guess it depends on defining the term rival.
Okay.
Like, okay, do you mean you're afraid that he's going to take over control of the team, or is he going to, potentially be a replacement if they want to fire you? Or does he mean rival in terms of just being, like sometimes when you bring older coaches on, they can want to be a little too much of the big bro and explain the way things should be. It's hard to you gotta be sure the personality fit is right. Doesn't always work out awesome.
That part maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so. I firmly believe that if this continues, because statistically and with certain things, you could argue they're a better offense than they were last year. But I don't know that Nick Caley is a better, more self-aware play caller than Bobby Slowik was.
Right.
You could very well argue that in crucial situations, the brain farts that Nick Caley has are way worse than anything Bobby Slowik did the last couple of years. They just got really bad at protecting C.J. Stroud, and Bobby Slowik got a little predictable. Nick Caley is doing things that 6-year-olds do on Madden, and so I think that if this continues, I think we're headed towards a solution that's going to look a lot like Wade Phillips back in 2011 for the defense with Gary Kubiak, where it's you just got to find a CEO of the offense and let DeMeco run the defense and outsource the offense, delegate the offense to an experienced play caller that can come in and fix this thing. That can come in and do personnel moves too, which they haven't had a lot of on the offensive line. It's going to take a combination of bringing in some new guys and as players I'm talking about, and then I think if I were to handicap it and I were to bet on who the OC for the Texans is going to be right now in 2026 next year, somebody different, somebody experienced, somebody that's sort of I mean, it's going to be hard to find somebody that was as good as Wade Phillips was at his job in 2011 and 2012, but somebody who knows what they are doing on the offensive side in terms of putting an offense together and, more importantly, putting guys in the right position to succeed.
I know that you gamblers like the yards per play as an indication.
YPP, baby.
Yeah, like to try to simplify it as much as possible. They're basically identical this year to last year. They're 5.1 yards per play last year. They're 5.0 yards per play this year.
Okay.
Neither of those are good numbers, everybody.
No,
in case you needed,
but do you agree with what I said? Like that where I feel like this offense is significantly worse is what specifically Caley is doing situationally with this. Like the fact that they can't score on the goal line. I think Bobby Slowik would have found a way to score.
Bobby Slowik would have added a little bit more variety or what have you to the. Yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like I'm comparing rotten apples to rotten oranges. It's all right. Caley's got a different way of stinking it up than Bobby Slowik had a way of stinking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Which plays in my larger point that it'll be somebody else at some point.
Right. Yeah, this is the problem with though too, is because I think I see a lot of people almost like not 100% slow, but they'll say, "Well, turns out Bobby Slowik wasn't the problem." The problem with that line of thinking is in thinking that there's ever just one problem on a football team. There's multiple things that aren't working for things to be bad. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that Bobby Slowik actually knew what he was doing, but I'm not sure Nick Caley knows what he's doing either.
Yeah.
And if you look at the way the Texans addressed last year's team, they didn't think there was just one problem. They didn't just fire Bobby Slowik.
Right.
They also got rid of 3 offensive linemen who had started for you at the
and
beginning
the coach
of the
that
season.
position group too. Yep. No, that's fair. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. I got this texted to me by no fewer than 10 people yesterday. The audio you're about to hear. Aaron Raybold stopped me in the hallway to talk about this morning. Texan fans and people in Houston, this popping up on their social media was, I think, was probably a nice bit of medicine for those of you who were sad the Texans didn't make any trades. Angry Bill O'Brien is back in everybody's life, and this was on SportsCenter this morning too. Bill O'Brien was asked. Bill O'Brien, head coach at Boston College now. They're 1-8. They just lost to Notre Dame this past weekend. And a reporter by the name of Mike Galtieri, who's a Boston College grad, asked Bill O'Brien the time-old classic of, what's your message to the fans?
Coach, wondering, do you have a message to the fans? Obviously losing to Notre Dame Catholic school rival, 1-8 now in the season BC. I've heard from a lot of fans. They're just really down.
I'm really glad. You know, I'm glad you're down. I'm not down. Nobody's down. You know, it's the second year of this program, Mike. You always come in here with these down questions. Like, you show up like once a month or something like that. You come in here with these down questions. I'm not down. I don't know what year you graduated from BC, but this is a program that we're building. Okay. Nobody here's down. We're positive. We're going to show up and play our asses off against SMU. You can go out there in your dark, clouded world or whatever it is and do what you want to do. We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting. That's my message to the fans. What's up, Trevor?
That's my favorite part, is transitioning to the next reporter.
I am so sick and tired of negative Nancys like yourself.
Yeah.
You're
What's up,
scum. Live in my world, the world of sunshine and rainbows and puffy dogs.
Look how positive I am right now. Look at me.
Do you deny my positivity?
Dude, that was a trip down memory lane right there, man.
Like a fire and brimstone youth minister.
Now I think this is where
listen, kids.
Hey, let us pray. I think this is what got him in trouble, this Mike Gualtieri guy. Ben, we don't have to play. Just start at the very beginning.
Coach, wondering, do you have a message for the fans?
Okay, stop right there. It's not what's the message? It's give the message to the fans.
He said, do you have a message for the fans?
I thought he said give the message. Play it one more time.
Coach, wondering, do you have a message for the fans?
Do you? Okay, it sounded like give to me. Okay, either way, do you have? All right, that's a little bit polite. Yeah.
The do you have a message for the fans is always, I could see myself getting a little distracted. It feels almost like when somebody dirty in front of a crowd, and you're kind of like, yes, of course I will support this charity.
Yep.
Yeah, like, do you have a message for the fans? No, I don't have a prepared statement for the fans right now.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
I love, though, too, that ultimately he did deliver a message to the fans, and that he almost denied that the fans were unhappy. And how could they be unhappy? We're in a rebuilding mode here. What is he in, year 3?
Year 2.
Year 2, yeah.
Year 2.
Where in college football have we seen remarkable turnarounds in this day of NIL and whatnot?
Signetti at Indiana is in year 2. They're number 2 in the country.
Where on earth could
at Indiana?
And so that was his message to the fans.
Yep.
Is that you need to step into the happy, positive world of Bill O'Brien.
Oh my God!
Doesn't matter what it looked like.
Yeah,
yep, doesn't matter what.
Not the world that you live in, Mr. Rain Clouds.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Dark Cloud. He cut a promo on that guy, man.
Mm-hmm.
That was some WWE stuff right there.
It does sound like that guy might be a little bit. That felt a little bit like when Dusty Baker went after old Channy Poo there and asked him if he ever read Camus, the philosopher.
He called him Camus.
Camus, right? But he needs to go. Basically, you need to re-examine. Basically, how I took it was Dusty saying that Chandler needed to re-examine his outlook on life.
Yep. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was.
In defense of Chandler, I think Chandler asks very fair questions.
Yeah.
But people don't like
good
it.
questions.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. All right. One of the wildest stories yesterday that was also making the rounds. Hey, let's stay up in New England for a second. Had you ever heard of somebody able to clone their dog? I thought this was fake news. It is not. Which Houston athletes would we clone if we could? Coming up next.
Hey, whose retirement?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I heard somebody talking about this story yesterday that we're about to talk about. I forget who it was. It wasn't anybody on our station. I heard them talking about it. I'm like, oh, man, this person sounds like they got by some fake news story. But no, this was a true story. Tom Brady and his family lost their dog, Lua, back in December of 2023. On Tuesday, in an interview with People magazine, Brady revealed that his new dog, Junie, is a clone of Lua. It's a pit bull mix. It's a beautiful dog. The 7-time Super Bowl champ announced that biotech company Colossal Biosciences created the clone shortly after Lua's death. We should mention Brady is an investor in Colossal
Biosciences.
Biosciences.
What I assumed as much.
Yeah.
I didn't even look for it. I just assumed, yeah.
Yep. He's out of the concussion water business, and he's in the cloning business. So,
You didn't know that you could do this, huh? They've been doing it for a long time.
Have they?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Since I want to say like the early 2000s, you've been able to do it.
Clone your dog, huh?
Yeah.
How much does it cost?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah. That's
probably more than that. The funny thing about dogs, basically all clones of each other.
They are, yeah. It's hard.
They've got almost the exact same genetics.
Are these identical twin dogs? Yeah, the whole litter's identical.
Well, the other thing, too, is I wondered in trying to, replicate the same temperament and everything of the dog that you had, from identical twins I know as humans, they have different personalities.
No doubt.
Often.
Yep.
It's just not necessarily that you're going to get the exact same replica.
Yeah.
But you do get the... You get the aging genes. So this little new clone has old dog genes in it in some ways because they start to fray at the telomeres out there and everything. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
So
you know a lot more about this.
So you get a dog that's you get an infant, a puppy that's already got the genes of an old dog.
Okay.
That's the way I understand it. I might be wrong on that. Correct me if I'm...
I feel this is great. So you knew about this stuff, and you
a little bit.
No, but you know more than I do. Like I thought this was fake news yesterday, and you're like, no, this has been happening for a while now. Okay, so this is what I saw a lot of the reaction to, and I'm assuming that this reaction was from a lot of people like me that were unaware of this technology that exists, where people were like comment tweeting the story and going, well, this isn't weird at all, or pointing this out as yet another example of that Tom Brady is kind of a strange duck, that kind of thing. So this is not as strange as people like that are making it.
I think it's not normal.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe because it's cost prohibitive.
That's why I'm wondering what it costs.
I might be dead wrong about the aged genes thing, by the way. Depending on when they took it depends on when he extracted the DNA
You've
from
already
the dog.
pissed off Big Coffee.
Genetic dog manufacturer, right.
What big cloning can it do to you?
I think it's, I don't know. It doesn't, it seems like exactly the kind of thing a super rich villain would do.
Yes.
And that's what he is. And is living in his mountain enclave or compound that he's probably living in a compound that's been carved into the side of a mountain.
Yeah.
And he sits at home directing what the NFL is going to do next with his dog clone dog sitting on his lap.
So Brady didn't respond to request. This is Brady's quote. I love my animals. They mean the world to me and my family. A few years ago, I worked with Colossal and leveraged their non-invasive cloning technology through a simple blood draw of your family's elderly dog before she passed. Everything I've been reading is that Brady's like, this is really going to help people who love their pets deal with the loss of it by just swapping it out and bringing in a new one.
That seems like a perfectly normal way to deal with loss. There's the normal way where you understand and you realize and you accept the harsh realities of this cruel world that everybody dies and everything dies at some point. The healthy way to deal with it is like, no, he will live on in the form of a new dog that I will put all the expectations of my old dog onto.
And Brady would have expectations, too.
I'll tell you one thing, man. You know it's going to be awkward as hell? 18 or 19 years or so that Giselle 2.0 becomes a thing. She's like...
We see
that's some weird Tom Brady stuff right there.
But you see not the we don't clone them necessarily. Like someone who is out of a relationship or loses a spouse, and then you see them several months later and they're in a new relationship. Like, wow, that looks a lot like their former spouse. Right there.
Yeah.
That's
You're
Brady.
trying to recreate something.
Giselle 2.0. Well, I liked when Brady cloned Wes Welker and named him Julian Edelman.
That's good too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then cloned Julian Edelman and named him Danny Amendola. I thought that was pretty interesting. Did Colossal do that?
One of his current experiments is he's got Antonio Brown 2.0 growing in a vertical glass tube full of water somewhere.
Yeah.
But they're trying to tweak the genetics just a little bit. Just a little bit.
They better.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, so you can clone if you could run up to a Houston athlete and draw some blood from them.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
He'd be number one, huh?
Yeah. I think so, because can you imagine Hakeem with a 3-point shot?
Well, that's the thing. Like Hakeem, that's
if he grew up in this era.
Yeah.
He'd be working on his three from the time he was 10 years old.
Yeah, new Hakeem needs to work on his threes if he's going to have the same level of success.
New Hakeem would be unstoppable.
Yep.
Sean.
Yeah.
Absolutely unstoppable.
I agree with you.
He had 1 year where he shot 30% from the 3-point line.
You said 42%.
Was it 42%? It was 42%. Yeah, it was.
I was like, wow, how many shots did he take? And you're like, 19.
Yeah. And then in the ensuing 3 seasons, he went like 20%,
hey,
18%. Yeah.
We will never forget the 3-pointer that Hakeem hit to throw the final dagger right into the Orlando Magic.
Mm-hmm.
They're up by like 10 points, 40 seconds to go. The confetti's already down figuratively.
Yeah.
And Hakeem's like, I'm just going to pull up from 3 here, and bam, knocks it down.
I would think that if Hakeem had spent his youth, back then they didn't even bother with guys his size learning how to have an outside shot.
Yeah.
But in this day and age, he'd be working on it from a young age, and with his touch, I'm guessing he'd be a really good 3-point shooter.
Andre Johnson or J.J. Watt? To clone.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Yeah. No, you can only pick one.
Andre Johnson, but I would make him an edge rusher. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I'd get him bulking up from a young age.
Oh, yeah.
And also I'm not a fan of whatever the hell JJ's doing with his hair
well,
right
you can
now.
Fix that.
I
would have said
I
Andre.
could fix JJ's hair.
Well, JJ, with the new one, just shave his head or whatever. Yeah.
Well, he didn't start doing this until late in life.
That's true.
He's an old man now, and he's getting all funky.
Is
with
it
his
still
hair.
parted in the center?
It's not really fully parted in the center.
Yeah.
It's kind of parted. It's parted in the center for like 2 inches back.
Yeah.
But then it goes to normal mop, like the white guy mop head.
Right.
I don't know what's going on with his hair.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. That is a tough one between JJ and Andre. I would say I'm gonna stick with Andre simply because I think JJ
maximizes his genetics.
JJ is like my German Shepherd with hip dysplasia or something. He's got, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if his body's breaking down. Whereas Andre stayed pretty healthy. He
did. Good point. Astro would be Correa easily, right?
Especially
we're just talking about made in a lab kind of
He's
thing.
already shown that he responds to having a father that works with him close. Worked with his dad after his dad. His dad had a tough job. I can't remember what it was. Yeah. He would before school, after school, work with his dad. So he's not gonna be whining about how Dad, I want a normal childhood with friends and parties and stuff. No, he's gonna grind.
It's a good topic, man. Cloning athletes.
Bregman would be an interesting one though too, because that would be fun to have a kid that you never want to be the father that's making your kid do stuff, but if they have just that natural appetite for it.
Natural appetite, but I don't feel like Bregman is as genetically blessed as some of the guys we're talking about.
Yeah, but that appetite is a genetic blessing unto itself.
Okay.
Not everybody has it.
If I'm guaranteed that appetite and that attitude, then I would clone Bregman.
With those 3 players that I mentioned initially, and obviously I would include JJ in this, but I decided on Andre.
Yeah.
I think between Andre and Hakeem and Carlos Correa, all 3 of those guys, that if they grew up in a household where the parents were involved, they'd be cool with it. You wouldn't feel like you were pressuring the kid.
Yeah.
You feel like you'd be a resource for him, like young Peyton Manning.
They're wired
Archie
the right
never
way.
pressured him to drive for greatness, but he was a resource for him.
Yep, that's good. Okay, text message. Definitely cloning Wade Smith, Eric Winston, and Dwayne Brown. Okay, this is someone who's trying to fix the Texans' offensive line today.
Mm-hmm.
You clone somebody, it's going to take a while.
It takes a while for him to grow up. That's why the
gestation period.
The first 18 years of Giselle 2.0 is going to be messed up. That's how Brady is. He's a lunatic. He's a lunatic.
All right, we've got some Week 9 leftovers.
Living in a country here. Yeah, people have free to grow up. Not the evil old man that's got you living in a cave.
Week 9 leftovers from the Texans. We got the longest explanation from DeMeco from the coaches show about what he was thinking in the final minute. And we'll start to look ahead at the Jags as well. We'll do that coming up here in the 8 o'clock hour, coming up next. I was out at Shop John Deere yesterday out in East Bernard, and it was awesome. Got to see my guy Roland and got to see Jennifer out.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth is doing the pointing motion again. You've got.
Learning so much about cloning dogs.
You are super focused over there. Right
well, no, because I wanted to find for sure that it looks like I was wrong about the aged gene part. That was something they were concerned about early in the process.
Yeah,
that you're taking clones from an older dog, and then does that? Are those I don't know. They don't have a different disease rate or early death rate or whatever compared to normal dogs.
Gotcha.
But there are some weird things that happen, like sex reversal. Like sometimes you clone a male and out pops a female.
Oh,
apparently.
Really?
Well, because the process is different than a natural, the natural way, a little embryo develops. That I guess some of the ways that genes are expressed and everything are just I don't know. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
That's all I know.
Feels like kind of a big deal to me.
I tried to read like a 10,000 word journal article in Nature during the break. There's a lot of weirdness and a lot of the physical twins. You end up with actual physical differences from the animal that was cloned.
Gotcha. So it's not a perfect identical clone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not 100%.
But it's close.
But even if it was, it still doesn't mean that you're going to have the exact same personality.
Like connection with it. Yeah.
Well, but that dog's personality might just be because like we talked about, there's human identical twins who have different personalities.
Sure. Yeah. That's what I meant. Like, hey, this dog's got no personality. I have no desire to connect with this dog right here.
And then you start resenting it because you spent $50,000 on it.
That's the amount.
To try to make it look like your old dog.
That's the thing I really wanted you to get out there was the cost of it. So it's $50,000 is what you found out?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do a horse for $80,000.
That's a lot of money. God, I got to ask Amy, would Amy have gotten our dog cloned for $50,000?
Yeah.
That dog was awesome. Yeah. 50 G's, huh? Maybe we do some live reads for a cloning place. Hey, Sean and Seth, a minute here for our friends at Cloning Incorporated.
If you, I don't think I would ever want my dog cloned. I don't. There's something that feels weird about it.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I don't, and I get why people would want to, but I feel it would just, it feels almost like it's cheapening the original dog.
Especially if their personalities are going to be different, just go get another of the same breed.
Right, yeah.
know?
Which they are, like purebreds. It's ridiculous how similar they are genetically.
Yeah. Oh, this company's a sham, Brady. You're going down. You're going to lose your whole investment on this thing. We just found the solution. Go buy.
Started off with a noble purpose of saving endangered species, but somewhere along the way, I think they saw dollar signs in their eyes.
Yeah, they did.
Like
they got shareholders.
$50,000 a puppy. We got to be sure golden retrievers don't go extinct. The Labradoodle is endangered.
Yeah.
We need to save the Labradoodle.
That's right.
We'll do that by replicating rich people's dogs.
Yep. And tell them why they need this.
Yes.
You need this. All right. We got the most detailed explanation of DeMeco Ryans' decision-making at the end of the Broncos game this past weekend on the Coaches Show. And Mark and John asked him, and I'm going to relate this to what's coming up this weekend, too, against the Jags. So this isn't just me dredging up old stuff again that I was angry about. I think a lot of people were angry about. The poor clock management at the end of the game that allowed the Broncos to get the ball back and very casually march into field goal range and sit there and stand while the clock ticked down and burn a timeout. Like, they didn't even put any clock pressure on the Broncos with what they did. Here was DeMeco Ryans' explanation for the 3-and-out that they suffered on offense.
Yeah, how I looked at that possession is, hey, we got the ball back. We got a little bit over a minute left. Hey, let's get our 2-minute drive going, which I feel like we've been good in 2-minute situations. So I feel like let's get easy completion. We end up getting a completion there to on the second down. We end up getting a completion to Higgins on the sideline. We were out of bounds. But I was looking at let's move the ball down. Right. let's get across midfield, like to give us a shot at kicking a field goal to end the game. Like I'm trying to win the game there. And it didn't go how we wanted to go. It went, too quick with the incompletion on first, and then the incompletion, and we got out of bounds on the second one, and then the incompletion on third. It's just we didn't burn enough time. But hey, we punt the football, we go play defense. Defense, let's be what we're supposed to be. Defense is played stout all day, so it was never a point in my mind where, okay, hey, the defense isn't playing great, so let's just send this to over. No, let's go down and let's finish it. The defense has played great all day. Now we got in that position. Defense, let's do a great job, be where we're supposed to be, remain disciplined, and let's get a stop.
I actually like that explanation. And it's because...
It's a valid explanation. No, I think it's a horrible decision.
Well, okay, but here's the thing, though, too, Sean. The part that swayed me back a little bit is that, yes, you're going to have better field position likely if you go into overtime, but the problem is the Broncos are going to still be playing the same style of defense and a normal, more like a normal game, which the Texans hadn't been able to do anything at all.
Yeah.
They are. We've seen time after time, quarterback from team to team to team. Yes, all on bad offenses. Well, at least in the 2 minute, they can get something going.
Yeah.
And if the Broncos were gonna back off at all or anything, there was a chance that, all right, maybe we can get something going up in a hurry up mode here. And that I also do trust my defense. I accept that explanation.
You accept the explanation. I'm not going to sit here and argue over the Texans offense. You're absolutely right. There's starting at the 35-yard line instead of the 13. Other than you're a couple plays closer to getting into Kymie's field goal range. My thing is that if you take it to overtime, that your defense or your special teams get a chance to make a play.
Yeah.
That gets you in position. Bo Nix makes a mistake, and now you're on the. And again, these are low percentage things. I am talking about making the best of a bad situation.
Mm-hmm.
Davis Mills is a quarterback for you. To me, making the best of a bad situation, even though it would have probably sent a message to your offense that I don't trust you. Sorry, offense. I don't trust you. You haven't done anything to engender trust throughout the whole second half of that game. That's my problem. And then and if that's the case, call plays that at least serve the dual purpose of running clock and making Sean Payton make decisions.
Likewise, yeah, because if you're
throwing out routes.
Right. And depending on, if the Broncos were going to play a little bit softer there, then you can have some success with the run there and then be in command.
Yeah.
And depending on how it all goes, that you can you can have your cake and eat it too.
I don't think it's
you can have your first down, but also still have the potential to run the clock.
I don't think it's a bad explanation at all, and that's what 95% of other NFL teams should do in that situation. The Texans on that day, if C.J. Stroud were a quarterback, I'd say go for it, because C.J. Stroud probably wouldn't have had to punt 5 straight times and run 18 plays in the second half of that game. At least that's how it looked when C.J. was in the game in the first quarter. They were moving the ball pretty effectively, unless they were on the 1 yard line. So that's my. And that's my now in going into some of these games, especially with Davis Mills at quarterback, is DeMeco Ryans looking at this offense through the same lens that the rest of us are when it comes to crucial situations? You do not have an offense that offense is not good in 2 minutes.
And I guess in that explanation, though, I felt like he's acknowledging that the offense isn't any good and that you at least try something in a different mode of operation, maybe. That they'll be different. They looked all right at the end of the second half. Davis Mills did some good things at the end of the second quarter.
The second quarter he did. Yep.
And it was just that. So they're at the end of the day, they're just not a good offense.
Yeah.
Even with C.J. Stroud in there. So you're kind of left without answers. As far as Davis Mills and the positives and the negatives from that game.
Ooh, okay.
I just went back through and watched a bunch of I wanted to watch from the end zone copy and just get a feel for everything, running it straight through. He was getting rid of the ball really, really fast. And I think to his detriment at times. Remember that one that Zach Allen batted down at the end of the game?
Yeah, I do.
It was 3rd and 3.
Yep.
And that could have gotten batted down by one of 6 different defensive players.
It was like a maze.
I thought, I had to go back and I had to watch the sideline copy of that one on the All-22 to be sure that he wasn't actually trying to throw it past the crossing route.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what he was doing throwing into that sea of defenders there.
You're right. There was a flurry of hands.
There was no lane. There were 3 defenders around the route. And that's where, in getting the ball out fast, I think he was also still almost like focusing. The game wasn't really coming to him, which gets thrown in the middle of the game. Hopefully that would be a little bit different.
What else?
This
What
year.
else on Davis?
I did think that, okay, as far as the offensive line and what kind of pass protection will he have, I do think that even though the Broncos had a bunch of instances in the second half of only rushing 2 or 3 guys, but they did also blitz at times, and they had a 4-man pass rush. I thought by and large the offensive line did better than I would have feared, and it's still they were also helped out by Davis Mills getting rid of the ball so fast. He got rid of it at the same speed that Tua Tagovailoa averages.
That's fast.
Yeah. That's a first read quarterback there.
Yep.
But I felt better about that. Now Josh Hines-Allen still exists, and that's something they have to worry about, and that's going to affect Davis Mills obviously. This is the hard part. Every time he made a nice throw or something, then he follows it up with a really inaccurate throw.
Yeah, he's inconsistent.
He throws it. If it's a crossing route, he's going to throw it over their head. If it's dumping the ball off to Woody Marks, he throws it just out of reach. The Christian Kirk's wide open down the middle of the field.
Yeah, that was
he
a
can't
tough
connect,
one.
and that's a throw right down the center of the field.
And in that game, you have to have that throw in that game.
Yeah, and that's my biggest fear, or just my discomfort with Davis Mills. He's just not an accurate quarterback, and I don't know if he's that's not something. The vast majority of the times, quarterbacks who aren't all that accurate don't all of a sudden become accurate. Josh Allen is an extreme exception.
Yeah, he's the exception. I'm anxious to see the injury report be on there with a concussion.
Yeah.
I think we know Titus Howard will be on there with a concussion. If Titus Howard were healthy, this feels like one of those games they would have gone with 57 is eligible a lot with Josh Hines-Allen, especially considering how the last game went. Has Ariante Ursary shown you enough improvement over 7 weeks, because they played in week 3, to where you feel at least a little more comfortable with him on the edge?
A little bit more,
but
Josh Hines-Allen really put one on him. And I think it's the combo, the strength-speed combo of Josh Hines-Allen is a lot tougher than to prepare for a rookie. And somebody like Nick Bonito, who's an extreme speed rusher, and Ariante Ursary has length and size and to combat that as long as he knows what he's getting. But he wasn't, he doesn't. Sometimes, what the hell is me with a freaking Verdana blend? When it comes to actually having to combat strength and speed, I'm not convinced. I'm going to be very interested in watching this.
That's a huge matchup in this game.
Yeah, the other thing about Davis Mills that's going to be interesting, Sean, is in that game, he was pretty aggressive throwing into tight windows. And I think he got lucky a couple times.
Yes, he did.
Things should have, or when he tried to throw it to Nico Collins downfield and couldn't get enough oomph on the ball, and it should have been picked off by Hufanga.
Yeah. He had by PFF, he had 3 turnover-worthy throws.
That sounds about right.
Yes.
But
I feel like I can name them.
I looked at it objectively. He was like a 20% aggressive throw rate on the next-gen stats.
Is that a lot?
CJ and Bo Nix are amongst the lowest in the league. CJ has not been making a lot of tight window throws this year.
No, it doesn't feel like it.
Which I feel like do I have to grudgingly give Nick Caley credit for that? For just creating more open opportunity? I don't know.
I'd have to go see the throws before I dole out any credit to
but
Nick Caley's on my no credit list right now.
Look, Davis
got bad
Mills,
credit rating with me.
Davis Mills might go full Jameis, and he might throw you 5 touchdowns, or he might throw you 5 interceptions.
I'm here for it, man.
Yeah, whatever,
Let's
man.
go.
Throw it up. We're rolling the dice.
What choice do we have?
Yeah,
Graham
so
Mertz?
he could have a brilliant. Remember whenever Jameis Winston would have back in the day, he matured as a passer, but remember back in the day, he'd throw 5 touchdown passes that looked like the most incredible throws ever. But then you would realize the next game, he threw those exact same passes, but they were picked off all 5 times, and it wasn't any different. It was just that he just had no judgment whatsoever about when to try to thread the needle.
Dude, what if Mertz had to come in and he just starts piecing? Mertz just comes in, he's dealing like that last preseason game when he went 16 for 18.
Right, what if Mertz comes in and the offense is legitimately better than when CJ was in?
Then when CJ,
He's full of Tom Brady?
6th-round pick?
Yeah.
6th-round pick? No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. What if he comes in and just throws 5 touchdowns 3 games in a row?
I think it would take several games of that to displace CJ.
Have we seen anything like that from CJ this year?
It would be fun for radio.
It'd be crazy.
It'd be fun for radio for sure. Come on, Mertz. Come on, Mertz. Text message. Good morning, guys. Realistically, do the Texans have have to win out. No.
They don't have to win out, but they have to win a bunch of them.
Seth was farting around with the playoff simulator yesterday.
The one that I came up with was basically to give them an 80% chance of going to the playoffs, or 78% chance. They had to, this is what they'd have to do. They'd have to beat the Jaguars, the Titans, and the Bills.
Yep.
Those first two seem pretty achievable. Well, maybe not with Davis Mills. The Bills is the one where I'd have to bank on the same thing happening this year that happened last year.
Same thing happened this year, happened last year. CJ needs to be back for that one, too.
CJ needs to be back, yeah.
And short week, and the Bills have to travel for the Thursday game.
And you get the boost on the pass rush. You know, Josh Allen played the worst game he's played in his career last year.
That is a reasonable 3-game stretch.
So you have to win those 3 games.
Yep.
I'll say they could lose to the Colts and they could lose to the Chiefs. Both on the road.
Both on the road.
So I'm trying to come up with a realistic. I'm in the Athletics playoff calculator.
Yep.
So if they win the next 3, but then lose to the Colts and the Chiefs on the road.
So they'd be
on the road.
So they'd be 6-7.
Yep.
Going into the stretch.
At that point, to get up to a 79% chance to make the playoffs,
got to win out. Right?
They have to win out. They have to beat the Cardinals, the Raiders, the Chargers, and the Colts.
Okay, and the Colts would be at home, and who knows? Maybe the Colts are resting all their core players like Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, and Sauce Gardner.
That's the one that seemed most reasonable to me because I had them lose to the Colts and the Chiefs on the road. And then the one big one that seems really tough is beating the Colts again. It feels tough right now. But that's at home when the Colts might not – it might be a meaningless game for them. Gives them a 79% chance to make the playoffs.
I'll take that. I'd sign up for that right now. Boy, you have fun with that thing, don't you?
If they beat the Colts
in Indy,
yeah, then they have a greater than 99%.
If they're 11, okay, so if they're 11-6, they're basically a lock to get.
But that's a 4-game win streak, a loss to the Chiefs, and then a 4-game win streak.
I don't know, 2 4-game win streaks sandwiched around a loss to the Chiefs. I look at that and I go, what the hell was the problem the night they played the Chiefs?
I'll tell you how essential all these ingredients are, though, Sean.
Yeah.
So right now I've got them. If the Texans win the next 3 games, lose to the Colts and the Chiefs, and then win a 4-game win streak after that, 78% chance to make the playoffs. If they win the next 2 games but lose to the Bills, they still have a 47% chance to make the playoffs.
We'll see.
Now we're looking into, all right, if you win there's a 2-game. No, Sean, we need to go through every single
scenario.
It says I can run 1,000 simulations.
Boss is
and we're
throwing
do
his
all of
coffee at the radio right now.
I want to do a radio show that's fascinating to me and me alone.
All simulate. I'm fascinated by it.
I
just got to hit a break.
Oh, wait, no, 21% chance if they lose to the Bills.
I'm less fascinated now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they got to beat the Bills.
Got to beat the Bills. All right, we got to beat the Jags, if we're being honest. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, if the Astros had gotten to the World Series and lost to the Dodgers, would you have been as offended by something the Dodgers did as Mad Dog was yesterday? We will have that for you coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirk.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
At Payne and Pendergast, we got to do a fair or foul on something that a then former, now current coworker of ours did recently. We'll get to that in just a second. Okay, so Joe, where are you on Joe Davis?
I'm out on him.
You're out on Joe?
Yeah, I used to think Joe Davis, the Dodgers broadcaster or play-by-play, who did the World Series, I used to think that he treated the Astros pretty fairly for being a Dodgers guy and everything. And then all of a sudden during the World Series, he won't shut up about George Springer
and the sign stealing.
And it was him that scandal, which is never, I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. No, George Springer has never been the face.
Who is?
Inaccurately and egregiously, irresponsibly, sports media, big capital S, big capital M.
Big sports media.
Mostly ESPN made Altuve the face of the being better than everybody else scandal, even though Altuve did not participate. So, but George wasn't. If you had to power rank nationally the faces of the scandal, it would be Altuve and Correa, and then pretty much nobody else. Other than that,
but I'll throw Bregman in because he made an apology as well.
Yeah, because he was at the press conference.
Yeah, he read a scripted apology.
But anyway, he talked about it way too much during the World Series that didn't involve the Astros.
Okay, so that's a good reason. All right, so Joe Davis, as you point out, he is the Dodgers play-by-play guy on their local broadcasts, and Fox uses him for the playoffs.
And I should have explained that when he was talking about George Springer, he just kept bringing it up every time Springer was at the plate.
Yeah, and the Dodger and the fact of the matter is, Dodger people still feel jilted about that 2017 World Series.
Yeah, and the Dodgers fans and like Joe Davis's people are the only people watching that would have cared about it. The Major League Baseball at large just doesn't think about it much.
They turn
anymore.
the page. Yeah. So apparently Joe Davis just literally hours, like 48 hours after finishing up calling the World Series, was the MC for the Dodgers parade on, I guess it was maybe Monday or Tuesday. The game was on Saturday, so whatever. And you know who's not happy about this at all?
Who?
The fact that the voice of the World Series on Fox now is in bed with, outwardly, the team that won it.
Yeah.
Mad Dog.
He was already in bed with him, but yeah. Okay.
But like the optics of this. Okay. Yeah, here, we'll let Mad Dog explain.
When you're a national broadcaster and you're the voice of the sport on a big stage, when you did 1 million playoff games, and then they, in one of the crippling losses that a franchise is going to have in the history of the sport, that's as bad a loss as you're ever going to have. And I got Joe, basically the body's not even cold yet. And I got Joe at Dodger Stadium doing the freaking Dodger parade. Oh, my God. That's bad. I'm sorry. I don't care what you say. You can say I'm screaming and yelling about nothing. That would piss me off if I'm a Blue Jay fan. I got Joe Davis shaking everybody's hand. Give me a shaking freaking Ohtani's hand, and he's freaking wacky, getting rings. He's the announcer for the World Series. You think Kirk Gowdy was getting any of this nonsense? You think Garagiola was doing a parade in 82 with the Cardinals? Oh, my God. And he's got the trophy right there. God, if you're a Blue Jay fan, you're vomiting right now. That is bad. I don't care what you say. You could say I'm being hard. That's ridiculous, Chris. What's the big deal? He does the games. Okay. Nonsense.
Yeah, all these poor Blue Jays fans that planned on having a pleasant day of sitting down and watching the Dodgers parade, how are they to enjoy watching the victory parade of the team that put them out?
I think I would have found a way to get pissed about that.
I don't like Joe Davis at all anymore, but I also feel like, look, it wasn't a big secret that that's the Dodgers play-by-play guy that was doing the World Series. He's a really good play-by-play announcer, but he's also the Dodgers play-by-play guy.
I need to see the video.
It's not like some conflict of interest that's going to somehow, affect the game or something.
But if he's up there hugging him and things like that, I don't know, man. That might piss me off a little bit. Now, you make a good point about Joe Davis in this World Series, bringing up the Springer stuff. I actually like Joe Davis, like the call on the Jordan home run in 2022, and that was Joe Davis. is iconic.
I feel like he
turn this game upside down.
Yeah, and I like when he called. I never felt. I feel like he does a pretty good job of when he's in the role of a national announcer of not showing bias one way or the other.
Yeah, I think he does a good job.
Like he gets equally excited for the opponent as he does It doesn't. I've never felt like he's a homer for the Dodgers when he's doing a national broadcast.
I agree with you. Mad Dog is still really angry.
He's the voice of the World Series. He's supposed to be right down the middle. Obviously, he's rooting his ass off for the Dodgers in the World Series. And everybody who I spoke to hated the idea. They sensed he was rooting for the Dodgers throughout the World Series. And his call at the end was ridiculous. You got to be a champion and knock whatever he said about knocking a defending champion out. And then he's waxing poetic about Kershaw at the end of the game that nobody in America cared about. Oh, my God. That's bad. And that's wrong. And that's not the way you do it. I don't care. Call me anything you want. Call me an old man on a hill screaming anything you want. That's bogus. The Dodgers should be in. The Dodgers should have.
He's not an old man on a hill screaming. He is. He's exactly those old sports media guys we talk about who attach a little too much importance to sports.
I just love
sports broadcasters.
Old man on a hill.
Yeah.
The visual of Mad Dog is sitting in a lawn chair on a hill, shaking his fist.
He needed to get closer to the cloud.
Right. I need elevation.
He shakes fist at cloud at elevation.
I need a bird's eye view. Oh man. So I always.
So Joe Davis can go die, except that I'm okay with him doing the parade before he goes down.
Okay, so you're not as angry as Mad Dog.
I just don't like him in general anymore after the nonsense he pulled with George Springer.
That's a good reason. All right, okay, so we got to get to this. Our good friend Paul Gallant, who is now once again a coworker of ours here at Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, Paul was in last week doing some substituting for John Lopez. And you'll hear Paul on the station, I would imagine, fairly frequently, especially as the holidays get here and there's filling in the schedule and whatnot. It's good to have Paul back.
All types of scenarios.
Yep. He tweeted this. You brought this to my attention. Tweeted this.
Yeah, pay attention to the whole tweet to see if you can pick out people what the people picked up in this that I don't think Paul intended.
We should set the stage here. Paul's in a relationship.
Yes.
Really, a very good relationship with a new girlfriend, fairly new girlfriend. I don't think it's been all that long, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
So, but he's traveling.
Yeah. Was up in Boston. Tweeted this. Went to Logan Airport in Boston a little nervous about the TSA lines out of Houston. He says, but no issues here in Boston. Through security with pre-check in less than 5 minutes. Girlfriend went through without pre-check in 10. Is this really just a Houston airport issue?
Yes.
That might be the least of the issues.
So that immediately became, I noticed in the comments, because I was curious, I'm going to be traveling soon. People were like, wait a second, Paul. You went through pre-check and your girlfriend went through the normal line? And Paul said, yeah. And he said something like, I can tell by her raised eyebrows that, yes, it was a big deal. Or that knows. This is, I think this is a classic thing that you do with your wife, but not your girlfriend. That if you've been happily married or whatever, and maybe you're a business traveler, your wife is cool, whatever.
You ain't married to Amy.
Yeah, but I think with a girlfriend especially, you gotta stand with her in the slow line,
especially
man.
if it's fairly early. That's why I was wondering how long they'd been dating for. Like it's there's some relationships you've been dating long enough to act like a married couple.
Yeah,
and I don't know that Paul's at that stage or not. I'll have to ask him. I'm going on his stream this afternoon with him. So
I think that's the kind of situation where a woman is like, oh, so he's just going to leave me. Okay.
What are the
right.
text in? What are the rules on that? Like, how long do you have to be dating? I would imagine if you've been in a relationship long enough, you're both on the same TSA system. Because there's either you just go through.
It sounds like you and Amy aren't.
We're on TSA pre-check. I'm just saying, Amy, if that situation happened, she'd get mad.
She would get mad. If
we're both. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, if you're in a relationship long enough, you're both either going to be clear or TSA pre or none. I think TSA pre is one of the greatest values in travel.
But there's probably plenty of situations where a guy travels a lot and his wife doesn't. And she's, and then in that situation.
Paul should have gone through with her through the regular line.
I think and that's the thing, in a marriage, you're already going to know. You'll know, what the deal is and how you guys handle that stuff. With a girlfriend, you're still in best foot forward mode, man. Yeah, you gotta just be there next to her in case she has any troubles or anything. You want to be there to help her.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah,
this is a hypothetical, obviously. I don't know if Paul or his girlfriend got bumped up to first class.
Mm-hmm.
But I know you travel quite a bit, so you get bumped up sometimes.
Yeah.
If you're traveling with Brandy, or if people out there traveling with, if they're traveling, if it's for all of you, and there is a bump up to first class, but only one for the couple.
I get a little.
You
bit
have an
about
excuse because you're
all my
huge
bodily issues and my size and everything. Yeah.
Okay. What if you were in perfect?
If we were identical sizes, we were both like 5'8", 140 pounds.
I'm
or
thinking
something.
the other way.
Brandy's smaller than that. Everybody, I'm not giving away her height and weight or anything.
Yeah.
But she, let's say you're
assuming health.
Yeah.
Assuming health and a normal size difference between spouse. What do you do there? Is chivalry dead? Do you take the first?
I think
class?
It depends on how your spouse is about traveling, and some of them just need a little bit more support than others. And I don't know. I feel like you just got to be on the same page. My advice would be that you damn well better be sure that she's not just saying that
she's
it's cool.
okay with it.
Yeah.
All right. So Paul, I wonder how.
There's one thing I've learned about giving relationship advice. It's that there's no blanket relationship advice.
No, there isn't.
Everybody's different.
Yeah.
But Paul, except my blanket relationship advice would be if you got a girlfriend, you stick with her in security, man. Unless she's like totally like brass balls, like, get out of here. What do you think I need? You think I need a guy to protect me?
Yeah.
Get out of here, you bum. She's drinking whiskey.
Wife, girlfriend, or even just a friend, I would stand with them going to the same place.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I had TSA pre and you didn't, Seth. I'll see you at the gate.
No, yeah, and I would expect you to.
And I would expect you probably have all of them clear.
Yeah, but we're not currently dating.
No.
So that dynamic's out. He said
even a friend.
Oh, even a friend.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah, this guy that's a loyal friend right there. Wife is clear. I am not. See her at the gate.
Yeah.
LOL. Oh, man. All right. How did Paul do in that case? We're getting a lot of texts.
Clear, by the way, this is my experience with Clear. I don't have Clear anymore. I found that on average, it was probably saving me about maybe 1 minute over,
and it's more expensive.
TSA pre-check, and it's more expensive.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're actually slower. There were times where I was actually slower than TSA pre-check. Clear.
I've always been TSA pre.
Yeah.
I came to the airport one of those days where they let you do Clear for free.
Yeah.
Like they're trying, giving out the samples.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't like this. Get through
that day, especially if they were giving it out free to a bunch of people.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm fine with TSA pre.
It's really cool when it works. There were a few times where it was really nice, but it's like every airport I'm in, for the most part, TSA pre-checks so fast that it's not that big of a deal.
Yep. All right, top of the hour, we'll circle back to the trade deadline. What do the huge trades that were made mean for the Texans? In the meantime, he's back. You guys are going to have a voice from the past back in your lives coming up next. But first, Texas.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We got to get right to this because we got some good audio to play in this segment. We'll circle back to the trade deadline at the top of the hour. What did the two huge trades mean for the teams involved? And as a Texan fan, did you have any FOMO on any of these trades? You're like, I wish the Texans had traded for that guy. We'll talk about that at the top of the hour. Bill O'Brien is back in our lives. This is easily the most texted to me tweet that I've gotten in a long, long time.
Yeah, I had at least several people text this to me. They thought I would appreciate it, and I did.
And I did too. Yeah, I did as well. Bill O'Brien, to get everybody up to speed, is the head coach of the Boston College Eagles in college football. They are 1-8 this year. They're not a good football team. They just lost to their Catholic rivals, the University of Notre Dame, this past Saturday at home. And Bill O'Brien was meeting with the media yesterday. And Thierry, who it seems, according to O'Brien, only shows up when he wants to, asked Bill O'Brien if he had a message for the BC fans out there. And you can imagine how this went.
Coach, wondering, do you have a message for the fans? Obviously losing to Notre Dame Catholic school rival, 1-8 now in the season BC. I've heard from a lot of fans. They're just really
I'm really glad. You know, I'm glad you're down. I'm not down. Nobody's down. We're fighting. We're competing. You know, it's the second year of this program, Mike. You always come in here with these down questions. Like, you show up like once a month or something like that. You come in here with these down questions. I'm not down. I don't know what year you graduated from BC, but this is a program that we're building. Okay. Nobody here's down. We're positive. We're going to show up and play our asses off against SMU. You can go out there in your dark, clouded world or whatever it is and do what you want to do. We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting. That's my message to the fans. What's up, Trevor?
What's up, Trevor? That sounds like a guy who's really positive.
It sounds like he's living in a world that doesn't have rain clouds around him the way Mike Galtieri's does.
Rainbows and sunshine.
Yeah. Why are you always asking these negative questions like, do you have a message for the fans?
Yeah.
I
don't know if you noticed.
How dare you?
We're 1-8.
How dare you ask me my message to the fans?
We're 1-8. Of course everybody's positive right now.
There is sometimes, I think the preamble is what got old Galtieri there. It's whenever you lay out just how bad a situation is, the coach is sitting there like, yeah, I know that. Thanks. It feels like you're... If they rub salt in the wounds.
Yeah.
The coach, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you're 1-8.
Well, and that guy...
do you have a message for the fans?
And you heard Bill saying, I don't know what year you graduated from BC. I looked it up. The guy is a BC grad, so maybe he's feeling even extra on edge about how bad the team is this year. I like the whole thing about him, like, work-shaming him. Like, you show up once a month.
Yeah.
And you ask these down questions. We're not black
Meanwhile,
clouds
the coaches
here,
love the guys who are there every day. That's the...
he loves Trevor at the end right
That's
there.
That's true. Yeah. He's all about Trevor.
He seems like he really has a connection with Trevor.
What's up, Trevor? College coaches tend to have a little bit more of a dictatorial control over and they are dealing... A lot of them are like nervous, like barely out of puberty student writers yet that are just thrilled to be talking to a coach at all.
The issue Bill O'Brien will have with that is the scenario you're talking about is a lot of them are small college towns where that's the only game in town.
Yeah.
So they can bully the media. In Boston, they'll be like, all right, fine, we'll just go cover the Red Sox.
Right.
We'll cover the Patriots. Oh, you don't want us here?
Yeah.
Cool. You stay off the radar then, Bill. You go be 1-8 with your puppy dogs and rainbows by yourself.
It's a happy 1-8.
It's a happy 1-8.
It's a positive 1-8.
A happy 1-8 that apparently only Trevor can appreciate.
Remember O'Brien every year, or at least every other year, it would be like new Bill and you Bill, new Bill.
Yeah.
And it would seem like he'd probably done like taking an anger management class or something.
Every year.
And everything, it was just coming, he was all bubbly and like, hey, here we go. And he'd be philosophical. And then there was always a point. You know,
it was
you
over.
could see him stop and maybe think about counting to 10, but he says, screw numbers. I'm stopping at 1.5. And this is what I'm going to tell you about your rain cloud-filled world.
It's funny, you know, a coach that's built from the same geographic mold, Boston, but I think kind of cut from the same cloth as Bill O'Brien, fired Brian Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
And after he got fired, I saw a tweet that said that talked about a Washington, D.C. Like PR image improvement firm that he had been working with in the offseason. I'm like, bad look for that.
Yeah.
Bad look for that firm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was blowing up after wins at guys. Remember that? You come in here and you ask about our offense. We just beat Florida.
My favorite clip I saw from all of that was a shot of Saban at LSU after they had won a game, but not in the fashion that Nick Saban wanted, and he was just saying, like, that's great. We didn't go out there and dominate them the way we were supposed to. Great, we got the win. You can be happy with that. I'm talking about the process.
Yeah.
And then they flash forward to LSU or to Brian Kelly when he was asked about their inability to run the ball. He's
after a win.
We won. Yeah. We won. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can't run the ball. We did it on that one play.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
That's all we needed.
Yeah.
Was to run it that one time. Like, okay. You're going to be fired in 4 weeks, but whatever. Okay, we got to play this. Romeo Doubs. If you missed it, Tucker Kraft, the tight end for the Packers, who'd been having an incredible year, maybe the best, tight end. Him and Tyler Warren, maybe.
His run after
it's insane year. This is going to really hurt the Packers not having him. He tore his ACL in their loss to the Panthers this weekend. Romeo Doubs, receiver for the Packers, was interviewed about the Tucker Kraft injury outside his locker and was he despondent.
Wouldn't wish that, just on, one of our captains or even just your worst enemy. I don't wish that on any man. And Tucker is in a better place. But again, you just gotta. Next question, please.
Did he die?
Died. He's in a better place.
He died
now.
of a torn ACL.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but God needed another angel, and that's what.
Both his ACLs are healthy now, where he is.
We'll move on eventually.
He's in a better place.
It was just his time.
You know what I don't like is the whole I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Yeah.
On my worst enemy, I would wish 2 torn ACLs. And not even think about it.
No amount of suffering that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy.
My worst enemy?
Oh,
Go
my
full
worst.
Ted Bundy on him.
That's exactly right. Hotkey Sethers.
Ted Bundy.
What was the genesis?
I was trying to say Al Bundy because it was something about bragging about high school. I think the message I was giving was that if you've won a state high school championship in any sport, I give you full permission to talk about it. I was never a good high school team, and it's awesome.
So you told everybody to...
You go full Ted Bundy on him.
So if somebody tells you, so for the kids, Al Bundy was a TV character. He used to talk about the time he scored 5 touchdowns in one game in a suburban Chicago high school. But but what I ended up saying is, if somebody objects to you talking about high school football,
you go full Ted Bundy on them.
Bingo.
Abduct them and murder them.
Bingo.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. What's wrong with that?
But look dashing while you're doing it.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was fun. Reliving Bill O'Brien.
And dead Tucker Kraft.
He's in a better place now. Good job, Romeo Doubs. All right, big trade deadline yesterday. I don't think we've ever seen an NFL trade deadline like the one we did yesterday. 2 blockbusters, both involving one team that now is stockpiled with draft picks. What do those trades mean for each team? And as a Texan fan, how do we view those? Or are there any other trades you saw made where you're like, damn, Nick, should have done that? We'll go through that coming up next. But this is what I'm going to tell you to do right now.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Biggest wow moment from yesterday. Is it a bigger wow moment, the Quinnen Williams trade or the Sauce Gardner trade?
Sauce Gardner. I think that was a bigger wow moment.
Yeah.
Well, the Quinnen Williams trade to the Cowboys was more of wow in that, wow, Jerry. That's an odd move.
Game better than the team you just traded with.
Right. Yeah, I know. They're sellers at the deadline, so we, as a team that should be sellers at the deadline, whatever. No, it was a lot more wow with the Colts because that's a clear all-in, yep, we're going for it move.
I agree.
And I think that I think it was overly aggressive for a team that, you know what, probably, just like Ross Tucker told us earlier this week, Ross isn't completely sold on that Colts defense. And apparently the Colts aren't as sold on their defense
they
either.
agree with him, yeah.
And then I wonder how much Daniel Jones throwing 5 picks in one game, or turning the ball over 5 times in one game, also gave them a little dose of reality of like, all right, well, we got to be honest here. Like, we got to remember that Daniel Jones has not faced really stiff competition all that often so far this year.
Okay, so that's interesting because here's how I look at that. If the 5 turnovers, what do you have, 3 picks and 2 strip sacks? If the 5 turnovers of Daniel Jones worried me in some way, if I'm the Colts, then I probably don't do the Sauce Gardner trade. You know, like I probably go, ugh, okay, maybe the old Daniel Jones is showing up. This move is clearly a sign that they believe in Daniel Jones. That whatever happened on Sunday,
I think it's a clear sign that they believe in this team this year, where you also have a healthy Jonathan Taylor. And you can't count on Jonathan Taylor to be healthy for the next 3 years in a row. But there's not a chance in hell Daniel Jones is playing the way he is right now if Jonathan Taylor is
100%.
I mean, you say that about any quarterback, but I mean, we've seen this going back to Daniel Jones. The one good stretch he had in New York was when Saquon Barkley was really healthy and playing well. Saquon Barkley got banged up and wasn't playing as well, and all of a sudden Daniel Jones looked like the worst version of Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
again.
I just think it's wild that to trade 2 first-round picks for a guy who I think some people are debating. Forget about who the quarterback is. Pretend that Josh Allen's the quarterback. There's a lot of people that are debating, okay, in a vacuum, is Sauce Gardner still a guy, or was he ever a guy? Maybe after his rookie year, he's an all-pro corner. A lot of teams probably would have traded 2 first with Sauce on his rookie deal still. Is Sauce at $30 million a year, which hasn't even kicked in yet, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
Is he still that level of player that's worth 2 first-round picks? I guess part of what Chris Ballard's calculus is his belief that those first-round picks, particularly the one this year, is going to be in the 30s somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, that they're going to be playing in at a minimum playing in an AFC title game.
You know, the thing about the Colts team is that they are like they haven't faced a lot of really good teams so far. But they face good defenses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they put 29 points up on the Broncos.
Yep.
They only put 20 points up on the Rams, and they lost to them. But they put 31 points up on the Cardinals. The Cardinals are actually a good defense. They've produced.
They've been a machine.
Right. They put up 38 points on the Chargers.
Yep.
Do they believe in Daniel Jones long term? The point about the draft picks is 100% true. If they win, you got to preserve those draft picks to either draft a quarterback or trade for a quarterback or do something at some point.
Yeah.
So that they're all in, but to an extreme degree. Also, it just in that you're doing a lot to win this year, and then you're paying the majority of Sauce Gardner's contract. Like that, the Jets didn't give him much of a signing bonus,
right.
I believe, right?
Right. No, you're accurate. Yeah.
But then Daniel Jones is on a 1-year deal. So this is, if I'm Daniel Jones' agent, I'm really thinking,
salivating.
Wow, you guys gave away your draft future, and my client's a free agent at the end of the year. This is going to be a big contract for Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I think it was John Crumpler. I saw a tweet that yesterday, like, wow, Daniel Jones, assuming he keeps playing well, he's going to have a lot of leverage after the season's over with the Colts. Because they got no other solution to go get a quarterback. Well, I say they got no other solution to go get a quarterback. They did sign Daniel Jones to a 1-year, $14 million deal. That'll be something that we probably need to start keeping an eye on. Not for the Texans, obviously. C.J. Stroud's going to be the quarterback for this team. But just in general, I was thinking about this yesterday, Seth, when I saw that Jacoby Brissett had been named the starter again this week for the Cardinals. And it seems like I know Kyler Murray's banged up, but it seems like he's kind of falling out of favor there. And his contract is starting to get easier to get out from underneath as the years go on. But like Kyler Murray, that'll be an exercise for me today, is to go through and see, okay, who are this year's Daniel Joneses and Sam Darnolds and Baker Mayfield's going to be? Because it feels like now every year there's like 2 or 3 quarterbacks who the league views as still like a rehabable project.
Yeah, well, had success with it too.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam Darnold to an extreme degree.
Yes.
Baker Mayfield, obviously. Daniel Jones. Who are the other ones?
Geno Smith when he went to Seattle.
In Seattle, Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Those are the guys. Who are the guys this year who are having down performances? If it's if you're in a different situation, like C.J. Stroud would be that guy. I think if somehow, because his performance this year is still, you read anonymous executives and everything, and nobody's giving up on.
No, but like if CJ were in a contract
were like 2
year,
years down or some down the road or something.
Yeah. That's my biggest fear.
Yeah.
is it this team does not take advantage of the skill set of CJ Stroud and he winds up doing it somewhere else?
Who's got to be feeling really left out in all of this fun of all these reclaimed quarterbacks is Zach Wilson. There's nobody out there saying, like, needs another shot at it. That little bastard, punchable face, Zach Wilson.
He's in Miami now, right?
Probably. Who knows?
And I meant the Dolphins, not just hanging out on South Beach somewhere.
Of the guys who aren't performing well this year, I'm going to tell you, reclamation project, surprise people or not.
Okay.
I would say, and I'll get rid of the young guys. Justin Fields, nope, he's done.
He's done.
Carson Wentz, get out of here, whatever.
Yep.
Tua, please. Please.
Does Tua get a second chance somewhere? If
he gets a second chance, he's still going to be Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying whether or not I think that they actually could become a Sam Darnold.
So you're predicting what the end result is going to be.
Yeah, I'm predicting the end result.
I'm just wondering if these guys, like Kyler Murray will be starting somewhere next year.
Trevor Lawrence is already on his third chance in terms of just keep trying to find somebody to reclaim him. Kyler Murray, yes, I'm still. I think there's still something in him. Yeah, yep. It might end up being, this is the best. Because remember Cliff Kingsbury? What we said, you got to give him a year to see if defenses catch up to him.
Yeah.
Like this has been the story of Kyler Murray, Cliff Kingsbury in the NFL.
Yep.
It said, he'll come off like gangbusters, and then defenses kind of get a beat on what they're doing, and there you go.
And
all of a sudden, Jaden Daniels looks like a different guy.
Yeah.
When he's healthy or not. Obviously.
He literally looks different now. His arm points in a different direction.
He does.
Yeah. So you got any other quarterbacks?
We're good with that.
Yeah. All right. So that was the Sauce Gardner trade. The Quinnen Williams trade, I'm getting some serious 2019, 2020 William O'Brien vibes off of Jerry Jones right now. Remember when O'Brien was the GM, and it's not like the deals were good, but there was always the chance that something was going to happen every day. Like
he was there was no rhyme or reason to when he was going to spend money or where or anything.
Or who he'd pick up off the waiver wire. Yeah. Like they had that one big day where they traded Clowney and they traded Fort Tunsil, and that was a huge day. But then throughout those seasons, it's like, I'm just going to trade the third rounder we got for Clowney. Let's trade him for Gary and Conley. Let's do that. Oh, Vernon Hargraves is available. He was a top 10 pick at once. And Hargraves stuck around through 3 different coaches.
Hargraves,
here.
At least they didn't trade for, though, right?
No, they picked him up off the waiver wire.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there was always the chance. Jones is saucy now.
You could look at any one individual deal and you can make an excuse for it. Even the DeAndre Hopkins, I'll listen to your argument for why he would do that or whatever. But the problem was, it was the sum total of all of them.
It was like picking underdogs in every part of your parlay.
The Patriots traded away Chandler Jones for a second-round pick, which was probably, or it felt like an undervalue. Chandler Jones would go on to be a sack leader for still multiple years after that. But that was one time, and it made sense that, Chandler Jones had also had some incidents while he was up there and everything. So it was a quote-unquote bad trade, but it was a standalone thing.
Yeah.
It was the Texans, it was like they were pulling off some trade like that, both on they were either selling it too low a price or buying it way too high a price all the time.
Well, this is Jerry Jones now.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones trades for George Pickens in the offseason. Jerry Jones trades away Micah Parsons. Ooh, it's a trade deadline. The Jets are selling. Let's call the Jets. But, Jerry, you're 3-5-1. I don't have much time left.
Yeah.
I got to make this trade for Quinnen Williams.
It's what he
now.
actually said, for those of you who didn't hear the audio.
Do you want to? Hey, Ben, can you snag that audio? Give you a minute.
He cited his consigliere, the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, we've got it right here. This is Jerry Jones from our sister station, 105.3 The Fan, yesterday.
Let me just add this up for logic for you. I don't have time, personally, to have a bad time. It's not on my schedule. And so I have a natural urgency because of my age. And so my tomorrows, the immediate tomorrow, are a big thing to me. On the other hand, one of the reasons that we made the decision with our big trade is because I didn't want to saddle the club with that kind of physical, financial responsibility. So it's still there. But the immediacy, the rest of this season, after the bye, that game, all of that is more acute to me than at any time in my life. So I'm into now, but I also have enough discipline not to get in trouble for years to come, which you can do in today's management of caps.
Okay, 3 things I liked. No time for a bad time.
Yeah.
He's got no time for a bad time. Schedule.
That's not like a typical Arkansas way to say schedule, is it?
And I liked how he pronounced physical.
Oh, is that what he? Okay, yeah.
He's talking about the physical and financial. I think he was talking about the cap.
Yeah. He also said he doesn't have time to waste, so he needs to live for today.
Yeah,
but
man.
also that there's certain things you can't do because of the long-term cap implications.
Jerry's in YOLO mode.
YOLO mode. With a governor being the salary cap. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, barely.
Well, that part of it, though, too, is I think with Quinnen Williams, that's the other notable part of it. He's only got 2 years left on his deal. And he's
you can remedy that, though.
You can remedy that. They could extend him or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. And he might like it in Dallas.
I don't just this is the part where I think the 3-5 thing is the part where there's a part of me where I admire somebody who's 3-5 or 3-5-1, but has a lot of potential there on offense, obviously, but the worst defense in the league. Saying it's not over yet. Just because we're 3-5 doesn't mean we're quitting on this season. It's just that it's also to fix that defense.
Yeah.
To fix that defense, it's probably going to take multiple draft picks.
Okay,
and you're giving up for one. The guy who said I'd rather have 6 players instead of Micah Parsons at that one.
Right.
You're trading away two first rounder, a first rounder and a second rounder to bring that one player in.
He's totally changing his tune.
And pay a boatload of money that'll prevent you from signing other players.
They're 3-5-1, so they've got 8 games left. Let's go through their schedule. You want to go through this?
Yeah.
Okay. At Las Vegas.
Possible.
They're
win.
on a bye this week.
Okay.
At Las Vegas on Monday night, coming out of the bye. I think they'll be favored in that game. Home for Philadelphia.
Loss.
Home for Kansas City.
Destroyed.
Okay, so they're 4-7-1. At Detroit.
Destroyed.
4-8-1. Home for Minnesota.
Destroyed.
You think they get destroyed by Minnesota?
No,
JJ
but I think they lose.
You think they lose? So 4-9-1. Okay. Home for the Chargers.
Win.
Okay, 5-9-1. It doesn't even matter at this point. The best they can do is 7-9. They're at Washington and at New York in the final 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I don't like Quinnen Williams is a really good player, but Quinnen Williams is not going to fix that.
He ain't winning Kansas. They played Kansas City and Detroit in back-to-back weeks.
Yeah,
they're going to lose both those games, and there's your 7 losses.
One of the reasons the Bills won, they gave Kansas City a hard time, is the Bills have a really good pass defense, but no run defense at all.
Yep.
And but the Chiefs don't run the ball, so it's kind of like, good luck, whatever. So it's the opposite in adding Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys. It's like, hey, great, might really improve your run defense. But who cares? I guess he'll rush the passer better. There you go.
Are there any moves you saw teams make yesterday where you're like, hey, I wish Nick had called that team, or I wish, because most of the trades that were made were on the defensive side of the ball, and I don't feel like the Texans needed anything defensively. On the offensive side, I can't remember a single tight end getting traded yesterday. The Breece Hall trade never happened. The only trades that, like, as a Texan fan, I looked at, I was like, the Jacoby Myers trade is an issue for the Texans in so much as he's a Jacksonville Jaguar now.
I think the only offensive lineman trade there was yesterday was mega bust Trevor Penning.
Right.
The offensive tackle who I was trying to tell people, years ago was fake tough guy and actually a bad football player, but the Saints said, nope, we're drafting him. They traded him for a 6th-round pick to the Chargers.
They moved him inside this year, the Saints, right?
Yeah, he was playing. I don't know if he played some tackle, but I saw him playing guard when I saw him.
They drafted tackles in each of the last 2 drafts.
Playing awfully at guard the same way he played awfully at tackle.
Oh, well, he fit right in on this
That
team.
was the only. I'm looking at a rundown of all the trades this actual entire season.
Yeah.
And only 2 offensive linemen have been traded the entire season.
Yeah.
Trevor Penning and Cam Robinson.
Yeah, the Texans were moving the other one out, so there you go.
Are the Texans going to try to trade to help out their offensive line after trading away one of their offensive linemen?
Their second most expensive offensive
Their
lineman.
second most expensive offensive lineman traded away for a pit.
Quite a trade deadline yesterday, man.
But that does factor into, like, I'd have to go back and look and see, how many times offensive linemen get traded in season. But it's very real, the concerns about, okay, how hard is it for an offensive lineman to come in and play immediately while learning a new system?
Totally.
Where, other than quarterback, they probably have the most stuff going on in their head before the snap.
Yep.
Actually, more than a lot of quarterbacks, some quarterbacks at least.
Yeah,
so a lot of offensive linemen have more going on in their head before than some quarterbacks.
So looking at you, Levis.
Yeah.
All right? Looking at you. You too, Manziel. All right. We talked about the other deals. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman. It's the true life story of Seth Payne.
Yes.
From Taylor.
Played by Billy Bob Thornton.
Played by Billy Bob Thornton, the guy everybody thought should play Seth Payne. Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton, is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman. New season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Greater than 50% chance of this reunion. Are you in on this reunion for the Houston Astros? That is next.
That was a much
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're talking to Bucky Brooks today. You're going to get us some good Jaguar intel
Bucky
today.
Brooks of the NFL Network or NFL.com and does the color commentary for the radio broadcast for the Jaguars.
Oh, so he's like
sideline. He's sideline.
He's sideline. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't realize he's 54 years old, and I never would have guessed that. Which I should have known. He's older than me. I played on the Jaguar. I was on the same team as him. But
no way. You guys
for
were
1 year,
teammates?
he got traded. They traded him. They got him for 1.5 seasons or something. But I knew he was older than me at the time. But he's 54 years old. But I think there's a combination of he seems kind of youthful. It sounds like a young name.
It's a young man's name.
Let's change our names
to
something younger sounding.
Oh, okay. You know the Boston College. I was watching the Notre Dame Boston College game. They have a running back whose first name is Turbo.
Oh,
yeah. Can I be Turbo?
Turbo Pendergast.
Can I be Turbo?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I like that.
Turbo the Shiv Pendergast. Yes.
I want to be Lucky or something.
Yeah, Lucky.
Lucky Payne.
That's a young man's
That sounds
name.
weird. No, then I got to be careful with my last name because Lucky Payne almost sounds like, oh, turns out I'm into S&M. Didn't even know it. Serendipitous Payne.
Oh, my God. All right, so you're going to be talking to him today. You're going to get us some good nuggets.
About S&M. Yes.
That would be fine.
And
sports adjacent, I suppose, right?
Yeah. But no, because
absorbing punishment.
About the Jaguars,
Yes.
I got to get to the bottom of this Trevor Lawrence thing.
Yes, finally. Somebody will. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, are we up for a reunion with this particular player? This is Chandler Rome on the Crush City podcast talking about not just the possibility, I would even submit the likelihood of Justin Verlander returning to the Houston Astros.
I would put the odds at greater than 50% that it happens. I've not been told that anything is like tangibly close, but I mean, you don't really have to have like backroom sources or anything to hear this. Like, I mean, Justin Verlander, when the Giants came to Houston this year, like Justin said, like on the radio, like, yeah, I'm always open to coming back here. I want to come back here. He said he called Jim Crane last year when the Giants offered him, and Jim at the time said they weren't in a position to do that. Like, you don't need you don't need to know people to know that. Like, he has said that it's very clear that Justin Verlander really likes it here. He and Jim Crane are very good friends. I can imagine that if this does get done, it will be a Justin Verlander and Jim Crane negotiation. I think Dana would be looped in at the last minute to just let him know that, hey, it's happening. And but I don't think – I mean, I think a lot of people would look at it as, oh, like, here we go again. But I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. Justin Verlander was excellent in the second half last year.
2.60 ERA in his last 13 starts.
Now, he was horrendous in the first part of the year, which is why he
couldn't win a game to save his life.
3.85 ERA on the season.
Yeah.
So as impressive as he was, if the Astros were to bring him in at the beginning of the year, I don't know, Sean. Maybe I just know baseball fans better than you. They're not going to be super stoked about him and rocking a 5+ ERA or something in the first part of the season.
That's why you let him just pitch simulated games off to the side for 3 months and then bring him in after the All-Star break.
If you said the figure you're seeing is 1 year, $12 million, it's probably something what he'll get.
Yeah, in that neighborhood.
Yeah, look, they need bodies right now. They,
right.
I mean, it's just as long as Spencer Arrighetti, as long as he has mysterious and vague soreness or whatever, I'm not going to. I'm still waiting to see some kind of update on him that shocks me to the bones.
He ain't displacing anybody who you're like, oh, no, Verlander's in front of this guy.
Right, that's a good point. He's not this. You gotta think real hard and examine yourself where you say, wait a second, is this a sentimental move, like giving Altuve the extension they did, or is this just, does it make good baseball sense? I think the Correa deal made good baseball sense. It's because especially they were moving him to third base because he wasn't playing well in that season, but it was also at the point where you realize, they'd actually wanted to move him to third to help preserve his body. long ago. They just didn't have anybody who could do it with
That's
Minnesota.
a good deal. The Correa deal is a good deal.
Yeah, and especially because Minnesota's still paying part of his salary.
You got him. You gave up a pitcher who Minnesota's already cut.
And then I think with Verlander, as it is with any baseball free agent, it doesn't seem like it should matter, but man, it does. For some players, when they go to a new place in free agency, it just takes them a while to get acclimated, or they never do. Pujols back in the day. And with Verlander, you don't have to worry about that. It's not, so it doesn't feel like it would be as much sentimental. It would be that, hey, look, we know this guy, we know he fits the culture, we know he's part of the culture that we want, and he pitched well this season, and he is old, but he did pitch 152 innings this last year. Mm-hmm. In 2022, he pitched 175 innings. 2023, 162. But then, this is my one lingering concern. 2020, in the last 4 years, where do you suppose he was when he had the most injuries? Oh, he was an Astros pitcher. He was an Astro, and he pitched 90 innings.
He wasn't good in 20. When he was pitching, he wasn't good. He had an ERA of 5.5.
Yeah.
He is getting there at a snail's pace right now, so he might not get there. But I wonder how important 300 wins is to him. He's got 266.
He does care about wins.
Yeah,
he's not new age like those stats don't matter. He's been very open about caring about wins.
Well, and he would be. I mean, he'd be the last of his kind.
Yeah.
266 wins. I mean, he needs 3 more good seasons to get to that. We're talking about pitching past the age of 45.
I'm guessing he's trying not to think about that.
Maybe not.
That's too far out.
I guess, but you got to build to it. I mean, that's honestly, from an accolade standpoint, that's all that's left for him, is getting to 300 wins. He's won multiple World Series. He's won multiple Cy Youngs. He's won an MVP. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's won strikeout crowns. He's done it all individually and as being part of a team. I just wonder, okay, I want to go to a team. If he gets to 300 wins, he will be the last guy to get there just because of the way baseball is now. You get to 15 wins nowadays, forget about 20. You get to 15, you're an ace these days.
He had cited a while back that he wants to pitch until he's 45.
Yep.
And I think he said it again or reiterated it again at some point.
Yeah.
The fun thing about that is that you always end up getting, in conversations about Tom Brady or Justin Verlander or some other old athletes, Nolan Ryan is still the standard that they point to.
Yeah.
And it makes sense for people who throw a ball as well to kind of think about that Nolan Ryan, even though it was decades ago, he's still almost looked at as, okay, that's the terminal age. Who knows if you can make it past 45. Nolan Ryan is the 4-minute mile. Might not be possible for anybody to really go much past 45. So people set it at 45.
That's the wins. He's got 266. So can Justin Verlander put together 3 more 12-win seasons? And I think that's important to him, I think. And if you look at this Astros team, how many wins did they leave on the field for Hunter Brown because they couldn't score any runs last year?
Yeah.
Does he want to go to a team that has a good offense? I think there's a lot of teams. I think there's a lot of teams that would pay Justin Verlander 1 year $12 million.
Well, and Verlander did have.
Go to the Blue Jays. He got half the Astros are up there already.
He had that 1 year. It feels like there were multiple instances of this, but I know there's the 1 year where it was like it felt like the first half of the season he wasn't getting any run support at all as he was pitching really well.
It was 2018.
Yeah.
He finished 16-9 with a 2.52 ERA.
Yeah.
It was 2018.
He just did not get run support.
Yeah.
The bats went dead whenever Verlander was up there.
Yep. So I think that'll be a big deal to him. Meanwhile, other Astros news. They waived a bunch of guys, but the 2 biggest names, the 2 most prominent names, the 2 names that I reckon would not have to pay for a drink when they return to Houston for a reunion or whatever, are Chas McCormick and Luis Garcia. Chas, of course, best known for the catch.
Fly ball right center field. McCormick on the move. He's at the track. He's at the wall. Makes the grab. Chas McCormick. 2 gone in the 9th.
That was Game 5 against the Phillies, 2022. Ryan Presley on the mound. Ashton and JT Realmuto took it for a ride, but Chas went up and made the grab.
The weirdness of Chas McCormick, other than the injuries and everything that happened, after his stretches of promising play, was just how it just seemed like Dusty hated him. There were times where
he hated him reportedly, according to Chandler in his article yesterday about this, said 4 sources told me that Dusty thought that Chas had a weight problem.
Yeah.
And then Dusty's like, I bring him banana pudding every day. Why would I bench him for a weight problem? And it's like, Dusty, maybe you're the reason he has a weight problem.
He's like, maybe that was evidence of him not liking him. It was like, I'm going to fatten this goose up. You know, I'm going to just keep him, and then I'll have at least. Yeah. Maybe Dusty hated him for different reasons altogether, but he wanted to have a plausible reason to keep him benched, and it was to fatten him up.
Dusty hated Chaz, seemed to hate Yiner. At least hated playing Yiner. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember all the time?
Chandler Rowe.
He hated Chandler Rowe. I was just going to say, those are 3 people Dusty hated. Those 3 people.
He didn't hate Yiner as much as he just didn't trust him. Didn't trust rookies and loved
Maldi, yeah. So we'll remember Chaz for that. Luis Garcia probably will best be remembered for his rock the baby delivery that he ended up having to change and tweak, both for rule change and injury reasons.
Yeah.
By the time Luis Garcia was done, it looked like he was quick shot putting the ball to home plate.
It looked like he was going to throw a baby across the room or something.
Yeah.
A whole different one. It wasn't nearly as
at this game. He pitched 5 innings in that 18-inning game. He didn't start.
Right.
He pitched 5 scoreless innings in that 18-inning game against Seattle. That'll probably be the performance that, ironically,
there were
for
a lot of good
guy,
pitching performances in that game.
Yeah.
Because nobody was getting a hit.
Right, but he probably wasn't even expecting to pitch that day.
Right.
You know, like 5 scoreless innings. That'll probably be the one that gets.
What was the final score of that game?
1-0. Jeremy Pena. Yeah, man. What a wild game.
I forgot it was that bad. I thought it was 2-1 or something.
No, 1-0. 1-0. But all the smoke, right? You said there was a.
That's from the forest fires.
Yeah.
I still to this day maintain that they couldn't see the ball.
You blame that. Yep.
It was just skewed enough by all the particles in the air.
Yep.
Yeah.
Text message. I'm on delay regarding Paul Gallant going through TSA pre while he let his girlfriend go through the regular security check.
Yeah.
If I paid for pre-check, my ass is using it every time. Sorry, new girlfriend. See you on the other side.
Man, it's not that expensive. It's like $85 over 5 years.
It's the best contract ever. 5 years, $85.
Man, it's a girlfriend thing. It's different. It's just different. You gotta,
especially early in a relationship.
Yeah, early in a relationship, you got to be the consummate gentleman, man. Yeah, like at some point, your natural tendencies it'll be impossible to keep them down. Listen, be real, be genuine, be authentic, all of that. But there's degrees to it. All right,
what do you think? What do you think Paul's gentleman quotient is?
I feel like he might be like the consummate gentleman in a lot of situations, but then there might be other situations where he's just kind of oblivious.
This might be a lack
to what
of
a girl
self-awareness.
wants, what a girl needs. Yeah.
I'll confirm with him today when I go on his stream.
Yeah. I think this is the thing about that. There's a lot of women that just flat out wouldn't care. They're like, yeah, sure, go ahead. But there are some that would care. For me, that's not like a deal breaker. Like, I don't look at it. If a woman needed or would prefer that I stayed with her, it wouldn't feel to me like, oh, she's needy or something. I get it. I could understand.
She probably just wants your company.
Right. But, like, I wouldn't want that to be the thing where she's all of a sudden thinking, like, wait a second, what the hell kind of who's this guy going to be as a dependable source of strength?
Shouldn't be a deal breaker, right?
It wouldn't be a deal breaker, but it's one of those things where, I don't know, the women are always evaluating you. It's just a little bit of, I don't know.
Side eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear
you. Maybe I'm too soft. I don't know.
Maybe you've been married too long.
I love that. Most of my friends that are like genuinely just like, listen, I call the shots and everything.
Yeah.
They love to give relationship advice. And they've all been divorced twice.
Right.
It's like, but they'll give you the advice about how you're supposed to treat a woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I need one more divorce before I fit into that category.
Yeah. Listen, you don't take any crap from her. I'll tell you what. That's why I had to divorce the third one. There's got to be some give and take, man. It's not a male-female thing. It's a human relationship thing. Any relationship you're in with anybody, there's got to be a little give and take.
Yeah.
Unless you're a really successful sociopath.
Yeah.
Just keep doing what you do.
Yeah.
It's worked for you.
Yeah,
for the rest of us non-sociopaths, you got to do a little give and take.
All right. Preparing for the Jags. Let's start looking ahead here. Quarterback and offensive line, we got concussions. We will hear from the Texans head coach from his coach's show coming up next. But first, the other thing too, the advice I would give you if you're in a relationship.
9.
Aram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on. Here was DeMeco Ryans. We'll find out in a few minutes. DeMeco Ryans, his coach's show earlier this week. This is where, if you were holding out any hope of C.J. Stroud playing this weekend, and we'll get a full injury report today, I would imagine both C.J. Stroud and Titus Howard both out with concussions as they work their way through the protocol. But this kind of hammered it home. It's going to be a Davis Mills show on Sunday. Here was DeMeco Ryans preparing as if Davis will be the starter.
Yeah, as we start with game planning, we'll start with Davis. Like we know we have to prepare as if Davis is playing. Just having the guys in the concussion protocol. As I've been here, is not many times that a guy's had a concussion on a Sunday and played the following Sunday. It's just hard to pass all of the steps that you need to pass. So we'll prepare and press forward as if Davis is starting.
All right, so I don't think, unlike the last time C.J. Stroud went out concussed, Seth, as you pointed out yesterday, 2023, Week 14, C.J. gets concussed against the Jets. The next week they go up to Nashville to play the Tennessee Titans. And then a little chicanery at the end of the week. You know, Davis was number 2 on the depth chart all year, and bam, Case Keenum starting. This sounds like Davis is going to be starting.
Yeah, it sounds 100%
no
like going to
curveballs
be Davis Mills. Yeah, and hopefully with a full week of preparation, you see a different product than you had out there on the field. The Jaguars, Jaguars, Broncos, but they do a few things particularly well. They gave the Texans trouble last time. One, they've Josh Hines Allen.
They employ Josh Hines Allen. They do a really good job of having Josh Hines Allen as an employee of the team.
So it'll be a nice little measuring stick. I'm getting tired of talking about measuring stick games, but for the offensive line and their inability to either handle guys one-on-one on the left side of the line or just handle some of the games and the stunts and the blitzes the Jaguars had, it was a bad day for the offensive line, or at least a few of the offensive line men. And I think Ariante Ursary learned some lessons from that. I thought he did a better job by and large than I expected him to versus Nick Bonito last week. But Josh Hines Allen is a different type of pass rusher, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get DeMeco meets with the media today. I doubt CJ does. Usually CJ would, but if you're in the concussion protocol, I don't think they're. If Davis meets with the media today, that'll be another indicator that this thing's probably a slam dunk on Sunday. The other one is Titus Howard. He's in the concussion protocol, and this plays right into what you were talking about. How do they protect whoever's playing quarterback on Sunday? This was DeMeco on his coach's show on not having Titus and the impact that would have on being able to use that 6-man offensive line formation that they like.
Yeah, I mean, we've liked that package to put us in position to run the football, feeling like we had an advantage there running the ball and also protecting if we want to go play action pass. But, we lost Titus, don't want to lose Titus. But, hey, Blake, step up, man. Let's go. This is your time to shine. Let's get out there and let's go. That doesn't mean we can't run the football. Sure. Now just Harrison used Dalton a little bit more. We use British at the tight end spot as well, a couple run plays. So we can still run our offense, and we can run it and run everything is at our disposal. Sure. Even though Titus went out and Blake had to step in.
Yeah, look, there's no good way to answer that.
Those names. The names were not inspiring confidence.
Yeah, if he's being 100% honest, you say, we're running it for a reason. Yeah. There was a reason we had 6 offensive linemen in there. Yeah. It's because the only way we could get some things done was to have 6 offensive linemen in there. So it's a hit to the way that we had we'd figured out a way to overcome some of our deficiencies by playing 6 offensive linemen. Yeah, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not expecting DeMeco to be like, I guess it's Blake Fisher and Harrison Bryant. Like he's taking the appropriate tone there for the head coach. I'm talking about me as a fan. Hearing those names, I'm like, okay, this does not sound like an offense that's going to move the football right now.
He's saying, listen, the guys that we thought weren't as good a choice to play tight end as putting an offensive lineman there. Yeah, we have them to do that with. Blake Fisher leapfrogged over an actual tight end and a fullback / tight end to play tight end for the Texans. Despite, as far as we know, not really having any threat as a receiver, that's what the situation was. Yeah. So listen, don't worry. We've got guys who were displaced by an actual offensive lineman at their position.
Yep. All right, last one here from DeMeco. His last question from coaches. Imagine the press conference today will be heavy on two things: injury, very vague injury updates.
Yeah, because they can't say anything about that. They don't know. The coaches barely actually, they have no input into the concussion protocol.
And the Jags. So here is, from his coach's show, the first quick look at the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, just with the Jaguars, I think, again, Liam has done a really good job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really turning over the culture of that team, right? They've been finding a way to win games. Like, they're doing a really good job. Their defense is playing outstanding. They attack the football, and they found a way to move it. With Trevor, they found a way to score points. And field goal kicker, as you mentioned, just hit the longest one in the history of the NFL. It was a 68 yards, so it was a long kick. Hopefully DeMeco is ready to block another one.
Yeah, low trajectory on those long kicks.
He's got 2 straight games with a field goal block.
Yeah.
DeMeco Autry.
That's trending towards,
he's on pace to do
10
one
by the end of the season.
He's on pace. Those are the only 2 games he's played in. He's blocked a field goal. He's on pace to block a field goal in every single game he plays in this year.
11, it would be 11 more, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's one every game.
That is a 14 blocked kicks is a lot of blocked
in a
kicks
career
for an NFL player.
I think
it's a punt, some PATs, and field goals.
Yeah, and
those are all kicks.
Yes, there were a few punts in there. Yeah,
one punt.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's right. One punt, some PATs. Yeah. So that's DeMeco Autry, man. The kicking game is going to be a big story in this game because I think it's going to be low scoring. I think the Texans defense is going to do a pretty good job of smothering Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And I think
it's the death by 1,000 field goals offense.
I think it's
that they're going to be rolling with.
I think this game is going to be death by 1,000 field goals. Nico pointed out on the other side, he's been inconsistent, but he's got a big leg. He's got a leg where once they cross midfield, he's a threat to kick a field goal.
Yeah.
And then we'll see. The drama with the Texans kicking game is this, whatever this Kaimi injury is.
By the way, that whole death by 1,000 cuts thing, because CJ always sounded, back before he was in a better place, he always sounded like he was grudgingly saying, like, yeah, it's just death by 1,000 cuts.
He didn't sound
offense.
like he was bragging about it.
I think it needs better advertising. It needs a catchier name. I was thinking like a switchblade offense.
Ooh.
As opposed to, you're not bombing away. Yeah. That's not your weapon of choice.
Right.
Not the heavy artillery, but you're getting in there close with a switchblade.
It's got to be a weapon that feels at least somewhat threatening.
Lethal.
If I ran up to you in the hallway here with a piece of paper and I just started swinging it like this,
right, to give me 1,000 paper cuts.
Give you 1,000 paper cuts, you'd be like, okay, you just grab the paper and you crumple it up and throw it in my face.
Death by 1,000 cuts is not ever anything that really, it creates fear or anything. It's kind of like, oh boy, they're just going to keep chipping away at this. And,
what about getting eaten by carpenter ants?
Carpenter ant offense?
Yeah.
How about piranha?
Oh, that's vicious.
Yeah, it's the
barracuda.
Barracuda. They're not like piranha. I don't think
they're not.
I think
I thought they were.
Yeah, they're just one. They're not like pack
You're the
hunters.
nature guy. I'll trust you.
Well, I mean, you got the fishing guy across from you.
The barracuda or not? Oh,
barracuda is like one
you can
big
actually
fish.
swim with them.
You can swim with barracuda?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I wouldn't make a habit of it. But
you mean like if I put them on my feet, like like the
piranha?
I can use them to swim.
Piranha, we know are vicious. That's a good one.
Yeah, and they're a pack. They're thousands. It's 1,000 piranha.
Death by 1,000 piranha.
Yeah,
I'm down with that. So how you guys doing? In the loop. You hear John. There's Reggie right there.
What up?
How are you?
I don't know how I am. Like, I feel
womp.
Okay. I guess that'll.
Oh, but you guys were on the air. Was that for the Texans trade deadline? Yeah. I'm trying to decide if I should be mad about that when all the positions of need that we've been talking about, none of the nobody was trading for any of those guys yesterday. So I'm like, are the other 30 teams or 31 teams mad that they weren't trading for running backs and guards and tight ends?
But they're not the Texans, Sean.
I understand. I get it.
I guess what the biggest thing I was surprised at was that the Browns weren't active sellers. That I thought that they've got some pieces on that.
Traded a defensive player.
Yeah, it's a depth defensive end.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't have it like the tight end. Yeah, Njoku or somebody like that.
Yeah. Maybe they believe they're closer than we think in Cleveland. Who the hell knows?
Who knows? Yeah. All right. So myself and Lopez were kind of having a very nice argument all throughout the show. Once we saw the mega trade that happened, sending Sauce Gardner into the division.
Mm-hmm.
Lopez, I don't want to mischaracterize your opinion on this. However,
mine was basically they are all in, and if the Texans made a similar trade, obviously it wouldn't be on the defensive side, but if the Texans made a similarly big trade and were 7-2 we'd be excited.
Even though the trade is getting killed by a lot of people for the Colts giving up too much.
Yeah, that we'd be like, all right, here we go.
Yes, right. And I think that's what fans.
If it was I don't know, it would have to be an offensive player for.
But even if you similarly overpaid for a player that maybe is not at that same mark.
Garrett Wilson off the same team.
Sure.
He was rookie of the year. You trade a couple of first for CJ's old college teammate to come in as a receiver.
I would be.
In the moment
because it's this year, you're going for it, you're all in,
Now with the Cowboys, it's different though because I think
we're talking about the Colts.
Okay,
because they're 7-2. They made this big trade. They're all in.
I was just thinking of the two big ones. Sean and I have kind of been talking about the two big ones from the Jets, almost on the same.
And he and others.
The Colts definitely.
Yeah.
And I think because what they think is, if I'm a Colts fan, I'm kind of thinking like, well. I was going into this season, I was thinking we're going to have to probably spend 2 first-round picks to get a quarterback or draft a quarterback to trade up or whatever. But it looks like we may have stumbled into Daniel Jones being the guy.
Yeah.
So, all right, this is found money. Let's spend those picks.
Well, the question I asked with the Daniel Jones being the guy, he's on a 1-year deal. You're still going to need to go back.
Pay him.
And now I think that depending on how friendly Daniel Jones wants to be, I think that you have less leverage knowing that you don't have first-round picks.
Without question.
So he could probably take you for another $10 million on an average annual value.
And I think they understand that, though.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just I don't think. I mean, Chris Ballard's not a dummy,
right?
Like he knows that.
And I didn't mention this yesterday, and I probably should have. But how did we feel about the Will Anderson 33?
And that got criticized by a lot of people.
But how did we feel?
Too expensive. We got excited about it.
I was
we
there.
were excited. We were angrily defending the trade.
We got excited. We got excited.
And we hadn't. We weren't.
John.
I say we, but we weren't 7-2. You know, that was an unknown.
The big variable with the Will Anderson trade was the Texans putting their own pick in there, and everybody in the world thinking that it was going to be a top 5 pick for Arizona the next year. And it turns out the Texans were one of the final 8 teams standing.
Sure. Right.
So
but what I'm saying is that's 2 very high picks.
Of course it is. Yeah, you traded a second and your own first next year. No, but here's where I was going with this. The Texans were obviously more confident in their ability to put together a good season the next year. The difference between giving the 5th pick overall and the 27th pick overall is massive. These are just, all they are right now is they're just labeled as first-round picks.
Yeah.
Not all first-round picks are created equal.
Correct.
So this is, to me, this is a 3-pronged statement by Chris Ballard and the Colts. One, they were this desperate to get a defensive back. Their defensive backfield is the Achilles heel of their team. And so they said, if we're going to go big or go home, and they got Sauce Gardner. Number 2, I do think this is a referendum on Daniel Jones. He's played 9 games for you, and he's bottomed out many, many times in his career before. If he bottoms out, and he bottomed out last Sunday.
100%.
He had 5 turnovers last Sunday.
Yeah.
That's number 2. And number 3 is it is a statement on what you think this team is going to be this year and next year.
Right.
You think that we are a team that whoever has our first-round picks is going to be, at best,
100%
picking in the late 20s. I don't know that I agree with any of it, but that's the thought
thing on it, because I do appreciate you bringing up the Will Anderson Jr. Kind of comparison. The only thing is that's a rookie contract. His money is just hitting Sauce Gardner.
That's a great point too. Yeah, I mean it's an even bigger bet.
Yeah.
The Cody Stutes probably paints the picture best for maybe why Texans fans are upset about nothing happening yesterday. Cody Stutes says Tennessee Titans added a pick that can end up high as a 4th-round pick. The Jaguars added wide receiver Jacoby Myers. The Indianapolis Colts added Sauce Gardner. The Houston Texans extended linebacker Jake Hansen.
He did.
That was a big. So as everybody else was out making these stupid aggressive moves, Texans were building from the bottom up.
Signed a kicker.
Yeah.
Signed a kicker too.
Take that.
Yeah.
Just slow and steady winning the race, baby.
How was it?
Why is Agumbawala even on the team if he can't be backup kicker?
Wow.
That's what nobody's talking about right there. That was good. I didn't get to hear. I was out at a client yesterday when the Sauce news came down. I returned to my car to see push notifications all over my phone. What was that like being on the air? That's a huge trade.
It was wild. I don't even remember what we were in the middle of talking about, but I saw that and I was like, oh, goodness.
That's
all right, breaking news.
Yeah, that's a breaking.
And what's funny is, for me, because I think you can tell, I'm a lot less high on it as I think you are, John Lopez. Not to saying that like you
Not
absolutely
that I'm high.
love
I'm
it,
with you. I'm with Reggie.
I think it's. I don't approve of it. I think they were way too aggressive. I was looking at it from John's perspective. Of if I were a fan of the Colts, I would say like, oh hell yeah.
That is my perspective.
Yeah, both can be true.
Sure, but trying to be from more of a neutral perspective, like way over. overpay, but in the great move because they were able to get him. And then I saw the cost and I was like, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I am back on the other. So that swing of the being on air, obviously, where you guys got to digest it, I was like, oh, yeah, what a move. But oh, never mind.
No, that's the best. When we're doing stuff like this, that's the best. From a Texans fan perspective, I was like, go for it. I mean, like, knock yourself out. From a host perspective, I'm like, whew, 3 segments eaten up.
It was fun to
Show
talk about.
prep just got easier.
How much did you guys go into the Carly Ursay-Gordon of this? Because I do wonder how much. I wonder how much of this is a deal that happens if Jim Irsay is in charge.
That's a nobody talked about on this show.
That's the daughter of Jim Irsay, who's now of the siblings. She's the one that's in control.
And she's like down on the sideline with a headset on. Like she's very active.
Because this is a trade that you have to get the ownership approval.
No question.
Big time.
No question. Yeah.
I probably have to do some convincing.
I like the cut of her jib. I've seen a few press conferences with her. I like her. I think it's awesome what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Question of the. Oh, by the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLTAM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. What's the question of the day?
Well, I mean, obviously, we saw what the trade deadline looked like. We were kind of waiting and seeing, and ultimately nothing really happened there. At that time period when we were waiting, the Texans put out a tweet that
2:50 p.m.
2:50 p.m. right there, 10 minutes before the trade deadline, and it was about some influencers getting some Texan swag.
It's a nice swag they got.
It was some nice swag, which I think made people a little bit more upset. That kind of led to a read the room reaction.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, okay, you're doing this right when people are salivating.
Oh, the Texans just tweet
a juice steak dinner, and here comes
a biscuit.
Yeah,
chicken of the sea. And so with that, what's an
Michael
unforgettable
Dukakis campaign button?
What is an unforgettable read the room moment for you? 713-572-4610.
A read the room moment.
Yeah. Okay. For not me personally, but I was at a funeral once, or a memorial service, and everybody was kind of doing the thing at the dinner or the brunch afterwards, and people were standing up and saying nice things about the deceased, except for one person who got up and basically cut like the Michael Jordan Hall of Fame acceptance speech on this dead guy.
A good rest in peace, both. I respect it.
And he was really he really got up and he was trying to give kind of talk about how he was a quirky guy and everything, but it came off bad, man. It was really uncomfortable.
So he didn't mean to be mean or anything. It was just
I don't know.
Really?
I think he was trying to not sound mean, but he couldn't help it. Like, he still had a lot of baggage.
You just reminded me of one. Happened to me not even 4 or 5 years ago. So we went to this friend of ours' house whose mother died in her mid-40s from cancer. And wife.
It is funny. I can see why you're laughing.
Yeah, I was like, I hear it.
It's just hysterical, John.
And I walked into the house, and just out of instinct, like I often do with you guys, I said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Oh yeah,
awful. Just quite literally not reading the room.
Not
He's
good.
dead.
My wife just died of cancer, and I went, "Oh,
great point."
Good. I like that.
What did he say?
Well, it was just awkward from. I mean, it was just
not great, John.
I'm cool. Thanks for asking.
Hey, I'm cool.
I'm cool. Yeah,
but I say that all the time.
So yeah, it turns out there's a life insurance policy. Not bad, John. Not bad.
You guys good? I would say any moment from a Tua Tagovailoa podium over the past 2 months.
Bad recently.
Probably is a read the room moment.
That's a good one.
Hey, look at him doing this Goodwill Hunting thing with the play call while they're 2-5 at the.
Yeah, he has no capacity for understanding how things land or anything. I wonder what his conversation was like with Jalen Hurts after Jalen Hurts got benched in the national championship game. I could see Tua totally going up to him and be like, "Wow, I feel like I was better than I thought I was going to be. What do you think?" Like, I just I was really surprised.
That's great. Yeah. So I just say Tua. That's my whole answer.
That's a good, especially to the point of, I do wonder, and I think was it Diana Rossini were kind of reporting that they actually might be willing to stick with Mike McDaniel. Like, I do wonder if all of this factored into the organization and Stephen Ross, the owner there, looking and going, "Yeah, we saddled you with the tough one there, big dog. My bad.
Sorry for the hickey.
My bad, brother."
Yeah. And that would affect the thought process for a lot of people here in Houston, I think, who are rooting for Mike McDaniel to hit the old Indeed.com vat.
I remember one time I was my high school girlfriend was trying on some dresses that her mom had gotten her. So it was her mom and me and my girlfriend, and She tried when it's C. And apparently her mom did not like that.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, that's hot. Can't wait to rip that off.
God, the way Seth's describing it is like me, my girlfriend, and her mom, and we're all trying. She's trying on dresses. I'm like,
she was going into the other room to change dresses.
Feels like a category on the hub.
We know his search history.
Yeah.
She was not a mom I'd like to do anything with. Okay. That was, there was no tension there.
Which makes it even kinkier.
Which made me also want to be like, listen, lady.
You wouldn't know sexy if it would bit you. Yeah. All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Fellas, have a great show. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a sexy dress to your.
Thank you. Well, I was wearing fishnet last week.
You were.
It's true. For Halloween, so
Can
you
confirm.
never know. You never know.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Have a great show. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. See y'all tomorrow on a Thursday. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You damn Skippy, you start now. It's a Wednesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. John Lopez, as he said, sitting next to me. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you. Get involved with the program, as we always ask you to. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And always, we appreciate the Mo Karam and Drew Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. We have, I don't know what we did that made Payne and Pendergast.
We keep it 100.
It just hits.
It's like that. It's like that Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco bad take that I cannot listen to enough. Yeah,
you can repurpose that tomorrow.
Oh. Which one was that even about? Oh, that's about Watson, the big 400-pound,
450-pound. Yeah, where it was such an awesomely bad take by both of them.
It's like watching a train wreck about to come together, right?
Yeah.
Let's get going on a Wednesday here. Those various different places where you can get involved, and obviously you can listen to us on any way you can get us. The iHeart, Odyssey app, TuneIn app, YouTube, Twitch, all those various different places. But kind of anticlimactic there, John Lopez, now wasn't it?
Nah, it was, and I have questions for you. I have a question for you.
You always got questions. I can't even just say things. You're just gonna have a question.
I can't shake it. They told us something, right? They told
directly
us,
because I'm not used to being told things
well,
directly.
they indicated something. I can't figure out what it is.
That's all right. Let's do some working out. What do you feel like the Texans indicated to you?
I have options.
713-572-4610.
And I'm not necessarily saying I believe in any or all of these options, but anytime you do something like this and you are a contender, I mean, you fancy yourself a contender.
Yeah, I was about to say we might have to slow down there, big fella.
You fancy.
We might have to slow your.
You fancy yourself coming into the season. You did. That's for dang sure. So option one. They believe that they are in a dead zone. They're kind of in purgatory. They're not good enough to make them through all the options. And Figgy, you hop into and tell me if any of these strike you.
Okay, I got it. Let me get on my pen so I can keep
option number one, they're in a purgatory. They're not good enough to make a move, but they're not so bad or don't think they're so bad that they have to start thinking about next year. That's option number one. Because they told us something by not doing this.
Sure.
Option number two is a bit of a John Lopez special, an OG special, because I think this happens a lot in sports and people don't recognize it. Nick Caserio kind of pulled a B.O.B. He kicked the can down the road a little bit. And let me explain. If he made a big move this year and it didn't work out, he would be under fire even that much more, right? I mean, it would be like, look, he traded for fill in the blank, and they still didn't make the playoffs, and they still finished with whatever the record was. So I think he could easily sell the McNairs on standing pat. Hey, look, we think we can do this year. We think we still have a chance here and there. And by doing that, he kind of buys himself more time for next year. You know what I mean? So he's kind of in self-preservation mode. Option three, the C.J. Stroud concussion was a factor. Like they know that it's going to be at least this week, maybe 2 weeks, and you can't bet on that. You can't bet on this team when your franchise quarterback is out for at least 1 or 2 weeks. Option four, outside of parting with premium draft picks, there simply wasn't anything they could trade. And we're talking Christian Harris, you mentioned it, Dameon Pierce, Darrell Taylor. They didn't have it.
Christian Harris.
Yeah, Christian Harris, they realized there simply wasn't any way to fix their biggest issue, which is the offensive line. So was it purgatory? They're in a dead zone, and they just said, whatever, shoulder shrug. Nick Caserio kind of kicking the can down the road a bit and self-preservation. C.J. Stroud concussion was a factor. Outside of parting with premium draft picks, they didn't have anything, and they didn't want to separate from the premium draft picks. Or they know the offensive line is a mess, and they can't fix it.
I would like to say that I don't view this as a quiz where you select a singular answer. I agree. I view this more as a menu where an a la carte menu.
I'll have a little of this.
Yeah, dog. Yeah. So I would like to start with the one that feels that felt strongest to me personally, which is number 5 on the menu here. John Lopez, let me get a number 5.
You want mashed potatoes or French fries?
No pickles. Please, French fries, man. I don't trust this establishment to do mashed potatoes correctly. Y'all put the gravy on it instead on the side. I don't love that. There's no way to fix the main issue, I don't think there was a singular move that was going to fix the issues that you had. In part because, and I think a lot of people probably agree with this, I think that there's an issue when it comes to just the organization of the offense right now. So I don't know that a Breece Hall was going to fix that or an offensive lineman was going to fix that. I think that I'm trying to remember which one of these would fall into, but hey, one of the things that Sean mentioned is absolutely the case here, which none of those players moved.
Yeah.
Right. None of those pieces even were moved. I remember that there was I can't even remember.
That might fall into the Christian Harris, Dameon Pierce, Darrell Taylor thing. You didn't have the assets to get and pick.
Sure.
So maybe you couldn't, you know what I mean?
Because I know that Breece Hall in particular was one that people were really fascinated by, and I think that still falls in number 5 in my estimation, but a lot of people were fascinated by the idea of getting some level of, even if they didn't want to say it explicitly, Joe Mixon replacement, of somebody who had that caliber of burst, that caliber of explosion, that could carry that kind of load in a way that maybe Woody Marks either isn't fully prepared for or maybe they are not willing to give him. I don't know. But the reporting was that the Chiefs even had a 4th rounder on the table willing to go if Breece Hall would be released by the Jets. And the Jets were like, no, we will not go any further than a 3rd.
Yeah.
And so I imagine looking at the Texans, ain't no way that they should be in the business of giving a 3rd in that moment, which again, I feel like there's no way to fix that issue because you can't get there. But then also, I do believe that the Stroud concussion probably was a factor in that you know where you are, right? And maybe I think, well, not even maybe, I believe that this organization has a higher belief in what this team is than maybe even the outside and anybody, whether it's us, the fans, what have you.
Yeah.
And they go not just on a singular year plan because you have to view this in more than just 1 year. You use a few years, 2-3 seasons. They still believe themselves to be capable of being good, even if not for the rest of the season next year. So you end up in this interesting purgatory, which again falls into one of how good can we be this year to where we need to go all in and really maybe overpay even to get something versus keeping ourselves close enough to go and re-rack next year at the given time. Because there are pieces and there is things in tow. And there's a reason and be competitive, be a playoff team, and maybe even go and compete in the AFC. There's good reason. There's reason for that. And so you look at this and you go, what happens in another year if you have still that same foundation? There's no need to cut into it. So I think that all those things probably factored in to them not making a move.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on option 2, which was a kick the can down the road a little bit.
Yeah.
I can see Nick Caserio maybe talking to the Menaires like, hey, look, I'm trying to make some moves right now. I'm looking at Breece Hall, but the price is a little too high on the brick. And it seemed like the Jets was kind of charging a lot anyway. So I can see him saying, hey, this is a first-year offense. We might not make it this year. We're still trying to get everything together. So maybe this year's not the year. Maybe it'll take 2 years to get the offense where we really want it to be. Next year, we'll be able to maybe get more pieces on the offensive line to kind of get the real players we want. This was kind of a retool type of year. I can see him selling the Menaires on that and not making the move.
I'm curious what our listeners and viewers are thinking. 713-572-4610 and certainly on Twitch and YouTube. My thought, that's part of mine, Figgy. That's one of mine. I think it's a combination of 1 and 2, and I think it's pretty straightforward. Because 1, they are in a dead zone. And keep in mind, the 2 teams ahead of them made really big moves, and we'll get to that later as well. So I think they're like, look, we're not good. enough right now. So let's just do what we can, with what we have, try to get better, that whole thing. And I think that ties in with number 2. Like these people are these are careers that they love, that are very well paid. And Nick Caserio doesn't need that heat. If they, and I'm not saying I would be any different. I mean, it's like, hey, let's see what we can do. And next year, we got a second-year offense, like Figgy said. We've got, we presume a second-year offense. But anyway, we've got some assets.
I don't think you can presume.
I know. We got an extra pick so it's smart for us to make a run with what we have and then even get better next year.
Yeah, they might go all in on the offensive line next year.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
There's a text that comes in on the text line from the 843 that kind of, if I'm to sum it up, seems to be: is it possible that Cal and Hannah are saying something from the rather ownership level of Caserio being on a shorter leash, maybe not having as much leeway to do some of these things? Does that fall within the realm of plausibility for you? Because I do think that there probably is the possibility for moves at a middle level that I don't know that you need to go to management and go, hey, this is one of those big ones that I really need your sign off on. And we know this organizational structure allows their management to have a decent amount of leeway when it comes to decision making. The thing I will keep coming back to is you didn't see we don't have any factual evidence that, well, this is what it would have cost to get a tight end because none of those moved. This is what it would have cost to get an offensive lineman because none of those moved, as we talk about a lot, right?
All we have is Breece Hall.
Small that we have, and what we are looking at is it's probably a cost that I don't know that we would have been all that comfortable with. So unless there was like a big swing that this team would make, and I don't even know how happy I would be, is considering the foundational issues that we seem to have with what they're trying to do. I don't know that I can necessarily get on board that this would come from the top down, but it is an interesting thought that was put out there.
Yeah, I think, and the reality probably is a little of all 5 of these and maybe more played into it. But if I had to, just looking at what other teams did, looking at what they had to trade, looking at where they are in the standings and otherwise, I think they're like, is it smart? Is it even smart?
Yeah, I was going to ask y'all this. If y'all were the GM, knowing where the Texans are right now and seeing what everybody else in the division is doing, would you feel comfortable making a stronger move, thinking you could kind of run the table and make the playoffs, or would you kind of hold your cards?
I mean, short answer is no, right?
I wouldn't feel comfortable making a big move.
No. There's a lot of mitigating things.
Now, if I seen the offense has some spark to it, and I'm like, okay, we can run the table, then I would consider doing this. But right now, just what I've been seeing on the field from the offense, I just don't feel comfortable making a big splash just to kind of keep up with the Joneses.
No, I 100% agree. Honestly, the somewhat disappointment is that they weren't able to kind of cash out on the perimeter a little bit to maybe
the margins.
Like I mean, someone like a Darrell Taylor, and I understand that they value him, and I know DeMeco loves having a deep rotation of pass rushers, but you're not guaranteed to have him next year or out of happen. Now, of course, it takes 2 to tango. Were there going to be people out there that had a desire for those things? That's a fair question to ask. But we saw the Browns trade a depth edge rusher in this trade deadline.
Sure did.
I do wonder if, hey, you couldn't have cashed out a little bit in some of these places depth-wise and give yourself even more ammo to go and fix some of the issues that we felt like you had coming into this season if, in the next offseason that presents itself. But we'll see. We'll see if ultimately they make the right decision. That's one of the things about anything in sports is that in time you get to see whether a decision was the right one or not. But in the moment, we're just kind of left with the team that we have, the questions that we've had, and you move on to, I was going to say on to Jacksonville, but on to at least the Jags when they come to town on Sunday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Wednesday. Coming up next, there were some teams in the AFC South that made some moves, and 2 of the biggest trades were in the AFC South. What does that tell you about the AFC South and how you view it? And how would you grade the rosters in the AFC? We'll talk about all that next.
The Texans are looking for revenge in their Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take it my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Getting going on the Wednesday. It's a Texas Star Grill Shop giveaway Wednesday. We'll be giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop in the 12 o'clock hour. Just for you, rock with us. Obviously, we'll have a solicit to call in at that time, but appreciate you doing that. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, obviously, the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams where the easy thing was like, yeah, they just told us they don't want to move them picks.
Yeah.
Is what they told us.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we know that this team does value. Well, I was going to say they value picks, but they also will. They'll send them. They'll send them around too.
Nick Caserio like to get deals too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so I figured the price of the brick was probably a little too high for his liking.
I mean, it's not like he hasn't done it. I mentioned, the Will Anderson thing earlier, but
and to that end, then how much can we even feel like we learn anything about Nick Caserio in one particular?
He keeps you guessing, baby.
Yeah, he will do one thing and then another in another instance. So maybe we needed to just.
And that Will Anderson trade was play money too. That was play money from them Browns
picks too. It wasn't tangible. It was just it was in a bank somewhere.
Yeah, nah, this is his real money.
Yeah.
All right. That obviously no trades for the Texans yesterday. A couple of moves on the periphery that we'll talk about, but there were trades in the AFC in general, but particularly in the AFC South that were probably a couple of the biggest outside of poetic about was the Seahawks getting Rashid Shaheed. But in division, we've talked a lot about the Colts making their move to go and get a cornerback to help their defense out a great deal. Sauce Gardner, the kind of foil to Derek Stingley Jr. will join the division, and
which is going to be fun, by the way.
I mean,
that's going to be fun.
These are the things that I think in football in particular, but in sports in general, at least I like. I don't want to speak for anybody, but it seems like the general public loves is the opportunity for a big time matchup, right? A mano y mano, mano a mano, or whatever the right phrasing is. Matchup, and now you get an opportunity when Week 13 rolls around to go, here goes Nico Collins versus Sauce Gardner. Even though the last time that particular matchup happened, I was not very happy. Thanks a lot, Halloween. But that trade happens, and then also not to forget the Jags went and added a wide receiver in Jacoby Myers. What does that tell you, John Lopez, as now you are the trade whisperer?
Well, I think a couple things. Interested in what you say. For sure, I mean, there's no question. These were two of the biggest trades of the day. Maybe the biggest and third or fourth, whatever. But these were two of the biggest trades of the day,
without question.
So clearly,
on a day that, honestly, when it comes to NFL trade deadline, was pretty big. We're used to the NFL trade deadline. We talk a lot about it, but it ends up being a little bit more subdued. Like player movement in the NFL is not.
This was one of the bigger trade deadlines we had in a long time.
Right. This isn't hot stove. This isn't even like what we had kind of gotten to in a little bit in the NBA at trade deadline. Like it's not any of those.
Two bigger trades in your division. And there's nobody can question they are both all in. The Jaguars may be a little less, but they're making moves to try to go ahead and make the playoffs this year under Liam Cohen. I mean, I don't think there's any question about it. Did they create separation from the Texans?
From the Texans?
They're both ahead of the Texans. I mean, it's a fair question because they're 5-3 and 7-2. Texans are 3-5. Did they create separation?
Just off the strength of this move, I can't absolutely say that because also the context for the Jaguars, the Colts, I think the separation was already there to a big degree that I don't know, like what is this negligibly? I think that this is one of those moves that, if we're being entirely honest, right, this ain't got nothing to do with us, right? It's the Mad Men scene where Pete comes into the elevator and he's like, "I feel sorry for you," and Don goes, "I don't think about you at all," right? Like that's where the Texans are in relation to the Colts.
I don't know if I agree. It affects you a little bit. I mean, those are the two teams right ahead of you.
No, it does affect you. But if I'm talking about it from the Colts perspective, I don't think that this deal was made where it's like, let's make sure that the Texans
keep a foot on their throat.
This is 100% we want to try and make sure that we are better prepared for the Bills and the Chiefs as opposed to like we want to make sure that we finish out what this division is. You know what I mean?
How I look at the Colts is I felt like it was a real need at cornerback. Hell, remember Xavier Howard retired because he was over there getting cooked. And I think they really needed a cornerback.
That was still so funny.
Yeah. No, he was getting cooked. I kept seeing the back of that man's jersey. Yeah, retired.
There was a lot of people that were like, hey, Xavier Howard's out here. You can go pick him up.
No.
We figured that one out real quick.
Yeah, but I think instead of just getting a regular corner or just a average corner to kind of hold it down, they went out and got probably one of the best, a top 10 corner. I would be nice to say top 10 corner.
So now let's bring it to the Texans. Do you like to ponder? You look like you like to ponder.
I am very much. I've often been told.
Your middle name is Ponder.
Man, I've been told that.
Reggie Ponder Atatula.
It doesn't quite flow, but we'll figure it out. I think we will.
This is what made me ponder. Given now that it's all done, trade deadline is dead. It's over. How many AFC teams overall roster? Now you can certainly argue, and I wouldn't push back. The Texans' defense is the great equalizer, no matter how big the overall roster is, because they're that good. I get that. But how many overall rosters in the AFC are better than the Texans' overall roster? Now, let me throw some names out there for you, because there's only 7 spots in the playoffs, right?
Can I stop you before you get going? And I know that can be frustrating, because the tough thing about it when you look at the Texans roster is when you're looking at a roster that it takes out like however it's maximized or utilized, which I think is a large portion of what we're talking about with this team.
I am not going to push back on, but the Texans defense is so good. Doesn't matter how good.
And it's not even the defense. It's like, okay, the offense, you have some pieces that it feels like, all right, if you utilize them differently,
roster
and
differently
usage about this roster.
How
okay,
about
so
that?
we're putting that in here?
How about roster and usage?
That was ultimately what I was going to look for. The clarification.
I think there are.
So who's just better? Like at that point, we're doing which are the better teams?
I think there are 6 no-brainers, and you can argue. Bills, roster and usage overall. Patriots, Colts, Broncos, Chiefs, and Chargers.
Oof.
So there's 6 right there, and there's only 7 playoff spots.
Yeah.
So
who's in the hunt?
So this is where it gets interesting. Are these rosters and usage better than the Texans? In other words, what I'm getting at here, the separation thing.
Yeah.
You know, did the Texans lose ground in the playoff race is basically what I'm asking. Steelers, Jaguars, and Ravens.
I mean, the Ravens have a better roster. For them, it's really just been like playing well below what they were capable of. Like that one, actually, there's some things that some of those teams that you put in there, and obviously, again, we're kind of talking about who's better, honestly, separation-wise. Yeah. If we do scale this back to just roster, there's teams that you put on that front line that I would absolutely take the Ravens over 10 times out of 10.
Fair.
Like
you're talking about in a bubble.
Yeah.
You know, but Steelers, I think they're overall.
You think they over?
Overall, I think
I don't know what to think of the Steelers, to be honest, man.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't push back too much.
The one that's vexing to me is Jaguars, but they did add Jacoby Myers, and the usage part for them has been pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm not really sold on the Jags offense, man. I don't know why. I think it's just Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
I'm not really sold on it.
I mean, everything else when it comes to this offense is really interesting, right? I mean, tight end wise, they don't have anything that particular talent that you go, you know, they can get the job done, especially when they're schemed up. And the running backs, I should say, are solid. I mean, they go probably 3 deep on guys that I really like. The question is always, how can Trevor Lawrence execute what they have going? Because that's kind of what's they're dealing with there. Yeah, it really is just how much do you like Trevor Lawrence?
Honestly, just watching him play, sometimes I feel like I know they drop a lot of balls too. That's not his fault.
Yeah,
but just watching him in real time, I'm like, man, he's missing a lot of throws. Man.
He has been.
He's sometimes I cringe a little bit how rough he can be at times.
Yeah, I mentioned this yesterday. I thought that his last game was one of the best I've seen him play. So I don't know what that means, and maybe he'll revert.
Yeah.
You know, he'll revert to what you're talking about. But either way, like, you didn't do anything, and there are 3 arguable, at least in my view. But there are 9 teams that overall you think, they're probably better.
Yeah,
quite possibly. But
right?
I think when the way that you asked the question, I think is important here, because it was roster and execution. And I think that that's the tough part is when you talk about trade deadline, the thing that you're trying to fix is roster. I think that the execution part is the thing that continually hurts the Texans right now. both if we're actually getting to the literal definition of execution from the players on the field, and then also the way that they are kind of positioned to execute. I think that is the thing that keeps popping up to me like a blinking red light on some level piece of equipment or whatever. That is the thing that keeps popping up, and it shows up even here as you're trying to do an evaluation of what the remainder of the AFC looks like.
Yeah, and you play a lot of these guys. Hills, Chiefs, Chargers. That's 5 games. And that's not to mention you have the Jaguars again. There's 6.
And I think ultimately probably what you're trying to get to is your roster is not going to change by the time you meet them now.
Yeah.
Guys coming back from injury, but I think we were already accounting for that.
Mm-hmm.
The difference now is, can your execution change?
Yeah,
by the time
can you get better?
Yeah.
Can you just play a lot better?
Yeah.
Because I feel like with the Ravens, I feel like it's a chance they can play better because you got Lamar Jackson, especially if he's healthy.
I think the Jaguars are going to be a really interesting test. I think it's going to be more interesting than I thought it would be.
Is this another measuring stick game, big dog?
I guess so.
How many times do we need to measure this?
I guess they all are now, right?
It's a must-win.
I know.
100%. Yeah, so all of these are must-win now. John Lopez, I'm about to wear John Lopez out for the rest of the season.
They got to go 1-0 each week.
That's right. Go 1-0 on the season, and the season is 1 week long. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, with the trade deadline coming to I guess a conclusion or whatever, and the Texans not doing something. They did do something. They sent out a tweet that kind of rubbed people the wrong way, that kind of felt like read the room. And inspired by that, our question of the day is as follows. What is an unforgettable read the room moment for you? 713-572-4610. Let us know what you think, and we'll talk about it next.
The Texans dropped a
grill is right for you, the experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the daytime here in the Loop, and it's based off of the trade deadline. Of course, obviously, that hit at 3 p.m. Central Time yesterday. And so at that, all through our show and leading up to that 3 p.m. deadline, we were all trying to see, would the Texans do anything? And to be fair, I don't know how eagerly we were anticipating something being done.
We were anticipating something. I don't know about you. I thought they'd do something.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be a big splash.
Yeah.
I think we kind of said it towards the end of our show, but I thought it was going to be a little piece here and there.
Yeah.
Maybe something's
It fits the profile.
something very small. Like I wouldn't have been surprised if I probably didn't even know who the person was they traded for.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be something that
Either
small.
way, I mean, even if you weren't, you're anticipating, will there be something?
Right.
Yeah,
It's just it's the nature of the occasion. The occasion is it's one of those news occasions.
yeah.
You're just sitting by the phone.
Or
trying to see
even
news
if it's
pops
something
up.
like a Damian Pierce traded or something. I was expecting something.
Yeah.
So I imagine there was a lot of people that got on Twitter or X, if you choose to call it that, and turned on their notifications for Houston Texans.
Yeah, man.
And then they got a push. They're like,
2:50 p.m. 10
2:50
minutes.
p.m. Oh man, we're getting out to the deadline. What the Texans doing? Apparently, they had a tweet. And Figgy, I'm going to lean on you here because you were the one who actually saw it in the wild and then brought it into the domestication of our group chat. But you sent us a tweet where the Texans had like some influencers in a suite.
Yeah, so I think it's presented by Ticketmaster or something like that. And so they invited a lot of different influencers, celebrities, and stuff like that, and they hang out in that suite. And so I guess maybe this was last game. I'm not sure when it was, but they show pictures and videos of them in there and pretty much giving them gifts.
Unboxings.
Yeah. A lot of
nice stuff.
A lot of influencers get a lot of gifts from just random people, not just the Houston Texans, but they gave them like a little gift box full of Texan swag, and it would look like a nice jacket or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
it was
so
real.
Yeah.
It was real nice to the point I think outside of the obvious, the trade deadline, I felt like some season ticket members was a little salty.
You saw the comments.
Yeah, and we can get into that, but there definitely was a general air of read the room right now. Yeah. Is not the time. And so that got us thinking, what were your most memorable read the room moments?
Yeah, and I do want to get into that.
Sure.
That whole.
Continue.
No,
on
I'm saying
as the responses come in.
Eventually, but just so people can start thinking, a couple of things that immediately came into mind for me, and I got to thank Seth because this was not long ago. A friend of ours, a couple, the wife passed away from cancer, and we went over to their house. And just out of force of habit, and it's always awkward anyway when you do that, you don't know what to say or whatever, but just because I do this all the time.
Just happy-go-lucky, huh?
Walked in, saw the husband, said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Not the right tone. Not the right tone.
Definitely not the right tone. And I just immediately, it's one of those.
For your loss. Yeah. You can even use the same question. You just got to pitch it down. It's just like, how are you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? It does not play.
It doesn't
play.
That's what I did. And as the words came out of my mouth, I'm just immediately trying to bring them back in, and it was impossible to do. And I just kind of stared at him, and he stared at me.
And so you left, right?
And so I was just like, I immediately went into the other mode, like, oh, man, it was so bad. Man. It was so bad.
The first one I think about is Deshaun Watson, how he went through all those allegations and all that stuff, ended up getting traded to the Cleveland Browns in a fat new contract, like a big old he got paid more money after the whole sexual assault massage thing. And I'm just like, man, Browns got to read the room, man.
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong? I know money talks, but damn.
It was definitely
That's the first thing. And they got many different read the rooms situations, by the way.
Yes, they do.
Following that.
Man, the funniest one in sports for me, and I can't shake it. I think I might have even been talking about it recently, which is why it came to mind. Y'all remember a certain wide receiver for the Philadelphia Eagles named Riley Cooper?
Oh, yeah.
He got in trouble because he had gone to, was it a Garth Brooks concert?
It was a country concert for sure.
Concert. And he got hemmed up because at some point he yelled out in some level of argument, I'll fight every N-word in here, which I had to imagine had to be less than a handful of them, to be fair. That's not the read the room part, right? Like, obviously, hey, man, getting out here, using words that we generally do not want people to use. We don't want you that. Rather soon thereafter.
He had a job to go back to.
Well, he did have his job to go back to, and I'm not even, making a judgment on that. But rather soon thereafter, the Philadelphia Eagles put out a calendar.
Mm-hmm.
You know how Firehouse, whatever, put out calendars, and there's a person for each month.
Yeah.
Would you like to guess who was the featured athlete in the month of February? Mr. Black History Month himself, Riley Cooper.
That is worse than anything.
Read the bleeping room, y'all.
So bad.
That one will never leave me.
That is so bad.
It will never leave me.
Anything Jack Easterby related, but especially, and we used to play it a lot on this station, when I guess he was doing a motivational speech or something, it turned into a wannabe comedy routine.
Yeah, it looked like he was preaching.
Yeah.
It might have been a sermon at the church or something like that.
Yeah. How you doing? Remember he was doing all that stuff.
He started talking about all the places he visited. Yeah. And he said, I remember I was in New York. Yeah. And somebody just walked up to me and said, yo, what's up, son?
Yeah.
What up, kid? I was just like, oh, God.
Oh, my God.
And then he started trying to talk like a Texan, like with their belt buckles, and they put their thumbs behind their pants.
Yeah, and then he did California and all this other stuff. I'm like, oh, that was so cringe. Much like, and I do want to kind of get back to, as we start getting these texts in, read the room moments.
Yeah.
That tweet yesterday, man.
Yeah, because the levels on it were.
Yeah.
It was 3 different levels. It was 3 different arguments happening about that tweet.
Regale me. We turn to our Twitter correspondent news. Figgy, can you give us an update as to 3 levels of rather ire to this tweet?
Yeah. So the first level was obvious. It was trade deadline is 250 or whatever the time it was.
Yeah, I looked it up.
And people like, what the hell are y'all doing? We trying to see if we getting a trade going on. We sitting there on our hands on our ass.
Like Reggie said, they got the alerts on.
Yeah, yeah. So that was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
The second one was the season ticket members.
Yeah. Oh God, yes.
Hey, how come we don't never get anything like that? They ain't even fans.
I just got a crummy T-shirt.
Yeah, I just got a T-shirt. I'm paying up thousands of dollars for, and I don't get these type of gifts.
Especially where this team is right now. Like, it'd be different if it's a 5-3 team. I feel like they're like, hey, I'm watching 3-5 football. I'm watching, Baker Mayfield and Bo Nix scrambling at the end of games to defeat us. And now when I'm looking for my team to do something, all I'm seeing is these people in these nicer Texans gear than I could ever see.
Yeah, and then the third one was, who the hell are these influencers?
That's a great point, because I didn't know who any of them were.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was looking. I still didn't recognize anybody. I did see somebody say Cheryl Swoops was in the video.
Cheryl in there?
Yeah,
I feel like I would have seen Miss Cheryl.
I didn't recognize anybody.
Is she an influencer? I guess she is. But
she would influence me. What you mean?
Hey, she a legend.
Yeah, she is a legend. But does that make her?
And I think I seen somebody else said somebody from Big Brother was in there, and I would have never. I don't think I ever watched the episode of Big Brother.
Oh, Miss Cheryl Wright she is in there. I seen her.
But I'm so glad you said that, because I thought, okay, is this just
so it's 3 different conversations happening on why people was pissed at this tweet.
Immediately, I said, I don't know who the hell any of these people are. None of them. Oh, there's Cheryl. But none of them. And so I immediately texted Figgy and you back. I'm like, I'm so glad you said that, because I thought, like, these are massive influence. Do you know any of, like, outside of Cheryl Swoops, which I didn't know, any of them?
I don't. And now, look, I ain't trying to defend the Houston Texans and all that stuff, but they kind of playing a different game. They trying to get into the whole they're trying to reach a different audience.
Which absolutely.
So maybe that's not our, or at least my audience. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't familiar with it. So maybe they're trying to do that.
And that's why I was like, the biggest read the room portion was just like, the timing felt a little off.
I'm guessing that tweet was probably scheduled to go out at that time.
Yeah,
but
why?
They didn't realize.
Well, they probably did. So, because one thing we also forget.
It's probably somebody that don't even think about the trade deadline portion of it.
That's part of the problem.
No, but here's the thing. Especially when we get to all these teams, we always see like the social media, people get after the social media like they run the team or whatever. It's a lot of people that work for the Texans, and there's a lot of departments, and there's anybody who's worked in any company larger than like 15 people. sometimes the hand don't know what the foot doing, right? And I think that is one of those instances.
But that has been an instance in which some social media people get fired.
Sure, and I don't think
you
this,
have to know.
I don't think this rises to that level.
No, I don't either.
I guarantee you next year this ain't going to happen. I'm sure they probably familiar with everybody's game right now.
All right, so there's a couple more that prisoners running the asylum comment that was made in one of those owners meetings by Bob McNair. Yeah, that one. Except the tough part about it is I understand we're doing the read the room. The scary part is that might have been actually reading the room, right? Like there is questions about like how the owners talk about their players or what have you, the opposition in some of those labor negotiations in those moments. That might have actually been
brought some colorful conversations on these airwaves.
Boy, didn't it? Boy, didn't it? Y'all have some stories, and we will circle back around to those. But that's the question of the day. Here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where there's been some decisions in there around the NFL, and obviously, I just kind of want to talk about some of the things that happened with the trade deadline with some other teams around the NFL. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans are looking for
This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop. The question of the day was interesting. What I will do is at the end of this segment, because y'all have a lot of read the room moments, I will try and get in some read the room moments on the backside of the segment. So rock with us. But we got some football things to talk about, including with the Texans. They actually have a couple of transactions that they're doing.
Sent out a release.
Obviously not trade acquisitions, but they had some things where, I mean, even just right now, right this moment, we got an update that the Texans have a kind of handful of transactions. Elijah Huzzie will indeed be activated from injured reserve. He was nearing the end of his window to be activated, so he will return to the team and be available to play. Some people that will not be, Darrell Taylor and Jalen Smith. Those are very interesting that I would like to conversate about. And then the Texans have signed Matthew Wright, the kicker. And that is interesting as well. Take note of that. And in order to accommodate all of that, one guy off of the IL, two guys into the injured reserve, IL, and then you're signing. They are releasing Dalton King from the practice squad, the tight end fullback type guy that they had signed just a week ago. Which of those names draws the most attention to you?
Oh, you're looking at the same thing.
Is it Jalen Smith, the cornerback to the IR? Is it Darrell Taylor, the pass rusher to the IR? Or is it Matthew Wright, the kicker, being signed?
I think it's both those. Just real quick on Matthew Wright. Apparently there's some sort of something that Kaimi Fairbairn has.
Yeah, we haven't gotten clarity, so I imagine when DeMeco talks later on today, we will definitely have somebody asking, hey, what's happening with him?
But reports say that it's still, I don't know if it was the word likely, but it still could be that he plays. They're just kind of covering their bases by bringing in another kicker.
Why would you need to do that when Dare Gumbawale is right there?
Why do you even have him on the roster? That's right. He carries the ball.
Third down back. Dare Gumbawale. Talk nice to my Nigerian brethren, okay?
I do like him. Third down back, huh? All right. So Jalen Smith and Darrell Taylor. I'm gonna put a hat on those two guys. I think they're both relatively interesting. Darrell Taylor, you don't see him a lot in the rotation, but he's very integral in special teams.
That's a good point.
Yeah, very integral in special teams.
Yeah, that is a good point that's worth making. Sometimes I can be a little myopic and not consider the special teams implications.
Yeah.
I did wonder, hey, is this a guy that they would be willing to trade? Now, of course, if he's going on to the IR,
yeah,
that makes it so that you
we forgot to tell you guys.
Trade him. Yeah, that would be a consideration on whether or not you were trying to trade him or whatever. But yeah, but there it does feel like, especially with the return of Denico Autry and Derek Barnett being available, those guys feel like they're ahead of him in that rotation.
In the rotation for sure.
And I feel like they have special teams guys that very much can step in. But you're right, Darrell Taylor absolutely had shown up that way. So, but I think the bigger one I actually look at is Jalen Smith, the rookie Jalen Smith. I thought as a cornerback he showed so well early on, or rather in training camp, where I was like, they clearly have some level of trust in him, and that was exemplified even this week with him returning and them willingly deciding to have instances where they put him on the outside, move Kamari in to the slot, and move Jalen Petrie back to safety. Like they didn't. I don't believe that like MJ Stewart had injuries that created that.
Not that I know of.
That musical chairs of movement on their defensive backfield. I think that was a decision because they trust in what Jalen Smith can give them and trying to give them a different look in some things. And just the general conversation of cornerback depth is something that we had talked about a lot coming into the season. And I thought that he gave you some answers there. But on top of that, it felt like he was giving them a little bit of a curveball to be able to throw personnel-wise. And now you're not going to have that for at least 4 weeks.
No, I agree. And as you're looking at these moves that are coming in, clearly it's something that's going to affect them because, obviously they're bringing in Huzzie. You can count on from Jalen Smith anymore.
Yeah, that is fair. Somebody said on the 281, Kaimi is scared of a kickoff versus Cam Little. Cam Little now the holder of the longest kick in NFL history. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say he's scared.
Man, he probably been working so damn hard this year.
Yeah, he has 6 kicks this week.
Yeah, man.
As much as, like, I meant that earnestly, it does sound insane to me. He kicked the ball 6 times, guys.
Nevertheless,
he's the workhorse on this team.
I did like that text that came in earlier. I'm not going to take credit for it. I forget who it was, but somebody texted. They were asking in the morning show, what should be, the identity of the offense, because the closest they could come was death by 1,000 cuts. Somebody texted death by 1,000 field goals.
I mean, has it ever been done before? Can we field goal you to death? But even that, you need a lot of, 20 to 20 efficiency that sometimes is lacking from this team. Oof. Mind you, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus is the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, who is the co-creator of Yellowstone. He's also Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton. He's back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, the new season is streaming November 16th only on Paramount Plus. Some other things. Before we get to the trade deadline, Monday Night Football is something that we kind of glossed over, which, to be fair, it kind of seemed to be something like that. Jacoby Brissett starts for Kyler Murray, and what happens seems we're playing the Cowboys. The Cowboys have a good offense and a bad defense, and the bad defense really did help Jacoby Brissett, who is just a consummate professional. He just comes in and does what he's supposed to do as a backup.
He does.
That's at least how I thought about it until yesterday when the Cardinals made the decision to say that Jacoby Brissett would start at quarterback again this Sunday as they get a divisional game versus what I believe is one of the best teams, and I believe power rankings have, at least a couple of power rankings have, as the best team in all of football in the Seattle Seahawks. Jonathan Gannon, the head coach there, went as far as to say that even if Kyler Murray wasn't dealing with something, that Jacoby Brissett would start. And I was like, hey, man, you ain't had to say all that. You didn't have to do that.
That's kind of a shot. No, that's not kind of a shot. That's a shot.
That's a message.
Yeah, that is a message. I kind of don't mind this, if I were a Cardinals fan. Jacoby Brissett, as you mentioned, pretty much consummate backup, has started some games, has won some games. They were, I know it was the Cowboys defense, but they were humming.
No, they
were humming.
They look different from other games.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Jonathan Gannon decided to go with Brissett.
And a connection with Marvin Harrison Jr., which has been a big issue in Arizona, not getting enough,
Did he have the most catches in his young NFL career in the first half or something crazy?
Yes. So you get that. I mean, we hear it here. We got to get the ball to Nico. Well, the connection between Brissett and Marvin Harrison Jr. is real.
Oh, Marvin Sr. must have called in.
Hey.
Brissett need to start for the rest of the year.
Yes, sir. I don't know if I want to be able to speak for everybody on the show. I just feel like I should propose that we keep that man's name out of our mouths. Look, if you go to his Wikipedia page, he has done things that would make you say, I'm going to not take the chance that he takes anything I say
He's
wrong.
looking out for his son.
I bet
that's what he was doing.
I bet he was. But no, being serious, you're right. Like, being able to make use of one of your great talents on this team that you went and acquired matters a great deal, which what an indictment of Kyler Murray, who, again, is dealing with a mid-foot sprain right now. But this was said that, specifically that, now, he did say that Kyler Murray would be the starter once he returns, but those votes of confidence, how far do they go, especially in an era where you're seeing quarterbacks that, I think people took chances on being somewhat, what is the right word, non-traditional?
Yeah.
And I don't know, does this fall in for you, John Lopez, as any level indictment of the kind of non-traditional quarterback route that the NFL has gone, or do these feel like individual cases where you talk about someone like a Kyler Murray, Tua Tagovailoa, which I think we've gotten to that place with, and maybe some others that are out there?
Yeah, I don't know if I went there. I don't think that's a bad point, but I think it was as simple as they're getting more out of Jacoby Brissett. This is a simple case-by-case. You're getting a lot out of Jacoby Brissett. There is that connection I mentioned with Marvin Harrison Jr., and if he performs well again, I mean, hell, what if they win against Seattle? You're not changing.
Yeah,
or even just look a lot better than.
Right. I mean, and it's worth also noting that Jonathan Gannon, I don't know that he is I don't know exactly how hot a seat is, but I can tell you it ain't cool.
Yeah.
It ain't ventilated by any means, right? He has not had the easiest go of it there as the head coach down there. So yeah, if you're finding wins, and maybe even more importantly than the wins themselves, if you're finding your offense looking more competent, I would understand why you continue to be in that place. But we'll see how that continues to develop. Some other things around the NFL. We did make mention of obviously the New York Jets. It's hard not to on the trade deadline because they were the main characters in the weirdest way because they were doing a whole bunch of selling yesterday, and yet they ended up as the main characters. Obviously, trading away some big foundational and load-bearing pieces of that defense, which, can I stop and say before I even get to my landing spot? Somebody, I think it was it Diana Rossini or Josina Anderson, somebody in the NFL had texted them and said that, look at them breaking up a top 5 defense. And I was like, must be 2 definitions of top 5.
Wow.
Like, there's a lot of talent there. Like, what are we doing there? Yeah. Regardless, they did that in trading away Quentin Williams to the Cowboys. And, of course, the big deal that we had talked about, trading away Sauce Gardner to the Colts. For their efforts, they now have the command of 5 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts. And they decide. So, one, there's that. But the clear decision to blow up a team for the next year or so, is that smart and is that good? Is the question I want to ask. Because one of the things I've often talked about in the NFL is the NFL used to be the bastion that you could do. It was just, it was deplorable. It was a 4-letter word. You could not end up in that place where you were tanking. This is a very clear indication in a way that we've kind of already gotten to a little bit that not only are we blowing up on this season, we're giving up on the next season, really. Is that smart, especially for a team that, let's face it, this is not the first time they've had an abundance of picks, and they be getting out here and making terrible ones.
Well, we heard DeMeco Ryans on Monday saying, we got to do something because it wasn't working. I think you can say that about the Jets in general. Like it hasn't been working. They've been going through coaches. They've been bad. They've been having some miserable performances. They had to do something. And if you give me 5 first-round picks and 2 seconds in these next 2 drafts, obviously, then that I think you're putting yourself in a good place to do that something in a big way. I also think it is something, and I don't know if you agree with this, but I think it's something of a vote of confidence in the plan that Aaron Glenn has, and they're buying it. Like he knows in his mind anyway, like this is not going to work. We're just going to be putting Band-Aid on Band-Aid on Band-Aid. We've got to start again. Another rebuild in New York. I wouldn't be excited about it because they just had one like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is rebuild 3 in the last decade.
Yeah. But I mean, you had to do something.
I mean, I hear you on that, and I hear you actually on the Aaron Glenn thing. The question I always have as a little bit of a detour here is, I know what it looks like when you got the brother as the head coach during the down times, and I know that more often than not, that is not the person who gets good times. To be fair, I don't even need to limit that to the brother. Like, I think that is an additional mitigating factor, like a force multiplier. But I think about in all sorts of sports where the person in the down times doesn't get to do this. Hell, a dude who is at the helm of one of the good teams in the NBA right now, Kenny Atkinson. Remember when he was with the Brooklyn Nets? And that team was bad, but they looked better than they had any business being in those bad times. And then it came time to be good, and they were like, here comes Steve Nash, right? I think that's just the nature of teams in these sports. Let's start fresh in a lot of different ways as we're reaching that apex. I do wonder if he gets there. But the larger question I wanted to get to, again, circling back to the ways in which football seemingly had been different, is it a good thing that we are getting even more comfortable with the idea of teams just going ahead and lighting a year on fire?
We are. I think the NFL understands, that's the route that people, and they don't have any control over it other than scheduling and such. The NFL in terms of parity and playing all the way through. It's not like they're not going to play hard. Aaron Glenn's going to have them playing hard. I think but this is the smart move. And one more thing on your first point, Aaron Glenn is their DeMeco Ryans. He's a legend with the Jets. So he's going to get more grace and time, I feel, at least the 3 years, right?
I hope so.
I'm not sure.
I think
Aaron Glenn in New York is beloved.
Yeah, I ain't disagreeing with that. I'm not sure about they gonna give him 3 years.
Well, this year
it's hard
and 2
to tell.
more.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with the Jets.
He'll be able to get the picks, is what I'm saying.
And I
should have
the 3 made. I've seen any level of hope be drubbed out in a lot of different moments. So I do hope for him. But yeah, I apologize because I guess this is somewhat like my personal opinion where I keep bringing it to the fore here. But it's just like, I don't know how good it is that you have team. And to be fair, like we know teams that were going to be bad, but even the Titans, like that ended up being bad this year. And I think it's very clear that that is what they are. They've sold off for this season.
Mm-hmm.
I think they came in with clear aspirations of being good. Like I don't know that it ends up being good when you have, especially for a league that is built largely on the idea of parity, to have teams that are so willing now, understand, and even as understandable as it might be from the individual perspective, willing to just be like, we can't, like, there's no real path forward here. Let's tear this.
Do you feel like they were planning on trading Sauce, though? I feel like that was something that just came to their doorstep, and they was just like, what?
Yeah, the reporting, at least specifically with Sauce, is that they were like, we're not trading him unless we get a haul, and clearly the
they got a
Colts
haul.
did that, where they got knocked off their feet. I think also, though, the thing that, admittedly, I've been in two minds about was they came into the season with Justin Fields as their quarterback, where it just felt like they, in a way that they were not maximizing everything they could get to, because even just the contract that Justin Fields got was like, ooh, okay, so this feels like this is something else. It feels like the Jets, maybe not even the face of this, but it feels like a reminder of the NFL where all 32 teams are really pushing for that goal in a real way at the beginning is probably
not so much anymore.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, are you down for the return? There's a report out there, or at least maybe a speculation, a reasonable speculation, that this man could return to your Houston Astros. You down? Let's talk about it next.
Coach DeMeco.
access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. I will start the segment by admitting I'm a dirty, filthy, stinking liar.
Oh, liar. I'm glad you said that.
Yep. I said at the end of the last segment I was going to get to some of the question of the day answers that y'all had about your read the room moments, and I will. But apparently,
like you wasn't reading the room.
Yeah. So you know what? This segment, I will get you some read the room moments. I will get there. You down for the return, John Lopez? Are you down for the return? That is a question that I think Astros fans are now faced with, as Chandler Rome does a fantastic job covering this team for The Athletic, that's team being the Astros, clearly. And in his latest dispatch, kind of talking about the offseason outlook and such, he was, mentioning kind of replacing the lost innings when it comes to the, your starting rotation and such. And one of the things that he gets to is something that he also expressed a thought on the Clutch City Territory podcast that he also hosts. And that is the possible return of a, dare I say, Houston Astros legend.
Oh, you can say
Justin Verlander. Verlander obviously has been, he's out there. He had a rough start to his season, but he ended up really kind of hitting his stride at the latter part of the season. I believe the last 5 starts for him were incredible. He's turning 43 in February.
Yikes. And
he threw only 152 innings, 3.85 ERA for the Giants, but it really ticked to an incredible place.
Because he was you say rough, he was really bad for a while.
He was bad.
Didn't have a win for 2 months?
Yeah. And I remember us having that conversation, that specifically because he's one of the last dudes that you look at trying to hit big wins numbers.
Yeah.
In MLB. And so does he try and continue that here? This is Chandler Rome on that Clutch City Territory podcast talking about the possibility of a Verlander return.
I would put the odds at greater than 50% that it happens. I've not been told that anything is tangibly close, but I mean, you don't really have anything to hear this. Justin Verlander, when the Giants came to Houston this year, Justin said on the radio, yeah, I'm always open to coming back here. I want to come back here. He said he called Jim Crane last year when the Giants offered him and said, can you match this? And Jim at the time said they weren't in a position to do that. You don't need you don't need to know people to know that. He has said that it's very clear that Justin Verlander really likes it here. He and Jim Crane are very good friends. I can imagine that if this does get done, it will be a Justin Verlander and Jim Crane negotiation. I think Dana would be looped in at the last minute to just let him know that, hey, it's happening. And but I don't think – I mean, I think a lot of people would look at it as, here we go again. But I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. Justin Verlander was excellent in the second half last year.
I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world either. We understand. I think there's a lot of factors that would lead to him coming back. You mentioned the win totals. I think legacy matters. Obviously, at 43 years old, doesn't need the money. He has 266 wins. I still don't think he would get to 300 because that's a lot of wins with 34.
Yeah, that is the math, 34. And I mean, ain't nobody doing the. He ain't
going
30
34-0.
wins. Yeah, we're not doing those anymore. Unfortunately, we are not making those anymore.
But he could bump up considerably. I think legacy matters. Length of service. He's already a Hall of Famer, but length of service is going to matter to him. So you heard Chandler talking there about the friendship. He has a very unique and close friendship with Jim Crane. From just being friends to golf to baseball minds, the way they talk and listen to each other and trust each other. And we know Jim Crane, is very involved, more so than most owners in personnel decisions.
He said he called Jim Crane to see if he was going to match it.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, how about this?
That's swag right there, man. Let me call the owner. Hey, you going to match this contract?
Yeah. I think also they need it. Even 43-year-old Justin Verlander, they need it.
That was the part because the nostalgia, all the good feelings of that return. That's cool. I don't know that, or maybe you can, right? Maybe that's indicative of where you think this team is, but I don't know that you can make your decision based off of the feel of it. It has to be pragmatic, and I think that there is an argument for the pragmatism of a move that returns Justin Verlander. To give you the numbers, speaking of that first half, second half split, 0-7 in his 15 first starts in the season, a 4.70 ERA. Second half, 4-4 with a 2.99 ERA, and it got even better in those last few starts. I think in September it was a 2.56, or sorry, that's even the strikeout to walk ratio, 2.08 ERA in September and October. Like he got that thing really humming late in the season. The question I have is, especially because I only know that I have one guarantee, I have one check mark when it comes to your pitching rotation. That's Hunter Brown. Outside of that, I mean, Luis Garcia was just outrighted, which doesn't, but I mean, it could lean very much to that depending on how the waivers go over the next day or whatever. But who else do you have that you look at that you go definitely feel good about? Like, is Arrighetti making his way back to the place where you feel comfortable? Is Hayden Wesneski making his way back to a place where you feel? Justin Verlander, again, I think assuming that you get the second half version of him, and assuming that the Astros are a much better offensive help or lift than the Giants, because that was one of the big issues with him there. It's not that he wasn't also giving them decent stuff at times, that the Giants were just abysmal offensively and they gave him no run support. Well, that sounds a little bit like the Astros, but if you can find a little bit of way to be better offensively, you might be able to make this in his age 43 season something that is beneficial to you for as a middle or maybe back of your rotation starter.
Probably middle to back probably at best. But you need all the arms you can get. He has thrived in Houston. He's loved the analytics team and the pitching. I know there's been some changes, but the pitching staff and coaching and all that. I do think you need to sort of readjust your expectations. I mean, he hadn't had more than 7 wins in 5 years. That's shocking, but it's true. But if he can get you 8, 9 wins, tickets will sell too. That's a factor.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's not a factor for us. Like, shout out to Jim Crane. I know that will matter for him. And hell, depending on where this team is, where the window talk that we always talk, maybe that becomes more prevalent for him as a decision-making factor. I'm interested in this part because this is something that I neglect. From the 713, I'm cool with this. And then from the 512, we could definitely use his leadership. How much does him as a veteran and that experience matter in this, especially where you've lost pieces that we looked at and we kind of talked about as experienced guys in the clubhouse that keep that culture?
Yeah.
How much because we saw the impact that Carlos Correa had coming back to this club. And I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but it did feel like there was something different there. How much more do you see from that happening in the pitching room and having that experience and that type of dude and his gravity, not just in that room, but also within the organization to maybe be able to push back on certain things? I think that might not be right.
That might be the biggest thing, right? You get 8, 9 wins out of him. Maybe you get lucky and get double digits. But the bigger thing is what he's going to do for the pitching staff, just in terms of being a starter, but also just the leadership for the pitching staff. I mean, he is a baseball junkie with an immense amount of knowledge.
Sure.
And the respect that he's going to command with Correa, with Altuve. I get it. We're going to be talking about, the aging Astros and the, all that stuff, but it does matter.
And the question that I think is fair, and actually this isn't even a question, this is a first pure statement from another 2A1. You can't pick and choose which Verlander you get when you're talking about first half, second half of last year. Which is fair. I was just trying to point out some of the factors there, but that is a good point, right?
Yeah.
That is still 43, and Verlander is one of those guys that you kind of have an asterisk besides his name because he operates different. He's built different, right? But even then, what is the guarantee that you get a full season of it and a full season of the level that you want? And is that just talk out when it comes to the veteran status and the gravity that he brings to the
I think it's somewhat mitigated, but at the same time, no one, literally no one, no matter what you hear someone says, can know what to expect from him in his age 43 season. You can't.
But you're willing to take the gamble, especially because
but for other reasons, yes, I think it's worth it.
Especially because this is one of those things that Jim Crane is in on, right? I think sometimes getting a big name, one of the obstacles to get over in a weird way of saying it is Jim Crane's willingness to sign the check, right? That's been some of your talent has left because of Jim Crane's unwillingness to sign that particular check for whatever reason and to whatever level of validity. This one feels like it's an easy one to get over the line, and it's at a position of need.
I find it interesting that it's a possibility or it's something that's plausible within Chandler Rome's perspective, and I would like kind of to see it, to be honest. Which is funny because I have to raise my hand. End of last year when it was like, could he be traded at the deadline? I said, I'm good on it. I don't want it. I feel like I've changed tune here.
I have too. I think it'd be good for the Astros. Certainly he would be happy, and fans would be happy, and I think it would affect the clubhouse.
Now, don't let that stop you from going and making other moves to actually get yourself some pitching that'll be.
Oh
worthwhile.
God, no! Yeah,
that would be the thing that would frustrate.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
like
God,
you're not signing Verlander to carry the whole squad or anything like that. Now, still make your moves and sign Verlander too.
Yes.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I did say, because I'm trying to not be a dirty, filthy, stinking liar here, that I would get you some of the question of the day. We were asking what was your read the room moment or your favorite of those on the YouTube page. Somebody said one day a patient asked them how they were doing, right? Just kind of general pleasantries. They said back reflexively, better than you, it seems.
Dude's laying on his back in the ER. I'm doing better than you.
That's the thing.
For dang sure.
In my brain, when I first read this, I read this as hospital. So it's like, maybe
the ER, man.
Yeah, maybe this
might
is
have
a joke.
Gash or something.
Right. They got a nail through their leg or something. It's just like, yeah, better than you. Hey, don't make fun of me. I need help in this moment. I need help. From the 832, they said my best friend passed away in a wreck. So we had a birthday celebration the next month. Obviously, trying to be celebrable. They said their goofball best friend walked in with a shirt with a big picture on it, had to go to Walmart and get another shirt. Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's very much read the room. I was just going to say, we're trying to maybe make this into a good thing. Don't go too far with it. Don't come and be a clown here. That's a little too much. You know what? Go ahead and keep sending those in if you have more read the rooms. I'll try and sprinkle them in as we keep going here on a Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where the first college football top 25 came out. Did you have any takeaways, John Lopez? And the Rockets get going tonight. I have a question for you on that regard. We'll do all that.
The Texans are looking for SportsRadio.com. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I do want to go backwards real quick, which apparently I do a lot now as I say that out loud, and I apologize for that. We were just talking about the possibility.
I love how he beats himself up all the time.
And I just want you to understand. I say it happens a lot, and maybe it might sound like a little bit of a joke. It's really me doing this. And
he's like a modern day Rodney Dangerfield. I'm all right now, but you should have seen me last week.
But yeah, we were just talking about the possibility of just Verlander, a return and a reunion. I was about to say, what is the actual word there? But a reunion with the Astros. Someone on the text line brings up a fair point, right? From the 979, the dynasty is over. It really doesn't matter at this point that he's not going to win your World Series. And I actually would quibble with that. I hear you. I don't think that he's inherently. I think there's value in being good, and especially in what we've seen in baseball of late. Now, of course, the last two World Series themselves, actually World Series winners themselves, the Dodgers, your Dodgers, John Lopez.
Let's go Dodgers!
I wore
that shirt yesterday.
There it is.
You wore it?
Yeah. I always put a big T-shirt on, when ready for bed or whatever, gym shorts.
So he sleeps so that he could dream about the Dodgers. That's right.
Sleep with the Dodgers.
But yeah, with them winning it, I understand where you go there. But with the advanced amount of parity and the teams that we've seen at times make runs in the postseason, sometimes you just need to be good and see what happens once you get to the trade deadline and in those time periods. And so I think there's value in seeing if you can be good. And I think Justin Verlander.
That's the thing about baseball too, man. Once you get in the dance, man, it's about who's hot at that moment too.
This is true. And by the way,
now don't position me as no hope merchant in this case, because I'm not saying that that's what will happen, but I'm just saying, just generally, I feel like there's value in it.
And who was saying they were going to win a World Series?
Well, I think I don't know that they were saying that we were saying that. I think that for them, they were like, if that's not what it is, then I don't want it.
Yeah.
Which. How nice is it that we can be like that? We can be like, if I'm not going to win a World Series, don't talk to me.
So we might as well not sign anybody at that point.
Exactly.
Get a World Series and don't talk to me. I got better things to do with my summer.
Exactly.
Speaking of things that you like to do with your summer, and the things that make you feel like this, 3 years ago today was when the Astros won their second World Series.
How about that?
Yeah. Some of my pictures is popping up on Facebook.
Oh, you get the memories?
Yeah.
Oh, I got
that first World Series.
Yeah, there was a second one.
Yeah, it was the one that popped up on mine was the 20. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the parade. It was at the parade.
Oh, yeah.
It was pictures of me at the parade.
Oh, okay. No, I came across that this morning. Just little bitty things that just warm your heart. I mean, I was like, that was 3 years ago today. I could still see myself watching Jordan's home run, go over the fence, still see myself in the after party over in Edo.
Oh, you remember that?
Barely.
I was about to say, it's like, good for you.
Well, I had to go on the air. We were on air till 4 in the morning? 3 in the morning?
So, yeah, until Captain Mickey came and relieved everybody.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that little dopamine hit in there.
Yeah.
Hopefully that did something for you. On the other side of it, Astros news, we mentioned this. There was kind of scuttlebutt about it. Officially, the Astros placed outfielder Chas McCormick on outright waivers, along with John Rooney, who was the reliever that they had brought in at one point, Kennedy Corona, Luis Garcia, and Pedro Leon.
That's the one.
That's the one that did it for you? Because I was like, I wonder if this is the one that'll do it. And I was right.
Yes. I was like, really?
The other ones didn't do it for you?
No, I mean, expected. Okay. Kind of expected, I think, most of it. I mean, they had pretty high. I did.
I thought so, yeah.
On Pedro Leon. I was a little bit surprised. Weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it just ended up being one of those things that you had a little bit more expectation of, and ultimately you got nothing really out of. It's worth remembering, though, because also I know that there's been baseball heads that have been frustrated about non-baseball heads not remembering this with the outrighting. That's a process, or refers to the process of removing a player from the 40-man roster and assigning them waivers. So there's a possibility that these players clear waivers and they remain in your system. This does not necessarily mean that everybody's good to go, although I do imagine that people look at that and go, Chas McCormick is probably at very worst like a quad A type level player. Luis Garcia is a major league level player. Do other teams then snatch them up and then you're not able
But he's out for the season, though.
And that's, also a good point. Yeah. That's also a great point to notice.
Just real quick, part of the thing with Pedro Leon, and I looked it up, and it is correct. remember when they signed him, out of Cuba. He defected. They gave him $4 million. I mean, that's
right.
They gave him a good chunk of money.
It was a big check.
Yeah, for an international player. So that was part of the reason I was like, well, a little bit of a surprise there.
Or unless they hoping that he clears and
maybe
and come back.
Yeah,
maybe he's one of those.
That is a possibility. Some other things that are popping. Last night we got the college football playoffs first top 25 rankings, and there's a couple of things I want us to remember. I think that I would not be doing my due diligence as me and my beliefs and not reminding everybody that this doesn't actually matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Like, this doesn't actually matter. My long-held belief is that they should not do these rankings leading up. They should just get to the final one.
Come on, you know better than that.
But I know that we need the TV show. It gets the people going. Yeah. We need all this. However, so within that, another thing I wanted to remind before giving you an opportunity, just give me what you thought of it. This year, the committee's emphasis supposedly is on strength of schedule and strength of record.
Yeah, and I for that, Booker Marlin talking about this. Not that it matters. Again, it doesn't. But I was a little bit surprised at the top five, a little bit, just because
And who is that top five?
That would be Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, A&M 3, Alabama 4, and Georgia 5. I mean, you go into Death Valley, you go into Notre Dame Stadium, you go in, the SEC undefeated. I thought the A&M strength of schedule. In fact, it is.
Probably the hardest schedule.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is the hardest. But again, Mac Rhodes, formerly of UH and now at Baylor, kind of talked about the eye test a little bit. Now, he mentioned the stats of, defensive rating was higher for Ohio State and Indiana, but he also talked about what they had seen, and I'm like, okay. I mean, I guess I don't mind the eye test.
This is the thing I do hate about this whole song and dance, and I credit Nicole Auerbach, who covers college football incredibly well, for really getting me fired up about this yesterday, which is the committee never gives us a good accounting of what actually they're, not even just the emphases that they're doing, that they're thinking of, but what statistics and what things they're utilizing. It's always this nebulous kind of thing that we're chasing, idea we're chasing. And it works for them because whatever they ultimately want to do works out. If we're talking about strength of record, strength of schedule, how are you telling me Indiana's not number one? With all due respect to Ohio State, because I do like Ohio State, and it does feel like they're probably the best team in the nation. However, if we're talking about strength of schedule and strength of record, Indiana's looked a lot better than what Ohio State's done.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Oregon, I kind of understand how that one slips. Because right, okay, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about with Indiana. No, I agree with you. Again, we just have to say this over and over. Like all these teams, especially let's say 8 through 15 or so, they might not even be in the mix. Some of these teams, like if Notre Dame loses another game, Oregon loses another game, Texas, Utah, Virginia, they're out.
It don't even matter.
One of the things I do find interesting, obviously you got your two Big Ten teams at the top, a big glut of SEC teams, and obviously there's going to be a little bit of infighting there. You have two Big 12 teams, and those are the only two that are really represented in the top 12 there in BYU and Texas Tech. And the thought is, one of them or whoever else steps in, if it's like, who is Utah have a possibility of crashing the party? I don't know. One of them ends up getting bounced to some degree to where how much representation does Big 12 have? And then your highest ACC ranking is Virginia.
Yeah.
And then Louisville right next to them. Like, the ACC not getting no love.
Miami would have been they've just been spitting the bit.
They have been.
They look like a great team, and then until they didn't. And then one other thing, I was mentioning Mac Rhodes. I kind of want to thank him in a sense, because I've been saying these 3 games that the Aggies have, are going to really determine a big chunk of just how far they go. I mentioned, Arkansas, LSU, and Missouri is this week. Well, they passed the first 2 tests. Missouri, I've been saying all year, that's a really good team, although they've been slipping a little bit lately. He said the A&M defense, Ohio State, and he literally said that as Ohio State and Notre Dame. Has he been watching the A&M defense? But I kind of want to thank him because, that's on the bulletin board. That's on the bulletin board.
You tell me that A&M needs bulletin board material?
Well, maybe. Everybody does. The sacks, the third, I think they have the best or second best third down efficiency in the country.
Yeah, really good on third.
I was like, okay, thanks, Mac. Appreciate that because, Mike Elko, the defensive coach is going to be using that.
Again, as much as we just talked about it for a number of minutes.
Doesn't matter.
Really
Yeah,
doesn't.
it don't.
I understand. It's oxymoronic. Here I am talking about it, making content out of it. It doesn't.
It really like I wouldn't even be mad if they had Ohio State number 2 or 3. It's just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Talk to me when we actually
Let's
get
into the playoffs and then talk.
Right.
Yeah.
Some other things that's popping. The Rockets, after winning 4 in a row, they will be on the road in Memphis tonight. And never mind, I was about to say, let me not be John Lopez and do this thing where you call something and then something else happens. No Jabari Smith Jr., no Steven Adams tonight. So that I think that gets interesting, especially if that zone gets broken out with Clint Capella in that double big. Because those are two guys that really make that defensive zone work. Even still, I'm not worried about them.
You said they in Memphis?
Yeah, they're playing against the Grizzlies.
Okay.
Which actually brings me the opportunity to bring up.
That's why I was wondering. I'm like, man, you might could call this game, to be honest.
Have you kept up with the John Morant thing happening right now?
It's a little bit dicey, isn't it?
If you have not, John Morant looked like he never asked for that, and I understand that to some degree, but we looking in, we're like all fascinated by John Morant, one of the best players, at least one of the best guards in the league. Now he's in a place where I think that it's fair to ask if he's a top 40 player in the league, if he's a top 10 point guard in the league, and also if he even wants to be on the team. This was him, I believe, 4 days ago. This is the first one here that you have. This was John Morant after a really rough game that he had, being asked about his performance, and it didn't seem like he was excited.
What went wrong to you today?
Go ask the coaching staff.
Do you feel like, there was anything you could do differently, I guess?
You ask them. They had a whole spiel in here, so.
From the outside, and the outside may be wrong, but from the outside, it didn't look like you had your usual energy tonight.
Go ask the coaching staff why.
Okay. You feel like you should play more?
Go ask the coaching staff. Should I play more or not?
What could have been done different to get a different outcome other than asking the coaching staff?
According to them, probably don't play me, honestly. That's what basically the message was after, so it's cool.
The coaching staff message was that?
It's cool, man.
He's so gone. He's so gone.
We don't even need to play the audio, but then that was 4 days ago, mind you, after a 117-112 loss to the Lakers. He was season low 8 points in that game. Then I think this was probably yesterday, if memory serves, or no, a couple days ago. After a game, they joy round. Guess what his answer was?
Oh, that would be a no.
That's right. And the thing that I ultimately wanted to get here, I just wanted to play that audio, right?
The answer is no.
There was somebody, I've seen some people that are like,
I know
hey,
what the question is.
Yeah.
The answer
point
is
guard,
no.
depressed asset.
The answer is no.
No matter what you give up for him?
Dude.
No matter how little.
Because it seemed
Toxic.
It seemed like the price of the brick might be down.
Toxic.
The price of the brick might be down, man.
Toxic.
And honestly, you know what's funny?
Yeah.
I think, and it's easy to have the hot opinion right now, so don't give me no credit for this. I think even if you have peak John Morant, I don't want him on this team. And it's not even the toxicity that's possible there. I don't think he fits what you need.
I think you can find a way. I don't know about if I can go that far.
Like, he has always been explosive athlete. He's been an all right passer, but he's not been as much of an organizer. And I think that when it comes to point guard right now, that's what you need more than anything. Is you need an organizing force for this Rockets team in particular.
But I think, and again, there is no peak John Morant.
No.
But,
I mean, his points at the rim have gone down tremendous. I'm talking about like he is. Not to get too advanced, but like it's half as what it was at his peak over the last few years. You've seen that decline greatly. So it's kind of sad to see a dude of that magnitude.
Yeah.
In part because of the natural progression of his game, but also it's hard to ignore the fact that he's did some of this to himself with his kind of tomfoolery, his knuckleheadedness, and now just in their rotational patterns.
It was no.
And we will get to see that on full display when the Rockets take on the Grizzlies today. Hopefully they get a victory and get themselves to 5 wins in a row as they keep this season going early on. All right, get the feeling of the season going early. Coming up next, let's get back to this Texans team. This is a question that John Lopez asked, and I'll allow him to explain it because right now I'm still wondering what this means. Is this DeMeco Ryans' Dunkirk moment?
It's his Dunkirk Question mark?
713-572-4610. I'll find out what the bleep that means next.
The Texans dropped another FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday's going all right. It's the 12 o'clock hour, which means at some point in the next hour, we'll be giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops. And the thing about that is if you win that $50 gift card, you're also entered for a chance to win a grill. What type of grill is it, John Lopez?
Oh, I think it's a Traeger, a pellet grill. Be able to smoke whatever meat you want, grill, all that stuff.
Is that a good grill?
Oh, man, I've got one.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I like to barbecue.
And?
I don't want to barbecue on crap.
You just assume that people know that. You gotta say it explicitly.
I spend far too much money on barbecue grills and fishing equipment. Like, far too much.
Man, if you got extra barbecue grill, let me have it, man. I think I'm outgrowing my barbecue grill.
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
We'll be in touch.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Uh-oh. We'll be in touch.
And then when you fire that thing up for the first time, just don't forget to remember your old pal Reggie. You know what I mean?
I'll just take the food.
Yeah, right. I was like,
I don't need a grill.
Exactly.
I just want the food.
See, what people don't think about is the best thing or the better thing than having a grill is having a friend who has a really
like
good
a boat,
grill, right? It's a boat.
Yeah.
Or
better than having a boat is having a friend with a boat.
having a friend with a pickup truck.
Yes.
Pickup truck.
Yeah.
I think pool. At certain ages of life.
Mm-hmm.
I think most stages of life, having just a friend with the pool.
Yeah.
Then you don't have to deal with like chlorine and maintenance and all that.
Yeah.
You just pop over like, oh, y'all have a pool?
Or the pool is closed at the recreation center and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You ain't got to do all that.
Yeah.
How did we get here? Oh, yeah, Texas Star Grill Shop giveaway be happening in this hour. All right, guys. I hope y'all are with me.
Why are you rubbing your face?
Because I don't know what to, not disgust. It's really just like I am perplexed as to what you're going for here, John Lopez, because the question that I have before me is this DeMeco Dunkirk? And I am familiar with Dunkirk and the battle that happened there in, what was it, World War II?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you explain to the rest of the class who probably wasn't in that history class paying attention?
So the Germans invaded France. I'm sure most people know that in World War II.
Don't assume. They just have a lot on their plates. It's hard to get everything around to the babies.
And the French army and really resistance were kind of bottled up into this one area. They were pushed and pushed and pushed to retreat. Go figure, the French retreating. Anyway,
what is this? Wait a minute.
to retreat to Dunkirk, this one beach area, and there were thousands of them just hemmed up, about to be slaughtered.
I know somewhere Seth he is beaming ear to ear. He don't even know why.
They're about to be slaughtered.
This is the type of radio I like.
And then, so the French, in a very bold and incredible moment, they were desperate. They were hurting. Started trying to go get them with every vessel they could find, including people, just fishermen like me, got their fishing boat, started going to Dunkirk.
Another reason why it's great to have a friend that owns the boat rather than, I got to go to war now?
Put 6 or 8 people on the boat, big boats, little boats, and it was the biggest. I mean, you guys may have seen the movie.
Oh, yeah.
About it, but it was an incredible thing when your back was up against the wall, like in so many ways, life or death ways. So that's my little history lesson.
Got you. Okay.
The second thing is I was really, really proud of myself for being able to use Dunkirk in a sports topic. Is this DeMeco's Dunkirk?
Like, is this full backs against the wall? Got to find it. Willing to go to every vessel that is available to us to continue the metaphor, maybe even torture the metaphor, right? Like go to any and everything to get the job done at this moment because your back is against the wall.
Correct. They're desperate and hurting, not as severely or as seriously as at that point, but they're desperate and hurting. So I heard DeMeco talking on the coach's show, and he kind of said exactly what we wanted to hear. Figure you have 10 because a couple things jumped out at me. I want to hear what you think about them.
For me, as I'm watching, film throughout the week, just watching all 3 phases, and I'm just watching our opponent and seeing really what they've struggled with as I look at it from, all perspective, looking at it from offensive perspective, like what is this defense like struggling with, and can we put them in those situations again? Because I always believe you got to show a team like have they fixed their issues, right? And that's when I step in and I'm just asking guys throughout the game plan process, like, hey, have we looked at this particular route? Have we looked at this particular run? I see these things have given this defense trouble, and these are some things that I think we should implement. The guys are probably already ahead of that on me. It's like, yeah, we have this end and that end. So that's why I just come from the perspective of all phases. Like, I see this team struggling in whatever area. Let's continue to attack them in the area.
All right, I want to hear the other cut before I ask you the question. And for clarity's sake, they were in France. It was the British.
Yes.
A couple of texters brought that.
I was going to let you cook.
Yeah, it was the British that they rescued, but it was Dunkirk. It was in France, and they were trying to get back. Anyway,
that's what I thought. But
of course
I
you
wasn't
did.
sure.
I know you were a World War II aficionado over there. I know that. Yeah.
But now let's hear the second part, because right there, what's your first instinct when you heard?
In one way, it's like, all right, this is what we were talking about: being walk around, being involved in all the things, and checking under every nook and cranny, like doing a full accounting of why is none of this working. Let me get down to the nuts and bolts of it. I will say also a little bit of the anxiety and nerves that I tend to have crept in, where I was like, oh, so you did all that and still look like that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I guess just the all-hands-on-deck mentality was somewhat, I don't want to say comforting, but I guess good to hear.
Now tell me what you feel when you hear this.
We want to get the ball to our best players, right? We got to find a way right now. We got to find a way to get Nico the ball even more. I feel like we could have got it to him on the outside more, just giving him more shots downfield, finding a way CK was open. You know, we just got to be able to make the throw. So it's all everybody working together there. I think we had a good rotation of guys, and then you want to see the young guys get the ball as well, because they've done a good job. You know, Jay Knoll and Jay Higgins have both done a good job as well. So we have skilled players who can make plays. Right, it's just a matter of everybody being on the same page, being in sync, and making the plays that we can make, especially in those third down, those red zone, those situational moments where I feel like we have to excel and we have to be better.
Your thoughts?
I just went immediately to the answer that DeMeco Ryans gave on Monday when asked about.
Thank you.
And it was a good question by Landry that was asked. Right, you have guys that are honestly somewhat similar picks in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll.
Yeah, almost pick for pick.
And then you compare that to Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, right? You have those guys that are relatively similar picks in the way they've been plunged into the responsibilities and roles. Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, clearly on defense, they were given a lot of responsibility early and expected to handle it. They did, with all credit to them, but they were expected to. The offensive guys, more Knoll than Higgins. Higgins has been given a little bit, but they've been walked into some of this responsibility and then sometimes had it pulled back when other people have made available again. And DeMeco Ryans' response was something to the line of, those are four completely different guys. It's not apples to apples comparing those guys. Knoll and Higgins have done a great job with what they've been asked, but, you know, clearly this felt a little different, like you got to get them involved. Like it felt like it had a little bit more urgency, which I imagine is what we're pointing to. Everything in those two clips seemed to point to a different level of urgency when it comes down to all of this.
Well, it also was something of a contradiction.
Oh, sure.
And that's why I asked that question, because, like, are they? Have we reached the point where he's finally going to go into the other room and say, get the damn ball to Nico, play Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins? I mean, no matter what you did or saw in matchups or whatever, because Monday he kind of didn't say that. But on the coach's show, he did. And so I'm like, I don't know what to believe here. Are they going to do it?
Yeah, that's something that needs to be seen. And I think that it's fair for anybody whose natural reaction to say no to point to the idea that they've had many opportunities to get to this place. Right? They've had many opportunities to get to this place and make some of these options or changes that, admittedly, those of us on the outside do not have the responsibility to change. But we've been looking at things and being like, yeah, it feels like those need change for a little bit while. So it's nice of them to join us at the party. But, yeah, to what degree also is a question that I have, because, again, he speaks to going in and asking, hey, have we considered this? This team seems to give that particular defense issues. And he's like, all right, well, yeah, they considered that. Well, if that's something that had been happening, and, again, I hope that I heard that correctly, if that's something that had been happening, well, clearly that's not sufficient either. Right? So does that need to get to a different level? Do we need to continue to push that pendulum forward on changes, and are they willing to go to those levels? But I guess it's good to hear that, you know, the head coach has had the mentality of clearly this isn't enough and there needs to be things that shifts. it's like, at what point is it drastic enough to see the results, or are we talking about something else entirely where those changes that happen in the midst of the season are not sufficient?
And I also wonder this, does he have it in him to make that drastic a change? Again, we're in week 10, and it's not as if going into week 9 they didn't know that, especially Jalen Noel, was being productive. They didn't know that they needed to get the ball to Nico. They knew that going into week 5, 6, 7, and 8, bye week included in there, and they didn't do it. That's why I'm saying, is he going to change his stripes?
Well, I think
say do it.
I think, to be fair, we're getting to that point where you have no choice. Like, again, even the most optimistic person looking at the circumstance that they're in right now, seeing 3-5, seeing the fewer numbers of games that you have in front of you, and now with your quarterback in concussion protocol seemingly going to miss this week and could possibly how many others outside of that, right? Because I don't want to purport to know that definitively it would be a 2-week process, even if it was, right, along the longer side.
Mm-hmm.
Those are things that inherently will create more urgency and necessity. The only thing that I lament is why you weren't able to get to that urgency quicker, especially when you had seen that this. And I guess you don't want to be too reactionary in anything. Like, it's not good to just run from pillar to post. I don't want a leader to be that. But I think that they did not dial in, and this is actually specifically for DeMeco Ryans. I will go ahead and aim this directly at him. I feel like they were a little slow.
Yeah.
They were a little slow to get to that place. And I understand that there's factors where you're talking about, people that are new, but I think that
but it's also how he's wired.
The expectation, yes, it is. That's fair. But the expectations that you had dictated and demanded that you be a little bit more urgent.
Lack of a better way to put it, can he kind of rewire himself to say, screw how I feel about how I want the offense run, to run the ball, to trust the veterans. Hell, he's still putting Daria Gumbawali out there.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that there's the easy things. That's the thing is there were things that were easy to make the change on, which is lean heavily into the dudes that have been productive.
Yeah.
Lean heavily into Woody Marks. And I understand
that's another good example.
Maybe there's consternation about whether he handles the fullness of the responsibility on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I think that even still, they were real tepid on testing if that ice was able to hold their weight in the meadow, a frozen lake.
Yeah,
I think they needed to, all right, give one little tap and see, and then get out there because of the circumstances of how you started. I think Jalen Noel is the one that's the most egregious, clearly. But yeah, I think that there's those easy ones. There's maybe, depending on how you feel. I look at the offensive line. Hey, there's decisions to be made. Like, go and run with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like there had been just a little bit tepid. I think that you might be right in some degree that they are reaching that moment where they are too far under siege to not pull out the stops.
Yeah.
I think this weekend will be telling on whether or not they are fully willing to go full send on that.
Yeah, we'll find out. But again, Monday he said it's not apples to apples, and then yesterday or day before with the coaches show said, look, we got to get these guys the ball. It's going to be interesting.
It will be. Going back to what he was talking about in Cut 10, where he was actually talking about like some of the actual game planning things about how this offense attacks certain defensive things and him bringing his defensive expertise. Do you feel like, because I'm of two minds, do you feel like he's right in what I feel like is happening, where he's still allowing some deference to the offensive coaching staff, or do you feel like at some point he needs to come in and do the DeMeco Ryans takeover? Right, because I feel like that is where you get full Dunkirk, where he's like, hey, no, what you're talking about, no, we're
doing this. We're desperate. Is
that something that he needs to get to, and is that even a good thing? Because I think that there is an argument to be made if your head coach has to come in and just absolutely super micromanage what's happening on the offense that you're already dead man walking.
No, I think maybe he realized that, because Monday was the postmortem, so to speak, of the game.
Sure.
Then you have, all the film study and start game planning, and Tuesday, you do a lot of that. Maybe he realized, although Monday he did say, we got to change things.
Maybe he read the room.
Maybe he read the room and realized.
But don't say that like I said a bar.
Profound.
You said that like I was preaching or something. Not the Jamaica Airport.
Bingo.
He read the room.
Bingo.
I hate that I said that now. I actually despise that I said that now. But yeah, that's another way in which this is a measuring stick game in a lot of different ways, and I think that we're not measuring on the field, we're measuring coaching.
Real quick, do you want that? I mean, I think the obvious answer is yes, right?
Well,
I want DeMeco to go in there and say, get the ball to Nico, more Woody Marks, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, especially Jalen Noel. We got to get them touches, because I do.
I want that in so much as I don't necessarily know that it definitely works, but I know that it represents a change from what I feel like I know it doesn't work right now, which is what's happening in the status quo of that offense. Now, I was about to say, if they change some things around when it comes to the deciding factors, maybe, but even still with that, I look up and I go, you got enough voices in the room, and those are all big boys that if they had some answers that I feel like they should have been put them on the table. So, just different might be what I'm asking for in this moment.
But did they read the room?
Did they read
Hit that horn, Figgy.
All right. Okay. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, where, you know what? Possibility it gets cheesier, because coming up next, we do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do those next.
Yep, let's get to Low T Center right now. Start feeling better.
Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
These are my confessions.
All right, let me ask you guys a question before I get to my confession. Do you miss Bill O'Brien?
No. I ain't gonna lie to you.
What?
I kind of miss some of his press conferences.
Bingo.
I don't miss the Bill O'Brien, the play calling. Never did like the play calling and all that stuff, but I do miss the spicy press conferences.
I never thought I would say I would miss anything about Bill O'Brien, and then this happened, I believe, yesterday.
Coach, wondering, do you have a message for the fans? Obviously losing to Notre Dame Catholic school rival, 1-8 now in the season of BC. I've heard from a lot of fans. They're just really
I'm really glad. You know, I'm glad you're down. I'm not down. Nobody's down. We're fighting. We're competing. You know, it's the second year of this program, Mike. You always come in here with these down questions. Like, you show up like once a month or something like that. You come in here with these down questions. I'm not down. I don't know what year you graduated from BC, but this is a program that we're building. Okay. Nobody here's down. We're positive. We're going to show up and play our asses off against SMU. You can go out there in your dark, clouded world or whatever it is and do what you want to do. We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting. That's my message to the fans. What's up, Trevor?
What's up, Trevor? That's it, Figgy. I do miss.
I miss that, man.
I miss the spiciness.
We get it once in a while,
and it always comes out of nowhere. Like, it just comes out of like you
doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
And by the way, they're 1-8.
We're not down.
We're not down. And what do you say? You're dark.
Yeah. Doesn't matter what it looked like.
I do miss the occasional unpredictable just going off.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, you know what? I still don't miss it. And you know why? Because these are the types of things I enjoy when it's somebody else's team.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Like, this is so much more fun when you don't actually have to deal with any of the consequences. You just get to point and laugh. Shout out to Boston College, though, because shout out to Boston College because last year I was like, oh man, it feels like this is a good hire. Mm-hmm. They are 1-8, baby.
1-8.
Like, I am amazed that he came in and year zero in some ways, the way that some of these things are viewed. Year one, great record. Year two, already plummeted. Like, that's not the easiest thing to do, to have that turn around so quickly. So best of luck there.
Maybe you go back to Penn State.
Oh, it's been floated. I don't know how seriously, but it's been floated.
Yeah, and I just can't imagine after the season that they're having this year, and with these displays, we remember, oh yeah, he could be ornery.
Yes, he can. He could be ornery. To say the least.
Do we really want that? He's a little ornery.
To say the least.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, I may be a little biased in saying this, but I don't think Joe Davis is wrong.
Really?
I don't think Joe Davis is wrong.
Oh, this is controversial.
Get
Go
off
ahead. Explain
Get off
it.
my man Joe Davis. A running kind of thought process all through today's show here in the Loop is the concept of reading the room, right? Like, hey, understand what this looks like or what this sounds like. Maybe, well, as Lopez is very well aware, his Dodgers won the World Series. And at their parade, it was at the parade, was it not?
Yes.
At the parade, when Joe Davis was hosting it. Now, Joe Davis, if you don't know, he is a play-by-play man, national play-by-play man on Fox. He
called the World Series.
Called the World Series that they won. And the reason why, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are looking at this like, yo, this is real partial of you to be over there calling this. The reason why I say this is I feel like we can't forget that his literal last job before he ended up doing this on Fox consistently, and he did some college football as well, he was the TV guy for the Dodgers. Like, he took over for Vin. And so, like, this ain't just like, this ain't just Joe Buck deciding to pop in and do the parade for the Chiefs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this is a particular tie that he has to that organization. And so I don't think he's wrong. And also, I worked with him one time, and he was really nice.
That's what it is. That's
he was really nice to me.
Now we know.
That's
my
what
guy
it
Joe.
is.
Yeah. My guy Joe.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, Brian. Doesn't matter what your last job was, because this is the Fox national broadcast. As Mad Dog Russo said, he went scorched earth on Joe Davis on his show today. Doesn't matter. The body's not even cold yet. The body's not even cold yet, and you're hosting, not just speaking, hosting the Dodgers. I'm sure he has some great relationships and friends with the Dodgers. Doesn't matter, Brian.
It was I seen people giving was it Jessica Mendoza a hard time too, because she was doing that.
Steady gets a hard time.
Yeah, but she was on the radio call with ESPN for the World Series, and you could kind of see her like, she wasn't saying anything over the airways, but you could tell she was super happy. And they were kind of giving her a hard time. I think she's from Cali too, so she probably grew up a Dodgers fan. She played softball, so I was just kind of like, man, I'm not really that mad over it.
Have we gotten to a place in sports where people are very comfortable with the idea of the people in what we had previously looked at as neutral spots having their sports fandom? Because there was a point in time where no matter what kind of coverage you did of sports, you had to be entirely biased and let's face it, pretend like you never had any, or unbiased rather, thank you, and pretend like you never had any fandom. And now people have gotten a lot more comfortable with allowing media members to express the idea of fandom that they've had.
I think it's just this day and age too, man, because even you got people, I know this ain't the same thing, but if you look on ESPN, you got Stephen A. just proud whatever fan he was. I forgot what he fan of. I think he loved the Giants. He loved the Knicks. Yeah. And everybody just be so open with it at this point. I don't even think it. I don't think people look at it as a big deal now.
No, we are in that era, and that doesn't mean you have to necessarily like it from the negative. Radio shows like this. It's all about opinion and stuff like that. And even some of the TV, the McAfees and the Stephen A's. I get all that, but when you are broadcasting, the broadcaster for the national call. That's the only place I would go. Come on, man.
So and this is a little different because he's still active. If Mike Breen, if for some godforsaken reason the Knicks actually win a championship, right? Mm-hmm. And Mike Breen is there handling the call, that'd be an issue for you because Mike Breen is the play-by-play man for ESPN, but he also calls games.
But by the way, Mike Breen on those calls
is very professional,
very unbiased. I think on the national calls.
I think Joe Davis is pretty professional. Oh yeah. If anybody gets hell, it's John Smoltz. People be on John Smoltz neck on them broadcasts.
Yeah. I think it depends on would Mike Breen host a parade? Because I don't think he would do that.
Well, how would we ever know? When have the Knicks done anything like that? Yeah. I feel like I'm being unnecessarily mean to the Knicks. But you know what?
They was kind of close last year.
You know what? They are no longer lovable losers. They've been good enough recently that we can get after them now.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I love a good headline on ESPN. I keep talking about ESPN, but it's on here in the studio. And the first headline I seen, I think it was First Take, is Draymond Green, Dak Prescott is a bum. I'm like, okay, that's a cool opinion. And you know how ESPN always put the source at their whoever said what. So apparently this came from Draymond Green podcast called Why is Draymond Green Talking Football podcast.
Yes, he hosts it with Jordan Schultz.
I thought that was freaking hilarious, man. I'm like, first of all, because I thought that was kind of a wild take to say Dak Prescott is a bum.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, look, I ain't going to sit here and say he's the number one quarterback in the league, but I don't think he's a bum.
You know what his point was? I don't know if we got the audio because I did see this as well. The point that he was trying to make is he putting up all them points and they still losing. I'm like, that's not how this works, dog.
That doesn't make you a bum.
Yeah. How did that? So Steph Curry putting up all these points.
Yeah.
And if they lose, he a bum?
Joe Burrow's such a bum, dog.
What does Draymond Green say about that? I don't know.
And by the way, you will not be surprised to know that in his defense of his stance, he said, I won 4 championships.
Oh, God. Yeah. Good. Yeah, and he's better than Charles Barkley.
That's right.
Yeah, big eye roll.
Yeah, but I thought that the name of that podcast was hilarious because I'm like, why is he talking football? I have no clue.
Who knows?
These are my confessions.
I have you know how in hockey they have nicknames for line changes for lines?
Yes.
You know, I have a new favorite nickname, and it's not hockey. It's the Los Angeles Lakers, the Tres Leches lineup. Have you seen this? The Tres Leches lineup
the Three Milks
is getting a lot of traction, especially after their last game. By the way, they're on tonight as the featured game, Lakers Spurs. But
is that the NBC game?
ESPN.
Wednesday.
Luka.
I'm still getting used to the news schedule.
Tell me if you think of any similarities between these three guys. Luka went for 29, 11, and 10. Austin Reeves went for 26, 4, and 11. And Jake LaRavia went for 25, 8, and 3. That's the Tres Leches lineup. What do you think is the similarity there?
They're all white guys. Like, we don't have to dance around it. They're all white guys.
I just love that so much. Probably more than I should.
Is the Lakers still trying to trade Austin Reeves, or was that a rumor?
I doubt that.
Because I kind of want. I'm like, damn, I kind of want to revisit that.
You were asking us about that.
Yeah. At first, I was kind of like, nah, but I don't know, man.
26, 4, and 11. All right.
LeBron is not checked in yet.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah,
this is true.
Lakers doing some good stuff. Somebody called them the Showtime Lakers. They're playing like they're trying to be
the Snowtime Lakers.
Snowtime Lakers. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's do a little Judge John Lopez, including, and it will be featuring our very own Patrick Creighton, who had a very interesting theory on the offensive coordinator situation here in Houston. We'll do that next.
It's an asinine conversation.
Coach
device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Please take your seats. The court of the Honorable Me is now in session. And I understand we have counsel in the room. So let's get right to it. The first case.
Play along. Judge John Lopez, 713-572-4610. Sorry, Judge. Sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right. You will be forgiven this time. All right. So first case here has to do with NFL playing surfaces and whether they should be uniform or not. But let's let one George Kittle explain a little further.
This was the last stadium I've ever not played in, so it was my first experience on the turf, really. I'll say I think it's significantly better than it was in 2020 because it's all packed down and people have been playing on it. My only issue with it is, like, when someone's field is like constantly, like on every NFL meme page, all that stuff, like everybody jokes about how bad it is. I feel like at that point, someone should just take a look at it and, let's not make it no NFL field should be the butt of a joke ever. I feel like all the fields should have a level of safety to it. I just don't get why there's not a standard for, hey, you got to pick between one or two turfs. There shouldn't be 12 different turfs and 12 different grass fields and then a couple guys have the same things. I just think that's weird because most other sports, it's not like basketball players play on different hardwood. That's all the same. Soccer players in Europe all play on really nice grass. So it's just weird to me. But that's really way above my pay grade. I don't make the money to make those decisions, but I'd love to.
All right. So standardized fields in the NFL. Counsel Figgy?
Yes.
Which side are you going to be taking here?
Yeah, I'm actually going to represent George Kittle in this one.
So you would prefer you're going to state the case for standardized fields?
Yes.
Continue.
Yes. So, Your Honor, I think he's absolutely right in this. The NFL always preaches safety of their players, and they do a lot of weird stuff where everything got to be a certain way. So there's not a lot of options, all the way down to the uniform. You got to wear your socks a certain way and all of this other stuff. I don't understand why they don't do this with the field. And look, in New York or New Jersey, technically, MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, that's what Kittle, just for the record, was talking about.
Yes, a bad history of injuries on that field. I don't understand why the NFL just won't step in and give every stadium some of the safest turf or the best turf for every team in the league. I just think they dropping the ball with this, and you're seeing a lot more injuries in that field, on that field. So I'm 100% agreeing with him on this one.
Okay, Counsel Atatula.
I think that where George Kittle comes from is a good place. But I disagree with his assertion for a very important reason. The United States is big as hell, man. We got to remember the latitude, where north or south you are on the globe of the United States stretches really far. Like, if you hear from British folks, they just don't understand how vast this nation is. Think about it. You got latitudes in the National Football League that are represented that are close to where Northern Europe, kind of European countries are, maybe like France, Germany, maybe.
Your Honor, relevance. Your Honor,
I'm gonna actually acknowledge that, but let him continue.
And then you have some places in the United States that the NFL is represented that have latitudes that are a lot like Nigeria and some places in Western Central Africa. Like, those are very different climates, and you need different grasses and different surfaces to be able to accommodate all those different climates. So it's going to be hard for you to separate this down just to a couple of choices. And, NFL does monitor these things. Just sometimes you have different outcomes in the car crash sport. When it comes to the turf itself, there's just going to need to be some variation over the various different places and climates that the NFL plays in.
All right, so I'm going to do something that we don't normally do. I'm going to give both counsels a chance to answer this question, because this is the first one that came to mind as I'm listening to Reggie. In terms of the different climates and the different turfs, I wanted you both to talk about because I'm under the impression that the turfs can be imported into each stadium no matter the climate outside. So you talked about relevance. Go ahead, Figgy.
Yeah, Your Honor. I think it's the NFL. It's a $1 billion company, a private company, and they can do whatever they want. They got a lot of people on the just getting paid to figure out what's best for these players.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just, it's hard for me to believe that you got to have 12 different type of fields just to protect these players, man. I think you can find some of the best field around just to make it more safe for these players. It's hard for me to believe that MetLife Stadium, this is the best they could do.
And that's why I wanted you to answer it too, Reggie, because while you make a good point about the climates and the turfs and the grass and how things grow, et cetera, the NFL can bring in a natural field and an artificial field in every stadium, can't they?
When you say that, can you clarify what you're asking?
A consistent.
All the way across. You could probably do that for turf, I imagine. I don't think you can do that for natural grass. So maybe you can make that argument on the turf side. Mm-hmm. I think also one of the things that is worth considering, I don't know if it is the end-all be-all, is that there's a lot of different turfs and different companies. If you do limit this to this is the official supplier of NFL turf, mm-hmm. are you taking away the competition that actually leads to development in the turf space? That's a question that I ask. I don't have a good answer for it, but I think that these are all questions that complicate the idea that we're just going to simplify this down to one artificial, one natural grass, and these are the NFL standards.
All right, so here's where I'm going to rule. I do believe that the sort of offshoot topic that Reggie brought up is valid, but ultimately
your face figure.
But ultimately,
sorry,
the question is: should there or should there not be? Don't tell me how or what kind of turfs, but should there be or not? Like, as much as that's a good argument, the question is, should they have standardized turf or not? And so I'm going to say that the case for standardized test is going to win today. That's Figgy.
What is worth noting though is, it is incumbent simply.
You had a hard argument.
Yeah,
you had a difficult argument,
and I will say sometimes you make arguments because your client is your client. I actually do think that this is fairly complicated. Yeah. I do think, however, where you get to is you got to hold individual owners accountable because it's the owners that get to decide how much they're willing to spend on this and which one. And you could tell just by the surfaces that some ownerships take this a little bit differently than others.
Yeah, I just think the turf shouldn't be the home field advantage. You're already getting
the disadvantage. For your own players.
You're already getting it with the weather, or depending on where you playing that. It shouldn't be. Oh, they got this type of turf and all that stuff. I thought it was nasty work with the Oakland Raiders playing on the damn baseball field.
Well, that's back in the day. But
I thought that was nasty.
Yeah, I kind of felt for you. I was like, that's a tough argument.
I should have made that argument. Man, they didn't complain back in the day when they was playing on dirt.
My man breaking up Nigeria. I'm like, huh?
Different climates, man. You got different grasses growing these different places. It's not as simple as just we're going to put Kentucky bluegrass all over.
The next case before us today. And I understand there's audio for this as well. A theory on exactly why DeMeco Ryans hired Nick Caley in the first place.
I am not saying this because I know. I'm saying this is my hypothesis.
Okay.
Because you could say it's speculation, but it's speculation derived from facts already in evidence.
Okay.
DeMeco hired his buddy to be the play caller originally in Bobby Slowik.
Yeah.
I had never been an OC.
Yeah.
Okay? Then when you fire Bobby Slowik, all the common sense says you go get an experienced offensive coordinator to come in here and run your offense so that DeMeco can run the defense like he wants to and get your now third-year quarterback to take that next step so that you can go challenge for an AFC title game. But what did they do? They hired another guy who had never been an OC and never been a play caller. And you have to ask yourself, why did this happen? And it really looks like the reason it happened is because DeMeco did not want an established coach that could potentially rival him on his staff.
Shout out to PC, Patrick Creighton of Area 45.
Good old-fashioned raw emotion and, I guess, ego, maybe, at some level. I'm going to let Reggie start this one. I
would like Figgy to go first, if you don't mind.
All right, Counsel Figgy.
Yeah, so I'm actually not going to take the side of Patrick Creighton on this one. I disagree with him on something. I do think he's kind of on the right track, but I feel like he kind of missed the stop a little bit. So I disagree with him saying DeMeco Ryans don't want anybody to rival him as a head coach, because I think DeMeco is very comfortable. I think he's very secure here when it comes to being a head coach. I don't think the Menares or Nick Caserio will somehow get him out of there and have him replaced by the offensive coordinator. I do feel like the Houston Texans did hire somebody I don't want to say inexperienced, but somebody that never called plays, who never been an offensive coordinator, to kind of grow with CJ Stroud's coordinators that leave after a year, get a head coaching job. So I think they kind of wanted somebody that can build potentially for the next 2 to 3 years until CJ kind of get everything going, and then they can make a move to somebody else and not just a one and done thing.
All right, Counsel Atatula, I'm guessing you figure there might be some truth to this.
I have to figure that there might be some truth to this. Before I get to that, though, I do want to speak to, I see our YouTube page. Again, appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for that. There's some people that are like, why are people talking about DeMeco Ryans hired this? Now, I know the esteemed and honorable Judge John Lopez believes that there is a lot more influence from the general manager in that particular hiring, but we're not going to ignore that the typical order of things is that the general manager hires the head coach and the head coach hires his staff, offensive coordinator within that. So that I just wanted to make sure that is clear on that is how this typically works, even if we want to talk about in the immediate. To speak to what Patrick Creighton proposed on Area 45, I believe that was last night, if I am correct. I do think there's some validity, because we have to also acknowledge DeMeco Ryans is very particular in the way that he runs this team, and it is not necessarily typical to the way that NFL teams are run. He has a very particular way of getting it, and I think that there is some you got to get on or get gone to his get down, and that's a little bit harder to make happen with somebody who has been a head coach that has their own particular way of doing things, and I do think that would have to be a consideration, and that probably was some level of consideration. You're going to be hard-pressed for me to say that that's the only. You pair that with the idea of getting an experienced head coach or experienced play caller that maybe has a head coaching experience, might have a little bit of that clash, and then also like they will have their very particular ideas of how to run this offense in a way that maybe DeMeco didn't fit into what DeMeco Ryans and probably Nick Caserio had as an idea for the best class to succeed. I think that all those things come together and they lead you to a first-time play caller.
Yeah, and I'm just going to inject this in here before I rule. I think there's a certain amount of mitigating factors here. I don't think it was one or the other. I don't think it was just his ego or wanting to be threatened, so to speak. I think there was a lot of mitigating factors, including the one that you pointed out. I think Nick Caserio had a lot to do with it. That said, you said one thing that I don't think is said often in courtrooms, but I think it resonates. Get on or get down. What'd you say?
I don't even remember.
Get in or get down.
I was in a flow state, baby. I was just talking, man.
I think that's ultimately what DeMeco wants. Someone who is going to be in line with what he says.
Oh, get on or get gone. That's what it was.
Get on or get gone.
There it is. There.
And I think, that's not said a lot of times in court. But I think the whole get on or get gone is what DeMeco's about, and we're seeing it now.
Judge Lopez, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many times in a court get on or get gone. In fact, I'm pretty sure that is legal jurisprudence. I'm pretty sure that is very much the jargon that is used.
So I will rule you with
Hey, there you go. That's a little Judge John Lopez here on a Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, we actually, before I get there, we got to get in a gift to the Texas Star Grill Shops, and also the opportunity to be entered for a drawing to win a Traeger grill, I believe, and a case of OG sauce. You can do all of that simply by calling in and being caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9 wins that $50 gift card and the chance to be entered into that drawing. All right, coming up next, we are midway through this season. I think that we, by all accounts, 9 weeks, you're fully all the way past that midway point. So I kind of wanted to do some first half superlatives for this Texans team. Let's do that next.
All right, right now, D&M Auto Leasing. You guys know interest rates.
play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Wednesday. Some notes from the practice field as, practice is beginning in earnest for Week 10. God, that sounds wild to say. Versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. That game obviously will be played at NRG Stadium. Let's start with the obvious. Davis Mills going through drills as C.J. Stroud not out there in the concussion protocol. Not surprising.
Doesn't it? Just kind of hits you.
Yeah, sometimes
your backup quarterback.
Yeah.
You know that I love saying this is the difference between knowing something and feeling something. This was like, all right, we know he's probably not going to practice, and then seeing him out there was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he definitely is. Well, I shouldn't say that.
I actually feel that he's not out there. Some other things, and of course, I'm sourcing this from the various media that are out there. Cody Stoots, Sam Warren, DJ Bieniemy, Aaron Wilson, all them fine folks. Titus Howard not practicing in the portion of practice that's open to the media.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he is also in concussion protocol, so that makes sense. Harrison Bryant, interestingly enough, I'm interested in how you take this. Observing practice, but not dressed to practice.
Yeah, there's only one way to take it. There's something going on, and it's probably physical. So interesting. I mean, Dalton Keene was just released too, so
maybe get some rest.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
veterans rest.
I don't think so, but it's something.
Kaimi Fairbairn not spotted at practice, which makes sense. Practice squad kicker Matthew Wright was practicing. That's whatever is actually happening. I'm excited to hear DeMeco today because hopefully you get something to the direction of answers in that. Will Anderson Jr. was not practicing in the portion of practice that was open to the media. That one, for some reason, does not hit me. I just feel like that's probably actually some level of rest.
They've done it before.
Of him.
Wasn't it a couple of weeks ago or maybe earlier?
That it was
Will
earlier.
Anderson sat one out. It's just sort of because he's Will Anderson and well deserved.
And especially because I'm also not worried about that because Will Anderson, if he when he has I think sometimes you might just need to kind of be the adult in the room and tell him, hey, let's go ahead and dial this back for a second. And then finally, Nick Chubb is not practicing at the portion of the practice that is open to the media.
You got to wrap him in bubble wrap. That's how I see that.
Really?
Yeah, you think it's more?
That one. Well, maybe because I mean it's not like he was used to a crazy degree.
You got nicked up last week, and you didn't make a deal for any running backs. You got to wrap Nick Chubb up in bubble wrap.
We'll see what the what DeMeco Ryans says, and probably even more important, what the injury report tells us about those various.
Jalen Petrie?
Was Jalen Petrie?
Jalen Petrie.
I must have missed that one.
Was not practicing in the open portion as well.
That's a lot of bodies, man.
A lot of dudes that are sitting out. It is week 10. You mentioned it.
It's week 10, but it's also Wednesday.
Yeah.
Right? Like you got Monday, which is typically, get some recovery in. Tuesday is an off day. You would think that by today that you'd have guys that are, even if they're limited participants, that they're practicing. No, you got a whole bunch of DNPs popping up. At least what it seems like.
Seen,
We'll see what it actually shows up. Maybe when you get to the portion that is closed to the media, they will actually be out there and participating in some level of drills or whatever. But as of right now, there's a lot of names. It seems like the one that would have jumped up to me is not the one that gets you. Is it the Petrie one that strikes you the strongest?
Probably Petrie. Such a crucial position. Thin and crucial player as well.
Yeah, especially when you don't Jalen Smith goes on the IR, so you can't do the thing, or maybe you can, depending on how you believe in Elijah Huzzie, to move somebody else at outside cornerback and move Kamari Lassiter into play. That should need to. So yeah, that's wow. Okay, all right. We'll keep you up to date, and of course here on Sports Radio 610 is where you will hear DeMeco Ryans giving you some updates there. All right, but what I wanted to do here, as we're headed in week 10, but getting through week 9, over midway through the season, and I wanted to do some midseason superlatives here. I barely said that word correctly. You'll have to forgive me. Midseason superlatives. John Lopez, you ready for this?
I am ready for this.
Were you like on the? Because I know you obviously ended up being a newspaper guy. Were you on like the yearbook committee when you were in high school?
Oh yeah.
So you did this.
I was on the yearbook in middle school.
Okay. Yeah. You don't got a brown nose. I was in yearbook committee in elementary school.
You're dang right.
I'd put a yearbook together when I was 5.
I used to ride home with the principal.
Well,
goodness gracious, that's real. Okay.
I thought it was the teacher.
It was the teacher. That's why I said well.
Okay.
Yeah, Mrs. Foley. Whew.
All right. Goodness. Keep it in your pants. All right. First one. Who's the player of the first half? John Lopez. 713-572-4610. Play along with the midseason superlatives at this point.
Player of the first half. I'm going to give this some thought, or is it easy?
I mean, look, there's not a direct answer. We're coming up with this, and obviously Figgy weigh in as well. I think this probably is easy though, because I don't know.
Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know that there's another player that I would put up there. Will Anderson has been the guy, right? It feels like your pass rush is the straw that stirs the drink of your defense, and for some weird reasons, and I mean, obviously, there's reasons that are understandable. Will has been the one who shined. Daniil Hunter, I think there's been concerted efforts to not allow ends up being those guys that's rough. You see defenses, or rather offenses, getting the ball out quick. I believe that's literally the fastest time to throw our opposing teams versus the Texans, because they're afraid of this pass rush, and obviously that will mitigate some of the pass rush and the ability to get home. But it's been Will that's been the one that's been able to get home.
Yeah,
right.
It's
been
gotta
him.
be him.
Otherwise, I thought, as you mentioned, Jalen Petrie, that might be a name that you consider here.
It should be.
He had the interceptions early on in the year. He's the reason why the defense kind of works the way that it does. Is there anyone else that you would consider, or is it just has to be Will, right?
Well, no, it has to be Will. I think you certainly consider Jalen Petrie. That would be one. I think you would consider Derek Stingley, although he had a little bit of a lull.
It's funny though, because
Daniil Hunter.
It's always hard to talk about anybody on this defense. Well, most of the guys on this defense, especially the bigger names and bigger personalities and people, because they're so damn good. This is a really good defense, one of the best, if not the best, in the league. With all that being said, and all that foreplay, Stingley doesn't look like himself.
Not quite.
Right? Like
not quite.
I feel like you understand where I'm coming from. We're coming off of a game where there was one touchdown, like that was the one catch that was made by Courtland Sutton against him. He was still really good, but even with that, looks a little bit less like himself, and I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
Is that enough to say
Might
that
be
he's not been up there?
expectations.
Yeah, and that's probably fair.
Might be expectations.
That's probably fair. All right, so that one felt easy. Will Anderson Jr., first half, player of the first half. Is there a best play of the first half that comes to your mind?
One came immediately to mind, and it wasn't necessarily that significant, but it was just a fun play, and that was Jalen Noel in Baltimore with the dance after
the Ray Lewis
dance after all and all that and everything that happened. It's kind of sad that that's the one that came to mind. Am I missing an obvious one? You think about like a play of the year so far, Figgy? Maybe.
Yeah, I can't really think of one.
Like there wasn't one
that.
like boom, flip the script, big play wins
because
the
you could probably
game.
name some ones on defense, some interceptions on defense, that type of stuff. But
the 3rd and 32.
Yeah,
second and 32.
Wait,
wasn't it second and third or second and 17? The one that Nico
Collins, on the left sideline.
It was yards.
That was one of the things that I was thinking about. Honestly, when I first got to superlative of best play,
I'd probably put that one.
I was trying to come up with offensive ones because they feel like they mean more, but it feels like such a jerk thing to not look at this defense and the number of plays that they continually make and not look at one of those.
But the thing about that one is you really needed that game. And you got that play.
This is a fair one to bring up from the 713. This is one I was thinking of. Sack, fumble, touchdown. Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah. So where would you rank him? I think I'd still put that Nico play there.
I would probably lean more towards the Will Anderson sack.
Yeah.
The fumble touchdown.
Yeah.
That's fair. Another one that comes in from the 3-6-1 run, 50-something yarder out of the backfield that happened just a couple weeks ago was at the Niners. But it's hard for me to put that one as like best play because also it feels like when you get to best play of the first half, it's either got to be something that was insane, which to be fair, that was a really good play, or if it's something that has great meaning.
I think the meaning matters to me. I don't know about y'all, because that like you know the ones that changed the tide. You know?
Yeah, I feel like it probably is the Will Anderson. I was like, it's probably the Will Anderson, strip sack, touchdown, fumble, recovery. Was there any other things that he did? Did he do anything else? Was that all? And it does feel like you're just keep coming back to Will Anderson Jr. as a super vital point. Keep sending those in because obviously we want to move it along, but I want to get some wider thoughts if you have those. This one I'm interested to see where you go because these ones, those first two felt pretty easy when it comes to There's limited options there. Here, there's a lot of options. Or maybe there's not as much options with this one as the next one. Biggest surprise to this point in the first half of the season.
All right. Does it have to be a good thing?
Yes, because the next one will be the negative thing. Do you want to start with the negative and then finish with the positive so it feels like it's not? All right, let's switch those. Biggest disappointment, John Lopez.
I think my biggest surprise, is probably the biggest surprise. So I'm going to say it now. And that is Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs alternating.
The willingness to.
That's shocking.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That's shocking. They're still doing it.
Right. It wasn't like we needed to do this and then we got back and we figured it out after a few games that this guy was the better option. This is a decision, a conscious decision to roll these guys out back and forth. I was like, I keep thinking negative things
that's
and
it.
surprises. No, that is absolutely one of those. You got one that
I got a kind of a good one. Ed Ingram, his play.
That is a good point.
That was a surprising one, and then. Also on the offensive line, very surprised they traded Cam Robinson. I thought he was going to be the starting left tackle, and that didn't happen.
Yeah.
That is a really good point on Ed Ingram, especially, and I have to raise my hand on that. That definitely fits in over here because I was not hyped about that one. I was like, yeah, he was bad in Minnesota last year. He gets benched in those cases. Or actually, is that Cam? One of them when Minnesota gets benched.
Yeah.
And here he is looking like one of the most aggressive.
Probably one of your better offensive linemen.
He's definitely the dude who gets the best push off the line.
Yeah.
Like I can't even. Is there a dude who gets better push off of the line in run circumstances than Ed Ingram?
I guess you could argue Titus Howard.
Maybe. It's to the point where I know, and maybe this says more about the other side than it does about Ed Ingram, but I know exactly when they're trying to get short yardage and when they actually decide to run a quarterback sneak, I know where it's going.
Where it's going, yeah.
It is, and maybe that ends up being a detriment, but it's C.J. Stroud is going to try and move to his right because that is where you know you can get a little bit of push.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah. I think those are good ones.
Biggest disappointment, John Lopez.
Nick Caley. Or does it have to be on the field?
No, I mean, just please go for it, man.
I think, just alternately just looking like, as I've said this year, at least a couple times, looking sometimes like he's just in over his head.
Yes, but at the same time, this was foreseeable.
You would, well, yes, kind of. At the same, it's not like we didn't have any confidence. We were just curious, what he was going to be. Came from pretty good pedigree, and all that, Sean McVay stuff and all that. But it's a big disappointment.
I think one of the disappointments for me, because obviously there are many. One of the disappointments for me is actually within Nick Caley, but it's not like the actual play calling or even the ineffectiveness of the offense. It is one of the things that I believed in him and that is very much within his power is we're just gonna tailor our offense to our players, and you would think inherent within that is we're just gonna get our best guys on the field.
Yeah.
And they're seemingly unwilling to do that for various reasons. And early on, I thought, okay, it's not the easiest offense to get a grasp on. Maybe you need guys that have experience in the league to be able to do this.
Yeah, and
at a certain point, that ceased being a sufficient reason for them not to utilize the best talent. And especially when you consider the lack of production that this offense had. What was most surprising is that the dude who came in and seemingly was like, I'm not going to, work counterproductively. I'm not going to try and fit square peg into round hole. Is seemingly doing that.
And maybe, that's a DeMeco influence, but nevertheless, it's happening. And then the layup answer on the field is clearly just offensive line. And if you want to get more specific, I think Jake Andrews. I think Jake Andrews has been a big mistake.
That one again also feels like that was fairly obvious in that regard. Is there any other ones that come to mind for you, Fig?
Yeah, outside of the offensive line, I don't want to be too hard on a rookie, but I was a little disappointed in Higgins a little bit. I thought he was going to be.
That's a good one.
I thought he was going to be way more big on this offense like that. And I know he made some plays and stuff, but I thought he was going to be kind of in that, wow, look at this rookie Jaden Higgins. I thought he was going to be talking about him more like that.
Yeah, and I think that there was rightfully some voices that were making mention of, hey, he's still a rookie, and this is something that he'll grow into. The dude who probably had the better chance of coming in pretty early in making impact was Noel, and I think it's kind of played out that way. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. Like the dude who was your first pick in that draft.
Yeah, it was early. I thought with them picking him up in that second round, I thought he was going to have more of an impact.
Yeah.
And just kind of been a little disappointed.
What do you think about this from the 713 that says their biggest disappointment is the regression of C.J. Stroud? Do you feel like that should count here?
I don't know.
I don't know if I consider
regression is
yeah.
And to be clear, he was okay in spurts last year, and he's been okay in spurts this year. A real good game mixed in, but largely okay.
And he's looked to have command, which is the thing.
Also, let's forget he's also had those where he just seems like he's kind of not checked out, but there's no
sped
confidence.
Up. Like there's a lot of different ways that it's fluctuated. And this is a great one that comes in from the 713 and 832, and I think this actually might be a really good answer here. The complete absence of Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
That, a disappointment there. And you know what? I'm willing to say it. Like the way that the organization has kind of handled the heat of the circumstance has been disappointing, if I'm going to be honest. Like I feel like they have not risen to, I think, the standard that I believe them capable of holding on when it comes to a level of accountability showing up to their doorstep. I feel like they've been a little bit touchy than the touchy.
You can do better.
I think that's the case.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always, always, always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch a local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, it's the time to hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I got a crazy story I ran across on my algorithm from a legend by the name of Scarface. Not that Scarface that's from Houston.
Oh, okay.
Not the obvious Scarface that have the movie, but a different Scarface.
There's a third Scarface?
Apparently it is.
Oh, well, I got to learn about this third Scarface next.
All right, I'm looking at the underdog.
TexasChildren's.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. I got to tell you guys about this legend named Scarface. Not Brad Jordan, Scarface. Not Al Pacino, Scarface. But apparently it's a lion by the name of Scarface that came across my algorithm. I seen a post, and sometimes you be seeing a whole bunch of fake stuff on there.
Yeah.
I ran across an ugly-looking lion with a scar on his face. Looked like he missing an eye, too.
Oh.
And it says, a photo of Scarface is going viral. Experts estimated that he killed more than 130 male lions throughout his lifetime.
Wow.
And I said, what? I'm like, is this a joke?
Yeah.
How did they get that estimation?
That was the first thing I said. And it had a little more stats, too. They had, I want to say, they say he took down 400 hyenas, 130 lions, and a hippo, and even fought off crocodiles.
Did the lion write his profile himself?
Well, rest in peace to him, because
he's like, man, I be getting all of my hyenas. I took down a rhino one time too.
I was like, wait a minute. So I clearly had too much time on my hands. So I'm like, let me search this.
Yeah.
Let me see if this is true. So this lion apparently have a Facebook page, a fan page. It's many documentaries on YouTube talking about this lion. And here is one of them. This is kind of like a brief little story on the lion Scarface, which they call Scar.
The most famous lion in the world has a mighty story. Scarface once killed 400 hyenas and even beat a hippo in a fight. In a famous video, Scarface faced a group of hyenas. He was saved at the last moment by his brothers. This was the last time the lion broke his own rule and attacked alone. Scarface protected his land from 130 lions and chased out a group of crocodiles after they killed one of his cubs. In 2011, Scarface fought a younger, bigger lion named Marsupial. Everyone thought Marsupial would win and be big, but didn't lose. He defeated Marsupial and kept his head for 2 weeks before throwing it away. In 2016, Scarface lost his eye in a battle with his brothers. He killed 2 of the 6 lions alone. The reserve's guards found Scarface dead after hearing a sad roar from the lionesses. This was the end of a legend.
Dude, that is a legend.
I'm like, I had so many questions. I ended up watching like a 16-minute little doc
of course
on this. They were very detailed about this. And I tried to do my little research and try to check out other stuff. It was similar stories. I'm like, who is out here watching this?
I've got to admit, I
know Reggie ain't buying it.
The very first thought I had is this AI, which is not necessarily about whether I'm buying this in particular. It's just my natural inclination. Now I've tried to train myself to be like, all right, something seems fantastical. Is this AI first and foremost? And then I was trying to just hold that back. And then you played what was clearly AI recording. That doesn't necessarily mean that like the actual story, like they clearly just had.
Yeah, I could have played the 16-minute doc on here.
Yeah,
but this was the brief summary I had of this to kind of summarize it a little bit.
I am,
dude. I'm looking at it now because I don't like to look at your thing until you start talking about it. He wasn't a National Reserve, which they monitor what all the animals are doing in the National Reserve, the Masai Mara National Reserve. So there are means in those places where people can monitor these. He is a bad looking dude.
Yeah, man.
First of all,
I'm like, he might have overstepped the other 2 Scarfaces.
Yeah, they wouldn't. I put it this way, they wouldn't mess with him.
Man, I couldn't believe. I'm like, what in the world is this? I couldn't believe they had all the stats on this guy, man. Over 400 hyenas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, damn, man.
Respect.
He was badass, man.
He's a bad dude.
Hey, salute to the king right there, man.
And apparently Nat Geo has some stuff on this. So at least if depending on how you believe, Nat Geo feels like it has the weight. But shout out to Scarface, man.
Yeah, it kind of made me want to watch some more animal docs a little bit, man, because I was never into the animal docs, but I was into this one for some reason. I'm just like, damn, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know what the most impressive thing out of everything that you said is fighting that hippo, because I don't think people realize.
That is some street type stuff. Like, man, I saw Scarface. He beat up a hippo, man. A hippo.
That's like saying that I beat up a tank.
Yes.
Do you know how unreal hippos are? When it comes to
they're mean.
They are land tanks, is what they are.
Yeah, that's like
mean.
That's like me saying, I took the gun right out of his hand and bent it in half.
Man, you're gonna make me go all in on Scarface.
You should check it out, man. Yeah, check it out. It was very interesting. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. A corrections officer in Texas was fired over hustling something to the inmates, which is. I feel like that's very common now because you see a lot of inmates with cell phones and somehow.
Right.
And so you got some of these CEOs that's out here, doing the work and all that stuff. But here is KVUE News in Austin with the story about the CEO who got fired for hustling. What?
25-year-old Amos Nyanwe was fired earlier this week. He was booked into the Travis County Jail and later released on bond. According to court documents, this all came out because another corrections officer was monitoring an inmate's phone calls. In one call in August, the inmate told a family member that an officer agreed to get him habanero mango chicken wings from Wingstop if he would send him $50 on Cash App. Investigators went back and looked at surveillance video, and it shows Nyanwe eating some of the wings and then giving them to the inmate. Texas law states that jail employees cannot provide contraband to inmates, and that includes food that's not authorized.
My man was hustling the Wingstop wings, man. So apparently this guy was selling them for like $6 a wing.
That's highway robbery. I was about to say,
but he went up on the price of the brick.
Yeah,
that's what kind of sold everything out.
Yeah.
I guess
highway robbery.
I guess the other correctional officer that found out he was doing that kind of wanted in on it.
Yeah.
And I guess the guy was like, "Nah."
Oh, he wanted in on it.
I think that's some of the what the streets are saying.
Yeah.
$6 a wing.
Yeah.
It's jail though, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
that
thing
stuff
that makes
is high anyway.
Well, but it makes it even worse because even if they're working in jail, they get significant. You probably working like 3 days for a wing or something. Now, obviously, I don't have the exact math, but that's crazy.
Yeah, no, they spike up the prices on cigarettes and all that stuff. Everything is high in there, but $6 a wing.
The $6 a wing actually doesn't surprise me that much, just because of it's jail, it's prison, or whatever. The fact that he's going to jail and somebody's going to ask him, what you in for? Buffalo habanero.
Mango habanero.
Mango habanero. Yeah.
My man was hustling, man. Got caught up in that.
Was as we talked about, was the juice worth the squeeze on that one?
I have no.
I'm kind of curious how long he was doing this.
Yeah.
If he was doing this for a few months, he probably is making a nice little chump sum.
Yeah.
Especially if he just coming in bringing lunch anyway.
You'd say he was doing it for a year? Got a little cash.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Yesterday, we kind of had a little big bat moment. And got another one right here. And I got to play the intro one more time before I get into this.
Big bag, big bag. Big bag, big bag. Yeah, my bag is loaded up with snacks and different foods. Squeeze into this tiny shirt, my big bag has no room. Big bag, big bag. Big bag, big bag. Yeah. Yeah. So Kraft, Kraft, the company Kraft,
right?
They do macaroni and cheese
And all that. A apple pie flavored mac and cheese for the holidays.
Oh my God.
So I feel like we getting a little trend here, right?
Are we just out of ideas? Is that it? There's no more good ideas when it comes to little flavor twists and stuff like that.
Yeah. So they selling this. You could buy it. It's an online purchase at Walmart. So you got to go to Walmart.com to purchase this. But this is the cool thing about this. So you hear apple pie and all that stuff. They decided to link up with one Jason Biggs from where? American Pie.
Oh, that Jason Biggs.
Yeah. So they partner up with him, and they actually did a little Instagram post. I actually had this post right here. This is Jason Biggs kind of reacting, kind of doing a little funny little spoof with Kraft mac and cheese.
Who else could be the face of new Kraft mac and cheese apple pie flavor other than me? Huh? America's Pie Guy. Look, I made apple pie famous once. I'm ready to do it again. And by do it, I mean, no, just kidding. I'm just kidding. Look at that. Right? So I'm thinking me in a giant pie plate the size of a bathtub, just covered in new. Hello? Hi, hello? Hello? My agent said, create your own opportunities, Jason. The industry has changed. You gotta be proactive. Go after things. I can't get this job. What the
I thought that part was kind of cool.
It is funny.
I don't care for the flavor, of course, but I thought it was cool. They tried to mix.
Right, I'm starting to have second thoughts here. Now, hear me out.
About what part?
The apple pie flavored mac and cheese. I've never really done this, but don't a lot of people put a slice of cheese on their apple pie?
There are people that do that, yeah. I believe. I was about to say I believe in Wisconsin, but that feels very.
I've never done it.
Not in my world.
No, I've never done it.
There are people that do it.
But that is a thing, right?
It is.
You know what? I might
try it.
I might give that a try.
You got to order it now. We got to order. We got to order the Thanksgiving Oreos.
Yeah.
And now we got to order this.
Not that. But the more I was thinking it, and he was talking about the apple pie, I was like, I've seen it. A lot of. What, white people? Is that a good way to put it?
Don't ask me. Why are you asking me like I know?
They put a slice of cheese on their apple pie.
I think that's Wisconsin folks. I think.
Yeah.
That feels like.
Well, we have listeners that can help us with
Yeah,
this.
let us know if you know who them people are that put
So I'm
cheese
kind
on.
of.
You kind of in on it?
Changed my tune on
Okay.
that.
Is this all just rage bait marketing? Like, are they just do all these companies just create these absurd flavors? Like, I'll even take it all the way back. This isn't a flavor, but remember when they used to make the green ketchup?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Is this just the thing to be like, oh, here's the attention that will draw people in, and then maybe remind them that we got this mac and cheese over here, like that. Is that what's happening?
I think that's exactly what it is. I think you can't add any more pumpkin spice to whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So hey, let's just go totally left. Let's try this.
Biggie, I hate to say this, I've been doing searching, and even that Nat Geographic, like, I don't trust Nat Geo. That's somebody with stolen valor. I don't know that Scarface is real.
No, I would tend to believe that he is.
Where did you see this at?
The internet, just like you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just the internet. The internet's never. Nobody would ever get on the internet and lie.
Hey, it was all over the place. I watched the doc on it.
Yeah.
And not even what I just played. It was like a 16-minute.
If there's a documentary on it,
I can't. Man, there's a lot of people putting stuff on YouTube. I can't believe nothing on the internet anymore. This is
why don't you go to
That's a totally different topic.
I can't believe anything anymore.
Yeah, why don't you go to the library and get a encyclopedia and confirm this for me? All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. Lopez, you might be down with this.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think you will be down with this. So tonight will be a full moon.
Oh.
And what happens?
It's the beaver moon.
Excuse me?
It's the beaver moon tonight.
Like Buc-ee's?
Yes.
That's the only beaver moon I recognize. And when you're driving late at night, you see that Buc-ee's.
If you're
sign.
wondering,
so what's your old lady doing tonight?
She's got a bunch of glass. What are those jars called? Whatever they're called, filled with water. We're going to put them out.
Mason jars.
Mason jars on the porch tonight. We're going to have some very healthy, rejuvenating water for the next few days. Because it's not just moon water. It's not just blue moon water. It's beaver moon water. And you know how you know and how it got its name?
Not even close. And I'm afraid of the answer.
No. This checks out. this checks out. So the moon is so powerful. See the moon, the full moon, when beavers do their most work at night. Actual beavers, like chopping down trees and building dams and stuff.
Oh,
because it's that powerful of a moon. So you know the water, and I don't necessarily believe all this, but my wife does.
You sound like you do.
You know, we're gonna have some special beaver water tomorrow. You want some beaver water? Beaver moon water?
Yeah, I'll take some.
I gave you some last time, right?
Yeah. We tried the sample.
Change your life?
I need you to understand, I have no earthly idea how to respond to any of this. I'm trying my best. I'm not even trying to be funny.
This is a rough mixtape for Reggie today.
I don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm like, is this AI? What's a beaver moon? Yeah. I got B. Scott in the YouTube page talking about how we didn't mention Kamari Lassiter in the superlatives. I'm all over the place right now.
Yeah. No, beaver moon water, man.
Yeah,
we got apple pie, cheese, and macaroni and apple. I'm confused.
Yeah.
I don't like it here.
That's right.
Yeah, so salute to all the moon water drinkers. And then, real quick, salute to Mike Garafolo. So I was watching NFL Network yesterday. He was kind of breaking down the whole Breece Hall thing. And he decided to do something I didn't know I would enjoy this much. He decided to read Breece Hall's tweet.
Oh, wow.
Here is Breece Hall just now posting on X, sick about my brothers. Man, sad face emoji. Happy for them, but man, I'm sick. RN right now.
I enjoyed that way too much.
Yeah.
Hey, I synced it in real time. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, he need to read that again.
The best part is, like, I always feel for anybody that has to read something that is, I am in an official capacity. How do I do this? Because I don't think anybody wanted Mike Garafolo to try and put on the effect that would be necessary to try and deliver that in a more fluid way. Because I think that goes left as well. So there was no winning there. Maybe they just needed to put it on the screen. Like, as you see here, Breece Hall is tweeting.
Sick about my brothers.
I feel like you're going to save that clip as well. I feel like that one, we'll hear that one again. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. You'll hear Figgy bringing you that. At the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy that is not AI, I feel like just please help me out with that for my personal sanity. Or don't. You know, I'm not your daddy. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But there's been a lot of jokes about this. However, I kind of want to ask this straight up. Do you miss Bobby Slowik? We'll talk about it next.
The Texans are looking.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, for them to get off and running. Yeah, apparently Davis Mills will talk in the role where CJ Stroud typically does. I mean, it makes sense. That feels like even another.
I got PTSD. That's all it is,
fair.
man. Yeah.
Fair.
I just went back to that 2021, 2022 season. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, well, it seems like that's going to be the quarterback this week when the Texans take on the Jags at NRG Stadium. So I was going to say we're looking forward to that, but I don't know how we're feeling about that, if I'm being entirely honest. And another how we feeling about that is a question that I wanted to ask here. There's been a lot of kind of jokes about it, but do you actually miss Bobby Slowik? 713-572-4610, because obviously there's been a lot of people who are not impressed, who are not pleased with what this offense is, nor should they be. And a lot of that displeasure comes to Nick Caley, who is the offensive coordinator. The buck stops there when it comes to the offense. But I've had conversations with folks this week and the last couple of weeks that it's earnestly, seriously step forward and say, I mean, if this was what it was going to be, you'd have been better with Bobby Slowik. And I've had a hard time being able to hear that. And so I kind of wanted to see, what do you guys feel about that? Again, text in and let us know, because, I mean, it just feels like it's a different side of the same coin for me when it comes to the coordinator. It feels like you made a decision that was errant, and we've talked about this a lot, going for a first-time play caller. And I feel like you ended up in a place that was similar, where Bobby Slowik was running this Kyle Shanahan inspired offense, but it was the basic of it. It was the bare bones of it. It did not have the next addition to it like you would see from anybody else who was in that system. And similarly, even if there will be some pushback from this team, it feels like when you look at the Nick Caley iteration of this offense that is somewhat Patriots inspired or what have you, however you want to qualify it, it feels like it's too basic. It feels like there's not enough answers given, and even specifically in this, you lean so much on the quarterback that it requires the quarterback to be perfect. And I'd be actually intrigued on what these gentlemen have as D&M Autolisa gives us the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, did you have any feelings of, well, you'd be better off with Bobby Slowik in this moment?
Well, I don't know how anybody in their right mind doesn't believe that. I mean, hell, Bobby had a rookie of the year, lead the league, quarterback leads the league in yards per game and fewest interceptions, and Nico Collins was having all-pro years, and Joe Mixon had a Pro Bowl year, and so I mean, if we're comparing the two, I have zero problem in hindsight saying that Bobby Slowik in year 3 would have been significantly better than this mess we're watching right now.
But it wouldn't have been optimal. It wouldn't, or not even optimal, but it wouldn't have been what you choose, right?
Well, no. I mean, no. I'd rather have a Sean Payton. I'd rather I'd rather have somebody that's been doing it and won championships and has their own voice and doesn't need the backing of the head coach or the general manager looking over their shoulder to make sure they're doing everything right. I would rather that. But I mean, look, you look at what Bobby Slowik was able to do in 2 years. It really was pretty impressive, for being honest. And so, this is rough right here. I mean, either way, you're starting over in an entire different system, and more. It seems like we signed up for more of the New England system.
I know that I have, and Clinton knows that we've had conversations about this a lot. I know I've probably been on an island here. It's one of the dumbest things that they've done since they've been here.
Firing Bobby?
Yeah. It was one of the dumbest things they did. And I know people have their issues with Bobby and how bad it looked like. I mean, as I continued to say last year, now you want to give him that sorry-ass offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to give him those coaches. All right, he had injuries throughout the wazoo. Right, last year Diggs was missed for the season. Tank at one point was missed. Hell, he ain't had Tank play a full season the first 2 years that he had him. Right, Nico missed 6 games in the middle of the season. Right, you got an offensive line
that struggles to run block, and that we've only seen one running back seem to have success behind the offensive line, and that's Joe Mixon. By the way, got to the Pro Bowl last year under his leadership. That can't run block, that struggles to run block, that can't pick up blitzes or games or anything. And it's like, hey, go have at it. Be successful. By the way, also, the system. We talk about like the system Shanahan stuff works damn near everywhere. All right. But also your general manager and decision makers should probably give you pieces that fit with what it is that you want to do. Right? There is an offensive line tight end situation that is not fitting anything that is similar to San Francisco. They never, ever rectified it. Dalton Schultz is not anywhere close to the type of tight ends that they like to use to be able to be effective in the run game and the passing game. The furthest thing from George Kittle, which is what he had in San Francisco. Laramie Tunsil, furthest thing from Trent Williams, which he had. I'm not saying you can get that, but they didn't put forth the type of players that this system would want, and he was able to work through it the first 2 years. I'm not saying Bobby Slowik was great or he was Andy Reid. I think he was a coordinator that was growing, that I completely believe had people working against him within the organization. So I think the Bobby Slowik thing was the dumbest thing that they have done. And they've done some dumb things. It was the dumbest thing to me that they have done.
The interesting thing with Bobby Slowik, because I think there was reasons to justify firing him and reasons to justify keeping him if you wanted to move on.
Which I think I would argue there's a lot of, and when you come to firing somebody, there's a lot of reasons to justify firing and keeping. The ultimate deciding factor is, do you want to?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think there was an argument for both sides, especially if some of what was going on in the building was true. Right? The interesting thing is believing that it was so bad that you just had to make a move and you had no answer. There was no better answer out there. The answer for Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans was, let's keep the staff together and just plug in a tight ends coach to call plays. That's the wild, like that just doesn't.
That was David Culley.
Like it's one thing to say, well, every good offensive coordinator started somewhere and called plays for the first time. Yeah. I just doubt, and I haven't done the math, but I doubt very seriously that many offensive coordinators got there first by joining an entirely foreign staff in a different place and saying, hey, here, we're going to give you all these guys as staff and everybody here, you go do work and see how that works. That's just an odd way to go about things. So I think, to me, that's the part that I go, was moving on from Bobby really a smart decision?
However you put it, like in a 2-year span, we went from this dude is potentially a hot head coaching candidate that we are going to try to give extra money to incentivize him for staying. And in a year, fellas, nah, man, we got to move on.
Get him up out of here, yeah.
In a year, we got to move on. That clearly screams that there was some other nonsense going on, and we continue to see nonsense going on that side of the ball. We'll see. Like, I see people texting in how slow it's impacting Miami. He's an offensive advisor
or something like that.
That was lit before he arrived there. Okay. All right.
Yeah, look. I probably lean a little bit away from exactly where you are, Ron, but I do agree with you, and your point is well taken on especially the personnel that is put in front of him. I'm going through my notes and watching Bobby Slowik, and there's still things where I'm like, your opening script is suspect, and I understand your offensive line is going to impact that. There's not answers being given for your quarterback, but I think the biggest indictment is probably the system that you have, not the system rather, but the organizational structure, because you're right. Now you have 2 offensive coordinators that were not necessarily put in the opportunity to succeed. You have to ask why that is the case.
They're all fixable. But, I mean, Nick Caley was just, and Clint has talked about it, Nick Caley was just here to do whatever, whoever was the person who spearheaded Nick Caley being here. Nick Caley is here to do whatever it is that they want. You just like we sit here when David Culley got hired, and they said, "Hey, Dave, what we're going to do here, man. We want to bring you in, but we got your OC covered. We got your DC covered. Hey, man, we're going to hold on to Tim Kelly. Tim Kelly? Hell, I've never worked with him. I've never even met him. Timmy! I have no idea who this person is. We said right there. Oh,
the guy we just fired. It was his.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, nobody like coming in. Hey, man, you here to do a job? Because no respecting person. My first gig here. Hey, man, y'all got my whole staff. This whole staff was supposedly so bad that we had to get rid of a guy who was supposed to be a hot head coaching candidate. I hear you with the game script and all that stuff. Yeah, he was. Yeah, there's a lot of working you got to do around my offensive line can't block in any fashion.
Yeah, I mean, like you're right. It's one of those things that we talked about. I didn't see enough of the redeeming qualities to have belief, but at this point, you do have to look back in hindsight and go.
And they got him into the
Reg,
playoffs.
you're talking about having belief versus what? Like it's one thing to just not believe. Like I don't think. I mean, if you just looked up and from the time he was hired, you said, "Hey, man, in year one, your quarterback's going to lead the league in passing. He's going to be a rookie of the year. He's going to have the fewest interceptions. You're going to win 10 games, go to the second round of the playoffs." And you said year two, you're going to do the same. Go to the second round of the playoffs, win 10 games. We'd all signed up for that. We'd have said, "Hell yeah, whatever it looks like, absolutely." Coming off the heels of Culley and them fellas back in the day, and when it happened, it was like it wasn't good enough, right? You know, it just. Think about it where we are right now today. When Bobby Slowik took over in Houston, at this point in time, we were talking about C.J. Stroud. By week 8 or 9 in the season, we were talking about C.J. Stroud being an MVP candidate, C.J. Stroud being one of the top 10, top 5 quarterbacks in the league his rookie year. Right now, he ain't even mentioned. I mean, he ain't even mentioned in the top.
Had Austin Deculus and George Fant as his tackles starting multiple games of that season.
I mean, he's not even mentioned, bro.
Like, it's like Bobby became an absolute ignorant fool in a year.
Yeah, it's
like
wild.
That's where you became a damn idiot.
Dang it, Bobby.
In a year.
If somebody walked up, like Ridge, where you're at, like if somebody walked up and said, "Hey, man, I'm gonna use Sean Payton just because everybody knows my point, right? Sean Payton's on the road on the streets, man. You got a chance to get him. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna doubt Bobby Slowik.
Yeah. I got
but if you're just doubting to doubt. You know what I mean? Like and we don't have any answers.
Something happened inside the building.
Yeah, and that's ultimately the place that
something happened inside the building.
I'll go with you there, and I think really the thing that's frustrating is that if you are going to make that move, you have to have something that's better on the other side.
And something happened, but something happened in the building to an extent, Clint and Reggie, where they said we need to get somebody who we can control.
That's an alarm going off. Somebody's late, cuz.
That is the deal. If something happened so bad that we gotta have. Hey, this is what we gotta do. We need to get somebody in here that we can control to do exactly what we want them to do.
I don't that to a certain degree. I don't doubt it one bit.
And that is.
There's too many options. Not to go too deep off in the weeds on this, Reg, but good topic. I mean, there's just too many. There's too many moments, like from a football perspective, just like a scheme perspective, watching film perspective, where I want to pull my hair out and I don't have any skin in the game.
Yeah.
Like I got to believe Gerard Johnson is standing on the table and willing to lose his job over some of this stuff. Like what, you know what I mean?
And that's
and I'm not talking about just with Nick. I'm talking about with Bobby too. I'm talking about all of it.
Yeah,
like somebody's got to stand on this. Somebody's got to stand up and beat a man and let him hang and go, nah, this ain't it, right? And it's almost like leads you to believe that Bobby was the guy that did that, ruffled a bunch of feathers, got kicked up out of here, and like Ron said, find somebody else that'll plug in and just fall in line.
It's an interesting thought process. Because it's hard to think that you got this many people in that room that should know some football, and you end up with things that look like.
Coach, you got guys. You know how many, not just offensive line coaches. You know how many offensive line coaches, play callers, offensive advisors, consultants have been in that building, and the O-line place doesn't. It's like taking years to improve.
We've been through six or seven O-line coaches.
I mean, you got. I mean, these guys are committed to the wide receiver coach over there, like he's a Hall of Famer. And last year we had receivers running routes into each other. I mean, Dan Orlovsky's on national TV talking about, man, the attention to detail of these wide receivers sucks. Yeah. Oof. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, ooh.
All right, fellas.
Good start. Good start, though. I'm glad we can feel some in the loop time with our negativity. Right?
I appreciate you.
He started it.
I did start it. I have no one to blame. I had some Romeo Dobbs audio talking about his tight end like he had gone to glory, but I feel like that was a better conversation.
All
right.
Dumbest thing they've done.
You're in the loop, or you're no longer in the loop. We're done. Let these guys get on the underway. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
I'm always good, raw dog in the drive.
Yeah, he is. That's Reggie. I mean, I can't believe he said that with such confidence. Whatever that day he said that. I mean, Reggie said that with such confidence.
Sometimes when the mic is hot, man, you just don't like that dead space, and you just keep talking, and you don't really realize what you said until after the fact. I think it was one of those moments for Reg. I think he was trying to get to the crossover, crosstalk ID or whatever.
Yeah.
He's trying to beat your 205
Because when you
clock.
said that, I'm ready to hit raw dog, and I'm ready to hit the dump button, slipping into the dump. And he said it with confidence, put his feet up and said it. I do want to be fair. The dumbest thing they've done, outside of the Easter beat years. All right, they did. That was a different time. But since they've been there, it's to me, it's the worst decision they've made. That was wild. And they have just compounded it multiple times over and over. All right, it is the drive as we're in this thing. A lot to get to. We will hear from DeMeco Ryans live right here on the drive. We will hear from who we believe to be Davis Mills. As it appears, and we'll get to this in just a second, it appears he is most likely to be the starter coming up in this must-win, feels like season may be on the brink game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's coming up a little bit later on. And our guy, Mr. Brandon Scott, will join us a little bit later on in the 4 o'clock hour for a little Texans report, so we will hear from him. But I do want to start kind of from the injury front, Clint. This report's from Aaron Wilson. C.J. Stroud still sidelined, Clint, with the concussion. Dave Dan at QB1 took those first team reps, and then Blake Fisher, he also took first team reps because he was in at right tackle with Titus Howard still in the concussion protocol. He is concussed, according to Aaron Wilson. And then a lot maybe didn't know this. This was a little bit later on if you didn't get this. Matthew Wright, who has kicked for a gazillion teams in the last 5 years, he is in. And he is kicking right now for Kaimi Fairbairn, who is injured right now with a leg injury. So we will keep you updated there once we get the rest of the injury report for both teams. We'll let you know that. But CJ, Blake Fisher, and Fairbairn not practicing thus far today, Clinton. When you think about season on the brink, that's a tough trio to have out right now.
Yeah, look, it's not ideal in a game when it's a division game, so it means a little bit more. You're 3-5, so it means a little bit more. You need it in a big way. You've got a real opportunity in front of you to with Jacksonville and Tennessee being the next two teams up here to get to 500. Seems like we've been saying that for a month now, yeah. but you got a real opportunity here to do it against division opponents. And
if you win Sunday, you should get to 500.
Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely, and you should win. You should win two consecutive division games, and you should split with Jacksonville, obviously, and so a lot of good can happen over the next 2 weeks, and you'd like to have your full stable if you. But look, I think this team, if this is one of those games, we hear this a lot from the coaches. This game is about the Houston Texans. I believe the Houston Texans can beat the Jacksonville Jaguars if they just take care of business. And I mean it.
They should have beat them the first time.
They should have beat them the first time. But I mean if they
bring on the Jaguars.
If they just take care, I don't know if you want to take that approach, Mark. I don't know if we're there at 3-5. But the reality of it is with your defense and the way you're built offensively. I think you can put a product out there that versus a team like Jacksonville, that's a middle of the pack team, you should be able to handle business here at your own place with what's on the line right now for the Texans.
Yeah. A lot going on. Also, this not too long ago should be, according to Aaron Wilson, Clint, should be a lengthy injury report. Told you about C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, and Kaimi Fairbairn. Also, Nick Chubb, Jalen Petrie, Will Anderson Jr., Harrison Bryant. were on the should be on the injury report, and were limited or didn't practice today. Hopefully, for guys like Will, Jalen, and Nick Chubb, this is just rest. I would hope, especially with a guy like Nick Chubb, you should be taking care of his legs and resting him. And Will Anderson, somebody who, as you've said before, sometimes you have to put on the brakes for him. Yeah. And we'll see what the injury is a little bit later on if they do indeed show up on the injury report with something. But there's a lot of guys there.
Yeah, I think the defense is a group that the way these guys play, just defense in general, but the physicality and how violent it is on that side of the ball, but also the way that these guys play. Will Anderson and Jalen Petrie, they play a ton of snaps, and they play as violent as anybody on that defense. I'm telling you, man, what Jalen Petrie does at his size in the box versus the run, taking on linemen, taking on fullbacks, taking on tight ends, taking on tailbacks, the way he throws his body around. I mean, again, if anybody deserves it, it's 51-5. Is 5? Is that right?
Yeah,
51-5. That's those two right there deserve a little rest day. So hopefully that's all. Yeah. That's all that is. On the Nick Chubb front, I mean, you never know with Nick. I mean, older, injury prone. I don't remember anything happening in the game.
I don't remember him.
But I would be okay if they said, "Hey, Nick, we're gonna get you a little rest today, and we're gonna get you a little rest on Sunday as well." So you're gonna be a true number 2. Instead of rotating, we're going to see if we can't feed 27 Woody Marks and see if we can't get some explosive plays in the run game and some explosive plays in the pass game. And
a little bit more Dare.
Little bit. No. We're going to keep 33 out of there too. We're going to start treating 27 like we treated Joe Mixon last year. We're going to run his legs off. He's young. He should be able to handle it. Yeah. Chubb will let you know when a young fellow needs a break. And that's where we should be with the Texans. This is a game you got to win, and you need to get your most explosive players touches as often as you possibly can. And if you're not going to do it schematically, like if you're not going Collins, we're going to get him touches. We're going to get 27 Woody Marks. We're going to get him touches no matter what. They clearly aren't going to do that. They clearly don't believe in doing that. We've seen a very little bit of it with Jalen Noel, a very little bit of it with Nico Collins. It's clearly not something that they are really comfortable doing and going to give us a heavy dose of. So therefore, you better get those guys in the game and keep them in the game so that they naturally get touches within your system. Yep. It seems like that's the route that Nick Caley and this group wants to take. Is we're going to get guys touches naturally in our system. Okay, well, let's get them on the field. All right, 14, 12, 27, 13. Those are the guys that have to be on the field getting the football early and often, because those are the guys that can make plays.
All right, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, it is Wednesday, midweek. We are now kind of in the space of turning the page to this Jags team. And yes, Cornbread, it is a must-win game. The season is not technically over yet. I know you have thrown in the towel, Cornbread, but the season is not over yet. What's your early feeling right now, Clint, on this game against the Jags? Odds are Davis Mills is going to get the start, so they're going to be down. C.J. Stroud could be down. Titus Howard. What's your early feel right now on a Wednesday?
Yeah, look, I think Jacksonville is just what the doctor ordered for the Houston. I don't. I mean, I'd love to see C.J. Stroud out there, but I really don't. I don't care who the quarterback is. I think this team, the Houston Texans football team, they need the Jacksonville Jaguars. One, they needed a win. They needed a division win. But this team in particular, I don't know why, but I feel really good about this week.
You do, huh?
I do. I absolutely do. This defense is one of the worst in the league in the sense of versus the pass. And when I believe this offense, when you don't have a group of guys that can do all these TE stunts and stuff up front and that are just wrecking shop up front, I believe that they're going to be able to protect.
They better be better than they were last time.
Well, yeah, but that's the last time that really, if we're being honest, I mean, Josh Hines has 2 sacks this year, 2.5 sacks this year. They got 10 sacks as a total defense in 8 weeks. I mean, so this is not a group that can cause and create a bunch of havoc around the quarterback. And so, again, whether it's CJ or Davis, I believe they're going to be able to get comfortable. I believe they're going to be able to work through progressions and not have to weather the chaotic storm that we saw against Seattle or that we saw, against. I mean, who earlier in the year did we?
Denver,
it wasn't as bad last week as it was the Rams. So I think we're going to be able to settle in. We're going to be able to protect the quarterback, and we're going to be able to throw it around the park a little bit. And this team has not been good against the pass. They've been better against the run, although I'm not overly convinced that that they're a great run defense. They've been statistically good against the run. Ron, you hit the nail on the head earlier with these guys with this defense. They were one of the top defenses. Let's call it the first month of the season. Because they were
and in the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, and you said it then. This is I don't see this lasting, and you were correct. It hasn't lasted. They're still up there. I think they're +5 or +6 in the turnover ratio, but they're not just the turnover juggernaut that they once were. And so their defense is struggling a bit. I just think overall, I think this defense is manageable. I think we can handle it. And I think if you flip it over and look at them offensively, they're banged up big time offensively. Parker Washington and Jacoby Myers, who they just acquired from the Raiders, are the only two fully healthy with no designation on the injury report. Those are the only two pass catchers, wide receivers that are healthy. I mean, you look at Brian Thomas Jr. is questionable, and he's been bad this year. I watched a good chunk of that Raiders game, and he was a non-factor, and then he finally catches one, and he goes down again with whatever the injury was. He's been bad this year. Hadn't been the guy that went for 1,300 yards last year. You look at De'Ami Brown and
he's had some injury stuff too, yeah.
And the Patrick fellow that was really big in Detroit last year is in Jacksonville now. They're both questionable, and so look, I think it's a beat up offense with a quarterback that can move, but I think he's trackable. And
that's the biggest thing in this game is Jacksonville, just like the first game, and many of their games this year, they're not running away from the Texans
Correct.
and hiding.
Correct.
Right. Especially even in NRG, wherever it is, they're like you feel like they're going to probably score around 14, 13 to 17 points is where they'll be and company do enough.
I'll be shocked if we don't top 20 this week and if we don't score more than 20 points. And I think 20 gets it done. I think 20 gets it done against this group with our defense. And it's I'm pretty convinced. It's Wednesday, but I'm pretty convinced. I feel pretty good about this. And I think this is just what the doctor ordered. Again, you need a win. You need a win versus a division opponent. You need a Jacksonville win big time because they've already beat you once. And if you're the Texans, you ought to be absolutely embarrassed. You ought to be backed into a corner, and this ought to be the best game you played all year long. And this is an opponent that you should be able to handle if you just go out there and take care of your business.
Yeah. Text line coming through: Jags 5-3, Texans 3-5. Maybe it's just the game that the doctor ordered for the Jags. I don't know.
Could be. Okay, could be. We'll see. I would say they snuck by the Raiders last week. I would say that may have been it. But you're right. It could be. When you're 3-5, you very well fall in the category of being just what the doctor ordered for a struggling team.
Yeah. So, but you feel good. You feel good.
I feel good about this. I really do feel good about this.
They need it.
I do. I feel good about it.
They need it. All right. 713-572-460 on YouTube and Twitch. Try to take that anger out of your heart. How you feel about it? Clint feels good about this.
Positive.
How are you honestly feeling good or feeling about this game? I feel like they definitely got a chance. They will have a chance to win this game. They will have a chance. Can they pull it off? Let us know how you're feeling about it. And also, college football playoff rankings came out, and it looks local schools are in and around the playoff rankings. We'll discuss a little bit of that as Texas, they're climbing. A&M probably should be the number one overall seed when you look at who they've beaten in their schedules. But we'll let you know and talk about that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, you know what time it is. It's still that great weather and grilling time here in Houston. And to be honest with you, from my experience here, it's always a good time to grill. You're looking at almost the upper 70s right now, and even on the cold front. All right, it's the low 60s right now, and they've got everything you need. They've got the brands, all the top brands that you want. I got a Traeger there myself. and hell, any of the weather, it is a great tool for me to use. Weber, love Weber. Hell, I passed off my Weber to
Ability Tree is Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
I'm Yuval Michler, founder of Texas Mattress Makers, and here we don't just sell you a mattress. We create your best night's sleep. We take the time to understand how you sleep and what you need for the best rest of your life. No gimmicks, no middleman. At Texas Mattress Makers, we do one thing: make the best mattresses in Texas. Visit us at one of our greater Houston area locations or shop online at texasmattressmakers.com. That's texasmattressmakers.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we got some breaking news from the Texans. Tyler Milner, what do we got? What's the latest?
Yeah, we all had a pretty good feeling about this, but DeMeco Ryans, head coach of your Houston Texans, just made it official. Quarterback C.J. Stroud, he will be out this week dealing with that concussion, remaining in the concussion protocol, as well as kicker Kaimi Fairbairn. Both those fellas will be out for this game against the Jaguars on Sunday at NRG Stadium.
Yeah, just saying that as well. We'll go to NRG coming up here in about 15 minutes or so to hear from the head coach, 10 minutes or so to hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. But yeah, as you said, C.J. Stroud out with the concussion, so that means Davis Mills, which we're not surprised by, but which it means officially Davis Mills will be the starter. And then Matthew Wright is going to be in as Aaron Wilson reports. Texans kicker Kaimi Fairbairn will be down with a quad injury, according to DeMeco Ryans as well. So Matthew Wright will be the kicker, it looks like, who they brought in this week, and Davis Mills, of course, to go in. So it is official. I'm proud of them. I thought, hell, they might, the Texans aren't afraid to do a little gamesmanship and drag this bad boy on out until the end. Yeah. But they're letting it be known with CJ.
All right, well, here's a backup quarterback, which has been in the league longer than CJ has.
Yep.
You want to talk about being weathered. I mean, he has been weathered more than your starter has. He should be able to handle any and everything that you've got. Throw it at him. Your kicker's out, so Nick Caley, I'm going to need the best third and fourth and 4 or less. I need that package. I need it on my desk tomorrow if I'm DeMeco Ryans. I need 10 plays. I need your best 10 plays. You can include your 2-point plays if you'd like, but I need your best plays, your best 10 plays. I don't want no goal line stuff. I don't want no goal line runs. I don't want to. I'm talking about your best plays that you got in your playbook with our personnel. I want them on my desk, and I want them on my desk first thing in the morning on this morning, because I'm assuming they knew. Because we're not going to. I mean, this guy's not going to get shots at kicking 50-yarders. This guy's not going to. We're not going to make a habit of putting the game in his hands. We're going to try to score points. We're going to get as close as we can if and when we have to use him. And so we're going to be aggressive this game. And Nick, I need your best 10 plays. And again, exclude the 3 tight end plays. I need your best. I need your best 10 that have 2 to 3 wide receivers on the field.
Yeah. Well, I think they've known for a bit, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they've known for a bit, and we'll see what this looks like. A lot of people are going to have to pick things up, but again, if you're just jumping in, breaking news: C.J. Stroud officially ruled out. I think some other good news here, unless I'm not seeing it, we'll hear from DeMeco coming up in just a bit. That hasn't been said about Titus Howard yet. Titus Howard is in the concussion protocol as well. Didn't practice, but that didn't. We haven't heard of that designation from him yet, which would be really, really tough to lose your best offensive lineman too. The odds are he probably will miss as well. We shall see, though. So that is the latest there with the Texans. Someone text in. As I said, you guys feeling good about it? Powell said he's positive about this game as well. Clint, he's right there with you. Someone else text in. Don't feel good about it. What concerns me is I don't think the Texans will fire Kaylee after this year. I mean, we're just talking about the game, baby. We're talking about the game on Sunday, one at a time. Now you got this news. Now you really look at this. Someone else text in. I don't feel good that we don't have our quarterback in the most important game. Yeah, I don't think any of us do.
Yeah, I don't feel good about that either. But I do believe that you're in a good position with your backup quarterback who's been in the league forever, and with your backup quarterback that's been in this system, the Texans system, whatever you want to call that. As long as your starter and in a system that doesn't ask the quarterback to be Superman. It's not like you're asking somebody to go out there and beat Joe Burrow. It's not like you're asking somebody to go out there and stretch the field and extend the pocket and legs major way. You're not asking him to do all that. You're asking him to go out there and execute this very, very basic vanilla offense that you got and don't turn the football over. And I think if you do that, you can beat the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The last thing you said, I think, is something we're going to probably be harping on the rest of this week.
What, turn the ball over?
That's it, man. You cannot give them help. Right, and that was a big thing that helped them to 17 points as you turned the ball over three times.
It threw 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter last time.
Yeah, and they had a fumble in the fourth quarter, too.
Did we?
Nico.
Oh, that's right.
That was the big one, and that led to points as well. Don't turn the ball over. Do not help them. That's how they've thrived throughout the year. All right, let's get on out of here so we can get down to NRG and hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, to see what more he has to add from the injury report. We do know that there will be no C.J. Stroud in this game, and we'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, all right? Look, you want the best. Who doesn't, right? It's a major problem, and you want to get it right. And you're finally going to pull the trigger and get it addressed, and you want to do it the right way. Modern technology and top-rated physicians.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it. Let's head down to NRG and listen to the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as he meets with the media.
What's up, Coach? Injuries are obviously part of football, 100% injury rate in the game, but do you feel like you're particularly banged up, more so than other weeks?
We have a few guys who, unfortunately had some injuries throughout the game. Again, it happens as the season goes along. It happens, but great opportunity for a lot of guys to step up and showcase what they can do.
Do you think you'll be able to have Stroud or Howard this weekend?
For where we are right now with the concussion protocol, I do not see CJ playing this week.
When you and Nick were discussing things on yesterday during trade, where you all are as far as the roster is concerned?
Yeah, look, when it comes to the trade deadline, it's because a transaction did not happen. It's not from a lack of effort. Of course, we tried to do several things, just didn't pan out.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. You say you do not anticipate?
Yeah, CJ Stroud will be out this week.
Will you guys go with Davis with CJ down, and Graham will obviously be the backup, I would guess?
Yeah.
Going up against the Jacksonville Jaguars team for the second time, they added a wide receiver, Jacoby Myers from the Raiders on yesterday. When you're watching them, what do you see on film heading into the game this week?
Yeah, when I watch Jacksonville and what they've done, I think everything starts for me with the running game. Like, they've done a great job of running the football, which showed they ran it a lot in their last game, and they were successful at it. And they've done a really good job. So we have to put our focus first and foremost on stopping the run, knowing that they added a receiver, Myers, smart player, made plays in this league before, can move all across the formation, play different spots. So, we just have to really play our defense. We're not focusing in on one player. It's just about us playing our defense the right way. And when it comes to their defense, these guys do a great job of, just flying to the football, attacking the ball. They've done a great job of turning the ball over, playing physical. And, of course, their edge guys are, two of the best edge guys in the league. So we have really good matchups there where we have to win on the edges.
How different are they, or are they different from when you guys faced them earlier in the season?
I don't see much difference in the team. I see, where a team is more committed to run. If you say that's a difference, that's probably where I will see it.
Nick Chubb practice as well. Do you anticipate him having a shot to play on Sunday, or is this another one that might be more long-term?
I will see what happens as the week goes on.
Coach, can you take us through how your involvement this season has kind of evolved in the offense from the day-to-day and game day?
Yeah, for me, as a head coach, I've been involved in all phases of our team, whether it's defense, offense, special teams, is being able to lean and give my advice where needed. So just trying to help everybody out. At the end of the day, everything falls on me. What we're doing, everything is offense, defense, special teams, all falls on me as the head coach. So we've done a good job. Collectively, I've been able to help out in a lot of different areas. But overall, we've dropped some games I feel like we should have had that we just got to go out. We got to coach better. We got to play better. All starting with me.
On the front, you still feel confident in Nick and turning the corner and finding that game plan that you want, and having him call plays this weekend?
We all got to do better. It's all encompassing. It's not one person. It's not one coach. It's everybody collectively involved in this together. We got to do a better job.
Can you talk about Davis and what you expect from him a full week of knowing he's going to be starting this weekend?
Yeah, what I expect from Davis is to, do what he's done in the past. He started games in this league before, so it's nothing new for him. But they're able to get the reps, get the reps throughout practice, getting the walk-through reps, getting every single rep that he can get. Getting on the same page with the receivers, getting the huddle, getting the snap count, all those little things, right? Getting the operation down the proper way. He's done a good job of that. Today he did an outstanding job. Thought we were efficient in and out of the huddle at the line of scrimmage. He did a great job of communicating. So I'm excited to see Davis go play.
Follow up on that. will you expect your offense to look the same with him there, or do you think it will change a lot, or will it not change at all what you're doing?
What we do, we're gonna do whatever we need to do to try to move the football.
I know we focus a lot on quarterback, especially with Davis coming in. How important will it be for the other guys around Davis, not necessarily to elevate their play, but make sure that they're doing what they got to do to make life easier for Davis?
Everybody just has to do their job. Nobody needs to expect or try to step up and do something different. If that's the case, what have you been holding back? So I never look at a game as, oh, I got to do something different because we have a new quarterback in. No, if that's the case, then why are you out there? So everybody just go out and play their game, do what they've been doing, play with everything that you have, do your job, do it really well.
DeMeco, how have you seen Davis progress? You guys have extended him to keep him here and be a part of this. How have you seen him progress in your time here, command of the offense, huddle, all those things?
Yeah, I've seen Davis grow and truly get better just playing the position, being able to take his time, going through his reads. I think I've seen growth in that, where he's really protected the football more, made better decisions throughout training camp. I just like the progression that I saw from where we were our first year to where he is now.
DeMeco, you obviously decided to keep your roster as is. Why was that case? And when it came to you all deciding that, were you in agreement with Nick on that decision?
We just talked about that. Sorry, but yeah.
Were you in agreement with him on that?
I'm sorry, I'm missing on what you said.
I said, were you in agreement with the decision to keep the roster as is?
Yeah, I said earlier, it's not from a lack of trying. Just to repeat, I said not from a lack of trying that we didn't try to make trades or anything. Unfortunately, nothing panned out for us.
For another repeater, will Nick call plays this weekend?
Why would he not call plays?
Hey, DeMeco, what about when we've been talking about CJ for the past few years? Tell us, what is it about Davis that maybe people don't know, or what is it about him that makes you super confident in him leading the team this week?
Davis he's a super smart guy, sharp guy. Just seeing how he operates in the huddle, and then just seeing how he can fix things when we're not all the way right. When guys are coming out of the huddle, they have questions. Davis gets it fixed very quickly, articulates it very well in the huddle, and now it's about post-snap. Like post-snap, can we go through? Can we make the proper reads? Can we get to the right spot with the football? And can we just execute? Right? Davis doesn't have to do too much. Right, nobody has to step up, do anything different. Everybody just has to execute and do their job. What they're here for is to go out and play good football, and that's all we're expecting them to do this Sunday.
With Matt Wright here, in terms of having that insurance policy and Kaimi's status, what can you tell us about Kaimi, and what do you know about Matt?
Yeah, Kaimi is dealing with a quad injury right now. We'll see how he progresses. Right now we have Matt. Matt's been in the league. He's kicked a ton of games, very good kicker, so we're excited to be able to get a guy of his caliber here, knowing that Amy will be down.
Some late turnovers decided last game against the Jaguars. What's kind of key this week to prevent those when they've been able to turn the ball over so many times this season?
Yeah, the key is always to just protect the football. Right, you have to be conscious of where these guys are, especially, their back at 23 does a really good job of, finding a way to punch out the ball. So guys just have to be conscious, just making sure we're securing the ball all the way to the ground and just having an awareness, right? It's most of the time when the ball is lost, it's when guys aren't aware of their surroundings. We always got to anticipate these guys are coming after the football every single snap. No one can let up or ease up. We got to finish every play with the ball.
I know you've only faced him once as a head coach. Do you notice anything about maybe an identity of Liam Cohen's as a play caller and his football team?
Oh, look, Liam has done a great job of how they call it and having multiple plays at the line of scrimmage, trying to get into the proper look. You'll see a lot of alerts where, whether it's one high, two high, they have their alert package there, and they've done a good job. I think Trevor's done a really good job educating in the offense in the best play possible. So you can see, Liam's imprint on the offense. You can see how he's helped Trevor, and you can see how they're moving the football, scoring points.
When CJ is clear, whenever that may be, how do you factor in a guy's history with concussions when deciding whether to put him back on the field?
Well, when every guy is different when it comes to the concussions. I'm always sensitive to the fact that it's a serious injury. So I don't think there is never a rush to get a guy back. It's whenever he's capable, whenever he's ready to be back, we're going to be as smart and as diligent as possible to make sure his health and safety is first and foremost.
Still a topic, is Titus Howard out for this week too, due to the concussion protocol?
Yeah, Titus is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how that goes.
Just to clarify, you said Kaimi will be down, if I heard you correctly. Do you anticipate him not playing then, or?
No, I do not.
Last one, sorry, Sam. Go ahead. Okay. There's been some animosity between these two teams over the past two matchups. Just kind of what do you feel the reason is for that, and also like how do you make sure that those extracurricular activities kind of aren't going on?
I don't feel any animosity unless I'm missing something. But we're going out to play our game. We're going to play a tough physical game. That's who we are. We don't change it just because of who we play. It doesn't ramp up because of the opponent. Like, we have a style of play here in Houston, how we play, and that's what we'll do every time we step on the grass. It doesn't matter where we play.
All right, that's the head coach right there. We're going to react to DeMeco on the other side. I would just say, Clinton Tyler. Hey, dog, it's week 10. Man, what's this going to look like in week 15? What's this going to sound like in week 15?
Better get some dubs.
Ooh.
Better get some dubs.
Hey, man, he is over it, man. He looks like he's sitting there waiting. You know, we talk about, a lot of y'all who seen Kings of Comedy. If you haven't, I would absolutely suggest that you do. He's in there with Cedric the Entertainer talking about that. I wish he would ask this question. I wish he would. I dare you. Why would he not call plays?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't sit through the animosity unless I missed something. Yeah. Trevor Lawrence got an idea of why there may be some animosity hanging in over there. Go check out Aziz. A little bit, maybe a little animosity.
It's my decision.
Yeah, he could have just said it's a rivalry. All right, coming up on the other side, we will we'll react to what DeMeco had to say as he spoke to the media a little bit later on in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll hear from starting quarterback this week, officially now, Davis Mills. This continues right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that is the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, and I'm talking to Tyler through it. And seeing on the text line, it feels like the number one thing to come out of this, fellas, is just his demeanor and approach right now. And I mean, listen, I mean, there's a big part of me. Obviously we understand those guys and ladies are in there to do their job. Now, I mean, like at this point right now where DeMeco is, you better be ready to go. You be ready to go with your question and questions. It's something that was ready to rock and roll with. But I mean, hell, he should be pissed, right?
Yeah, it's good.
He should be a bit annoyed right now with the way things are going right now. He probably is. You can understand to be in a bad mood. The way this season is going is not how he planned. He's now got to go into this game without his quarterback. Probably his right tackle, his kicker. I mean, some things. So I can understand why he's annoyed. I mean, some of his reactions and responses is like, damn, man, they ain't do nothing to you. They ain't the reason why you're out there getting your ass kicked up front on the goal line, but you can kind of see why he's maybe a little on the edge, Clint.
Yeah, look, I think he's an on-edge guy, particularly Wednesday and beyond. If you catch him on a Monday, following, especially when they lose, but really it doesn't matter. I mean, there's win or lose on Monday. He seems to be a little bit more talkative, a little bit more hee ha ha kind of deal, a little bit more open to some of the questions that he may not like otherwise. And then Wednesday and beyond, I would imagine he's a bear to deal with. It's pretty obvious that the closer he gets to game week, the more intense he is. And when you're 3-5 and your team's not playing good, and you've got all the questions that now are blatantly obvious, you can't keep talking in circles around the struggles of this offense. Nobody's going to buy. It's about mechanics and techniques, and that crap. That ship has sailed, if you will. Pedal that stuff, the more frustrating it's going to get for him. And so he's in a spot where it is very difficult to continue to protect guys. And look, let's be honest. DeMeco and Nick and these guys, they're not, they're very guarded guys. They're very, very. You hear some coaches, some players. We talk about players all the time. You hear
It's been your experience in your time, even with them.
Yeah. I mean, you hear some guys that just speak is just off the cuff, and then you have other guys that are obviously trying to say as little as they possibly can, and they're not talented enough in front of the mic to do that, and so it comes across as frustrated or annoyed or whatever. I mean, you could tell how, he knew 100% he was going to get questioned about the trade deadline and not adding anybody. And while I greatly appreciate the transparency of just saying, look, it's not from a lack of trying. We tried, it didn't work out for us, right? You could tell he was annoyed and frustrated with that question. Damn sure the second time he got it.
Yeah,
I'm not sure why that question being asked twice absolutely annoys the hell out of you, and it's an issue. But I mean, he's just in a spot where it's tough to sugarcoat things at this point in time, and so yeah, it's tough for the head coach to get up there every week multiple times.
He did talk about a lot around CJ, around Davis Mills, a lot preparing for this game against the Jags. Anything jump out to you? I see the text line coming in with some things that jumped out to them from what he said. Anything jump out to you that he?
Well, look, I'm a grenade for Nick Caley.
And he is jumping on it.
The inability to just say, look, our offensive play caller or even our offensive staff has to do a better job on the goal line in situational football. Our offensive staff has to do X, Y, and Z a little bit better. Or just say, hey, man, look, Nick Caley's got to be better. I mean, it's one of those where he leans on the we all got to be better. Whatever struggles we have, it's on me. It's on me as the head coach. The inability to just say, yeah, this guy's got to be better, or that guy's got to be better, is interesting. But we'll see. I thought the stuff about Davis Mills was really good. He was asked twice about Davis Mills, and the second time he went in, first time he leaned into, he's played before. Those reps are going to benefit him. He's getting reps all week long. All he's got to do is get the operation down. He did a good job today. And then the second time when he was asked about Davis Mills, he actually spoke about how sharp he is and about, how he's grown in the offense and he's protecting the ball better. And so it's good to hear, the head coach speak in depth about the guy that's going to be taking snaps this week and what makes this guy different than the guy, Davis Mills, that we saw 3 years ago as a starting quarterback. So, I thought that was pretty good. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, some things that jump out. Titus Howard still in concussion protocol. That to me, I think that's a big loss. Obviously, I mean, you clearly is your best offensive lineman. But I also think Clinton, he kind of down. I believe in the post game, either the post game or Monday, they're running into each other. But I think it also clearly is an effect for the obvious. But also with Blake Fisher coming in, Clint, you've got to change up that 6 lineman rotation that you've been doing, and they've been doing it a lot, right? We sit up there in that press box the last 2 games, and the amount of times, and if you've been at those games, the amount of times that the head ref has to come up and say 57 is eligible, 57 is eligible. That has become what, to me, appears to be a major part of their run game, of their offense right now.
Yeah.
And that means if Blake Fisher is out, I don't know if there's, another tackle that or offensive lineman that they trust. Maybe they do that. Maybe Juice Scruggs or Laken Tomlinson come in and play that role, whichever one is being switched in and out. I don't know. But to throw that out, that seemed to be – they were doing it 20, 25 times. It felt like the last 2 games. So, that seems like that's been a big part of what they've been doing lately.
Yeah, as I said earlier, for DeMeco Ryans in the postgame to say it wasn't a big deal, I just beg to differ. In the first quarter, I saw Blake Fisher in literally he was the tight end in 21 personnel, which is 1 tight end in the game, 2 backs. He was one of 2 tight ends in 12 personnel one time. He was the only tight end in 11 personnel, which is 3 wide receivers, 1 back, 1 tight end. He's definitely in on obviously your jumbo packages. And so they were, whether it was to protect better or to run the football better, he was a big part of what they're doing. And so I do think it was a big deal. To your point, I haven't thought about it until you just said it, but this is one of those deals where if Trent Brown, Trent Brown's on this team.
He's been inactive.
Look, if Trent Brown can't help you in this scenario, if he can't come in and play right tackle so that Blake Fisher can focus on being that 6th lineman in all those different packages that you're in, and you can't have that available to you at any point in time, then what's Big Trent doing on the team? You know what I mean? So you've got the option to activate another tackle that's long in the tooth that should be just as good as Blake Fisher. He ain't no better than Blake Fisher, especially after what we saw this preseason at tackle. Again, what are we doing with Trent Brown on the team? We're just doing him a solid and keeping him around to mentor some folks and paying him millions of dollars to do it. This is a game where he should be able to help you at right tackle. Blake Fisher goes back to his 6th offensive lineman role, which was effective, and you felt like it was a good enough part of your offense to grow it and expand it last week. And so, yeah, I would think that would be definitely a possibility here. Trent Brown has got to be around for a reason, and this would be, I would think, ideal.
Yeah, or just any lineman, right? Almost. I'm just saying, at least that part of the offense just can't be done because.
Yeah, I guess the.
But I get your point of Trent Brown is you can just plug him in. And
yeah, the most seamless way to get there would be the guy that's been playing tackle for you all along, that knows his body because he knows the New England system from when he played there. You should be able to just plug and play him at tackle and just tell everybody else keep doing what they've been doing. And for whatever reason, you think that left guard rotation gives you the best chance to play solid offensive line, keep doing that rotation at left guard, whatever you want. So that, to me, that's just the seamless. But yeah, I like your point. I don't think.
I just say that because Sunday when Titus got hurt and Blake Fisher, they didn't do that anymore.
They got away from it. Yeah.
They used.
Well, that would make sense. They'd already made Trent Brown was inactive. You didn't have another tackle on the roster, and so you couldn't. So yeah, I would it wouldn't shock me if we didn't see Trent active, and I mean, I think that would be a very smart move, if I'm being honest. And then if Trent, for whatever reason, ain't getting the job done, then you can just do what you did last week, scrap it, get Trent out, put Blake Fisher back in there, and you can go as is. The other way, at least you're going in with the plan of having your full attack, and which is a personnel, Fisher 11, Fisher 12, Fisher 21, Fisher 22. You're going into a game with that, with all of your ammunition, so to speak. And so, I haven't thought about it until you said it, but yeah, that would make sense.
All right, a lot of other things that he talked about. Nick Caley was asked multiple questions about Nick Caley, including will he call plays, which I think he scoffed at a bit there. And to me, Clint, Sunday's about Nick Caley in a lot of ways, and I know some of it is unfair because Davis Mills is going to start, and that's obviously not the best foot forward. But that we get to see him go up against the team and make adjustments that he's already seen, right? This is the first time they haven't played Tennessee yet for a second time. They haven't played the Colts at all. They played the Jags in week 3, and Clint, just quite honestly, it just didn't go well for that offense at all. That was one of their worst performances, right, of the season. They punted 6 times. They had 3 turnovers. They scored 10 points. The touchdown was really a misread, a misplay by the corner that allowed Nico Collins to get behind him. And they just struggled. Josh Hines-Allen took over the game, and they never seemed to make an adjustment. Even though Davis Mills is the quarterback, Clint, to me it's going to be really big to see, all right, man, you struggle, they struggle. As you said earlier, this defense is not, from week 3 become one of the best defenses in football. They've had some turnovers, even they've slowed that up. I mean, I watched the Raiders 2 weeks ago, Clint, not get 90 yards of total offense. And they went out there and scored 30 points on their asses and lit them up, including Geno Smith. So their defense can be had, as you said. I believe they're 27th against the pass or something like that. They have really struggled. They got the fewest sacks in the league. They're in the bottom 5 or 6 in passing yards allowed. I mean, they're not a team that creates a bunch of chaos around the quarterback unless you let one guy. Josh, obviously, Walker can be a problem, but I mean those guys. I mean, Eric Armstead, he leads the team in sacks with 3.5 from the inside, and so look, they've got a formidable group over there. That if you allow one guy to get loose, that one guy will get loose, and otherwise the other guys may get you here or there. But it's not a group that let me rephrase that. It should not be a group that goes out there and our quarterback has to deal with a muddy pocket all day long, and it's chaotic around the quarterback, and we're giving up 6, 7, 8 sacks and a bunch of quarterback pressures, and the quarterback pressure rate is 44% or some crap like that. Like it just that's not the kind of game that we're staring in the face, which obviously is a good thing. Now it shouldn't be. We'll see what they decide to do offensively if they can keep that from happening. And maybe my expectations are too high for Nick, but I would assume we should see some real adjustments to what it is that they did. And it shouldn't look like this, even with Davis as the quarterback. I agree that there should be some real adjustments. Not that the alarms aren't going off already about Nick Caley anyway, as I look at the text line and YouTube and Twitch. But, man, if they go out here, man, and we don't see any clear adjustments, and we are seeing other bad offenses absolutely be able to do things against this Jags team, that's a real problem.
Well, yeah, no. Look, there's no doubt about it. There's pressure on Nick Caley every week moving forward, but I want to reiterate, man. Tape dropped Tuesday yesterday. Nick Caley, again, look, he left a lot to be desired, right? The 2 goal line stands were not pretty. The execution was not great on the first one. The execution was awful on the second one. The penalties hurt him. I mean, that's all falls under the umbrella of the offensive coordinator, which is Nick Caley. But if you watch that film, there were opportunities to score more than 15 damn points. There were opportunities to score more than 18 damn points, which if you take the missed field goal that Kaimi had early, even if you add that, there was opportunities dialed up schematically to score more than 18 points. And you can't. And I'm not talking. And I watch the film from a former quarterback's eye, and I don't say that saying that I see things other people don't say. I'm being lenient. I'm not going to watch the film and go, oh, well, boy, if he would have worked the left side of the field, well, hell. I mean, he can only work one side. He's only got one set of eyes. He can only work one side of the field, right? I don't look at it that way. I take all of that kind of stuff out of consideration. I don't do the whole left field, left, right. If the quarterback comes out and you've got a shot play called and that shot play's there and that quarterback's got his eyes on it and he don't throw it and it's open, what the hell are we doing? What are we looking at? Why are we not throwing it? That's on the quarterback. Those kind of things, right? There were opportunities with CJ on the field and with Davis on the field to score more than 18 damn points last week and win that game against Denver. And I'm speaking from the perspective of the offensive play caller.
And that's against Denver.
And that's against Denver's defense. Now, to your point, Ron, that doesn't mean that the pressure's not squarely on Nick Caley, because all of the above, all the things I mentioned are on his watch. If an offensive coordinator can dial up plays but can't get his damn quarterback to see it, read it, and throw it, especially when you got one as talented as C.J. Stroud, then that's on the offensive coordinator. That's on the play caller. That's on the quarterback coach. That's a big part of it here.
That to say, the Texans are a great defense. Liam Cohen, I believe, is going to have some adjustments and wrinkles in the game plan and what he's going to do. And I would assume that the Jags are going to be in a better place than they were the first game.
Yeah.
Because I got confidence that Liam Cohen is an offensive mind that will be able to make adjustments off of a defense that he has film on, that he has watched. And we'll play a little bit later on. Liam, I know Tyler had that for us. Liam Cohen said, "Oh, there were some things that they did that caught me off guard that we didn't run. They'll be ready for it."
Yeah.
You can tell they'll be ready for it. And Nick Caley, he's not Liam Cohen. He's not about to be a head coach nowhere. But there's, as an NFL offensive coordinator, there should be clear adjustments that it doesn't look like that.
Sure. Yeah. No, it was bad. It was bad. Here's the deal, though, is when you look at Liam Cohen versus our defense, I know we're talking about Nick Caley, but if you look at Liam Cohen versus our defense, just for the record, I'm going to be shocked if Liam Cohen doesn't take a early on at least. He may not be as committed to it as Sean Payton was and Bo Nix was, but I'd be shocked
Test
if
him down the field.
Oh, he's going to come out. He's going to come out and be aggressive, even to the detriment of protecting your quarterback and your quarterback not getting hit. Like I would think if it were me, my game plan versus the Houston Texans. Again, I don't know that I'd do it as long and as often as Sean Payton and Bo Nix did, but I would damn sure come out and say, okay, y'all want to take them risks? I'm gonna hit you where it hurts, and I'm gonna bank on my guy Trevor Lawrence hitting and being a better passer. He's not do extend plays and do stuff. Well, let's be honest, he can do that, but he's not. He's a better thrower or passer of the football than Bo Nix. More talented anyway.
Slightly, yeah.
Well, more talented. I'm just saying. When you talk about driving the ball down the field and throwing the deep ball, and he can do more there. And so if I'm Liam Cohen, I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna challenge just like the Seahawks did. Remember, Seahawks came out and challenged them vertically right out of the gate, jumped out to 14-0 lead. I would imagine that's what Jacksonville's gonna do.
Yeah. Well, I bet Jacksonville's defense or offense won't look as poor as they did against the Texans the first time they played them. I think there'll be some adjustments made, and I just think the expectation needs to be that Nick Caley is able to do the same thing.
So fair.
For the Texans. All right, coming up, it is Wednesday. Let's do a little stock up, stock down. Fresh off the NFL trade deadline, a little stock up, stock down coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. I tell y'all about Jiffy Lube all the time, and there's 60 locations around the city of Houston, so if you're hearing this, there's one.
comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Do it, Ski. Come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell them to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Correct. Every Wednesday, right around this time, we do our best Jordan Belfort impression, a little Wolf of Wall Street, a little stock action. And we got Week 10 Texans Stock Up, Stock Down right here live on the Drive right now. And I want to get this thing started with Ron the Show Hughley. Ron, for you and these Texans currently sitting at 3-5, if I'm not mistaken. Had a chance to get 500, obviously did not against the Broncos. For you, Ron, and these Texans with the Jaguars coming to town, stock down in your eyes.
Yeah, stock down, I would say Nick Caserio right now, and it is plummeting, especially I heard what DeMeco had to say in terms of it's not trying. As Clint said, you know this team needs help. You know what your expectations were before the year, and you know this team needs a lot of help. And you know a reason that this team needs a lot of help is because a lot of the misses that you had in the offseason, which you are responsible for a lot of it. And I wonder how much ammunition he was given the ability to use to get the help that they needed. You need help. A lot of the reason you need help is because of the decisions you made, and then at the end of it, for whatever reason, you didn't get any help. You just stayed where you are. And basically the thought is we got to hope what we have here can get it done. And I don't think he's in a good spot right now. And his stock is down, especially coming off that trade deadline and not getting anything to add to the team. And then you look at the other two teams ahead of you, the Jags and the Colts, they make big-time pieces, and you don't add anything.
Yeah, look, I think the stock being down for Nick Caserio is spot on. You can go back as far as you'd like, but, I mean, I think there's one picture that you can paint that says is worth 1,000 words, 1,000,000 words. Is I think these guys, I think the organization has failed C.J. Stroud on multiple fronts. But you look at how they addressed the offensive line on multiple different occasions and didn't fix it. The pressures, I mean, that's obviously a problem, but the inability to create a run game consistently. The inability to find five guys that are five starters instead of rotating your left guard. Then you move out and you look at the weapons. Last year I think there was a good effort, but guys couldn't stay healthy. This year, your two draft picks, and obviously it's self-admitted because you're the one making the decisions on who's getting the ball and who's seeing snaps and who's not. But and I said it when it happened, you draft two young wide receivers like that and expect and think they're going to help you and fill roles immediately. I think you're asking to be disappointed. But those two guys not being a bigger factor in this game, particularly Higgins, the guy you drafted with your earliest draft pick this year in the second round. That guy not hitting and not affecting the games more, impacting games more is painful to watch. Christian Kirk, even when he is healthy, he's a non-factor in games for the most part. So, yeah, man, I think you look at the most important player over there, C.J. Stroud, and I think you've left a lot to be desired in the terms of the support you've provided for him.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
There is Ron the Show.
I think you'd even admit that, Nick.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
I don't think he is, Clint.
I think he would. But
there is a stock down for Ron the Show Hughley. He went with the old GM, general manager Nick Caserio for these Texans. Week 10 Texans, stock up, stock down. What is your stock down, Clint Stoerner?
I'll be quick. One of these guys that I just mentioned for me, it's Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk came back, played against Jacksonville. The last time the Jaguars this season was a non-factor in the game for the most part. He's returned. He gets injured. He returns again. And he's just a non-factor. I mean, look, catching a couple of speed cut out routes, that's fine. I mean, hell, you got 6 guys in this wide receiver room that can do that. But I just thought that by week 9 we would see Christian Kirk impacting games and making plays a lot more consistently than we have. So whether it's Christian Kirk or the offense or the quarterback or whatever, for whatever reason, my stock down right now is in a big way for Christian Kirk.
Yeah, that week 10 of the hamstring thing is hard to continue to wait on.
Clint, stock down. The former Jaguars. The Jaguars coming to Houston, NRG on Sunday to face off the Texans. Week 10 action. We got the stock downs out of the way. You are listening to Stock Up, Stock Down live on The Drive every Wednesday right around 3:20. Back to you, Ron, the show. What's your stock up for these Texans as we stand?
Yeah, there is a few for me here. I'm going to stay with Kalen Bullock, excuse me.
Yeah, get that right.
Let me get that right.
He told us when he called.
My fault, CB. Kalen Bullock.
I see what you did there, Nick.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I went Nick on him. I was glad that was. I know, as you said in the press box, Bo Nix should have put that ball in a space where Kalen wasn't able to get that interception, but it was still an athletic play for him to come where he came from in the middle of the field to go get that ball and get it standing up. We've seen it, and in particular in the Jacksonville game, the first time, I think it was when it really jumped out to us. He was playing a lot closer to the box, and we always thought it was better for him to be in center field, and he just had a nose for the ball and would come out of nowhere like he did Sunday and make plays. So I'm glad to see he's playing more in the back end instead of in the front end and starting to see him be able to make some plays. So that was a great play that he made to get the only turnover there they got. And I'm hopeful that he is playing more in that spot in terms of the safety position.
Yeah, hopefully with their personnel, they've had some rotation at that safety position, some guys they've lost, some guys they've got back. Hopefully with getting guys healthy and getting more in tune to what they want to do defensively, hopefully Kalen Bullock can roam center field a little bit more because he is awfully fun to watch and he can go get it now.
Yeah. The arrow's pointed up.
So young Kalen Bullock. That is Ron the Show Hughley's stock up.
CB.
Clint, put a lid on this thing for us. Week 10 Texans stock up in your eyes, sir.
I'm going to go with defensive play caller Matt Burke. I mean, since we look, that guy is really nothing more than a title from the time he gets here, with DeMeco Ryans being admittedly the one that's calling the plays and building the defense and doing everything.
Damn.
And so he kind of just waits in the shadows, if you will, of DeMeco, and then all of a sudden DeMeco said, "No, I need to." And I didn't say it. I'm paraphrasing, or maybe I'm speculating, but DeMeco needs to oversee this offense a little bit more. So Matt, you take this thing over, and they have been absolutely defensively. And so you want to talk about first-time play callers, all that. I think Matt's called plays before. I don't think this is his first time. But you want to talk about a guy that's stepping up and calling plays here in Houston and doing a good job and kind of getting baptized by fire and passing all the tests. Matt Burke, man, he's done a good job. Last week was another example of that. Sean Payton, Bo Nix, a hot offense over there, and they step up and hold them to 15, or I guess 18, but 18 points, and they gave us a chance to win. So Matt Burke is my stock up.
He's got to get himself to an offensive-minded head coach where he's running.
So he can be the guy?
He's running the show.
Yeah, be ideal.
Yeah. All right, that's stock up, stock down. We do it every single Wednesday. Stay tuned for that. We appreciate you. I see your stock up and stock down here on the text line. It's good to hear. All right, coming up, we will hear from Davis Mills. There's no C.J. Stroud this week. He is out. Tyler's got his uniform ready. We'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, now, we got a new quarterback in town, at least for a week or so we do. But it's the same story, same message from me to you. The king is still the Coors Light. It's still the Silver Bullet, the Wolf Killer, the Coors Latte, the beer, the cold beer that is made to chill, the beer that is known as the world's most refreshing, right? I got a long laundry list, but there's no sense because I might run out of time if I keep going. I just got to let you know that if you're already drinking cold Coors Light, I tip my cap. It's the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it. If you're not, we just want a shot. And why should you? Well, I just rattled off several reasons, but let me give you a bottle and pint. And when those mountains are bright blue, that beer is the perfect cold temperature for maximum enjoyment. What does that mean? Well, it takes all the thinking out of you drinking. Also, the fine folks up in the Rocky Mountains that brew Coors Light. They ship the first 23,000 cases ever brewed directly to the great state of Texas. That is the biggest sign of respect that any beer brand can pay to a group of beer drinkers. There ain't no doubt about it. If you are drinking cold beer in the Lone Star State, again, I tip my cap. Make sure you're drinking cold Coors Light. Coors Light made to chill. Coors Light, celebrate responsibly.
The Texans are looking for revenge in their AFC South rematch with the Jags on Sunday. Hear the game right here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans.
only $9.com/value. LegacyBox.com/value.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One hour from now, you will hear from our guy, Brandon Scott. Texans report. We'll get his thoughts on where things are with the Texans. A lot of news. If you are just joining us, a lot of news today. C.J. Stroud, according to DeMeco Ryans, he was on our air a little bit earlier ago. If you're looking for that, 2:45-ish is when he joined the drive via press conference. He said C.J. Stroud is going to be out of this game on Sunday with a concussion. Did not rule out Big Titus Howard. Said he is still in concussion protocol. See how that week goes. He also doesn't anticipate Kaimi Fairbairn to be able to kick. Matthew Wright has been in his place, so they're going to be without their kicker, obviously without their quarterback, and potentially without their best offensive lineman. And really, there's some other injuries. I cannot wait to see what the official injury report is, because reports are from Aaron Wilson that Jalen Petrie got injured on the last play of the game. Not practice, although in his report he said it doesn't feel like it's going to be long-term. Will Anderson did not practice either, according to that. So it would be good to see what the injury report is from those guys here coming up, and we'll give that to you a little bit later on as well. By the way, Clint, I think one of the other questions before we get to Davis Mills, who spoke to the media, is, boy, you wonder, is this going to be a week or weeks? Like right now, I mean, he missed the majority of the last game against the Broncos, C.J. Stroud, and left early in the second quarter, and is going to miss this game. Last time it was 2 games when he got injured in his rookie season. And I think for you just say, if he were to have to miss a couple games, maybe the Jags and the Titans aren't the worst ones on the schedule, but I think that is the one thing we're going to have to look at and see, is this C.J. Stroud thing going to be a week, or is this going to be multiple weeks with this concussion?
Well, I said it before. I think we're the fact that DeMeco Ryans is talking about, look, man, 5 days is just not enough. In my career, I've very rarely has anybody come back from a concussion within 5 days and played the next week. And the fact that that's the conversation, it's not, look, guys, we have no idea, man. We'll see what this looks like, next week or in 2 weeks kind of deal. The fact that it is, there didn't appear to be any fencing. There didn't appear to be grabbing of the helmet. He got up, walked off the field, thumbs up. All the way it looked, I do think, by the way, I do think that his return, and rightfully so, but the way it looked, it didn't look like one of those. It didn't even look as in the moment as bad as Nico's did when Nico immediately grabbed his helmet. Right, I mean obviously the helmet, back of the head to the turf, that part looks bad. But when the quarterback does, or the player doesn't immediately grab his head like, damn, my marbles just got rattled. It's just not as, it doesn't seem as harsh when that is the case. Obviously, when you fence and you go stiff, obviously that's a major issue. That is you ain't coming back from that for a few weeks. But
they're not gonna let the hopefully thing happen again.
Yeah, hopefully the CJ's deal. I mean, for his own well-being, hopefully he's back and rolling. This weekend to a point where they're pretty sure he's going to be cleared next week and he can have a full week next week. I would be shocked if he's out for an extended period of time.
They are playing the Titans. Maybe they look at that and say, all right, let's really make sure.
Yeah, I don't know if we're in a position to be doing that.
Back in the trunk.
There you go. All right, let's head to NRG. By the way, before we do that, football talk, Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus is the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th only on Paramount Plus. Let's hit to NRG. Here is Davis Mills.
Here comes the general. Ladies and gentlemen.
Stepping in even The start about your readiness. Coach talked about your growth and kind of where you're at right now as quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm ready. That's kind of how I prepare week in, week out. I've always had the mindset that, I mean, you could play at any given snap. Unfortunately, what happened to CJ in the game, I got thrown in there, but, I mean, that's what I get paid to do. Always be prepared, and it's nice having a full week of practice going into this game to attack this defense and go out there and lead the guys.
Do you think it'll help you knowing, the whole week that you're going in? I know you say you're always ready, but being able to take the first team snaps and do all that through the week, do you think that could help?
Definitely. I mean, normal, I guess, NFL practices, the backup quarterback's not getting most of the reps throughout the week. So it's nice having a game plan built around you and being able to rep all those plays throughout the week to see the different defensive looks from the look team and go out there and execute the plays early in the week so you can kind of make it work on Sunday.
How much were your familiarity with Nico Collins, but also with some of the rookie wide receivers and Xavier Hutchinson, some of the guys you've thrown to during training camp? How will that help you this week?
It's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, got drafted here with Nico back in 21. Have thrown a lot of footballs to him over my time. And then this offseason, when the rookies were new to the team, I got a lot of reps with them in the spring and during camp and built a lot of trust with those guys. So it's going to be good to continue working with them and spread the ball around.
I'm sorry. Did you, when you looked at the film from last week as you were prepared for this week, what did you want to be better at?
I think continue spreading the ball around. I think I did a good job, but I think kind of going in there not having repped all the looks during the week. Obviously, I'm mentally prepared, but sometimes physically, like, everything's a little sped up. So kind of just keep myself calm in there, go through my reads, continue spreading the ball around, and use my feet when I can to make some plays.
Davis, 2 years ago, in a similar situation, they went with Case instead of you. How does it feel to get the opportunity now, and how different do you feel as a quarterback from maybe a couple of years ago?
I wouldn't say I'd feel too different. I've always been confident in my abilities to go out there and lead the team to wins. But yeah, I think I'm grateful for the opportunity. Obviously, there's only 32 guys starting for NFL teams in the league. Excited to go out and do that and have a good game and lead the guys to victory, hopefully.
Was that at all motivating, though, like when they went with Case instead of you the last time they were in this situation?
Definitely. I think it leads you to obviously be introspective, kind of look at yourself and what else I could be doing to really gain these guys' trust and be as confident in my abilities as I am in myself. I think I've worked really hard to prove to those guys that I can go out there and be successful day in and day out. And I mean, I think I've shown that to my teammates as well, so it's going to be fun on Sunday.
When you had those meetings, whether it be after the season or when that decision was made, what was either told to you? Where did you specifically work on gaining that trust?
I mean, I think coming in to work every day. I try to be myself, the same person walking into the building, regardless of what's been said or done to me. I mean, I'm coming here to play football and do my job and play good football at that. So, I mean, that's the mindset I carry with me. Never get too high on yourself, never get too low on yourself, but kind of have that unwavering confidence to go out there and perform. And I mean, the biggest thing, I feel like I always look at the quarterback as a facilitator. So I got 10 other guys out there on the field with me doing their job at a high level, and when everything starts clicking, I'm just one of those chess pieces.
Davis,
Go ahead, Sean.
Davis, now having been here through a couple of different coordinators, quarterback underneath them, has this offense been particularly challenging from your perspective to the offense, even some guys that were here under Slowik?
I wouldn't say challenging. Obviously, learning a new offense. I think this is my 4th in 5 years. There's wrinkles within every offense that are unique to those offenses, but I think big picture, a lot of schemes have some carryover and similarities. I think the big thing that, I mean, we're still continuing to do is really find our identity and go out there and put our playmakers in the best position to make plays.
We'll close this start.
I'm good. Sean asked my question.
Cool. Thanks.
Thanks, David.
Damn. Had this question ready and get it snake. Davis out there say, hey, man, hey, Landry, you ain't got to bring up old stuff, man. Yeah, I know they just jumped me for Case Keenum the last time we had this thing. Hey, but man, it's his go now. If we do remember the rest of that story, he did get in that game against Cleveland that next week, and they got obliterated in that game. It was rough for everybody that day. But good to hear from Davis Mills. He will get the start coming up on Sunday. And I'm certain there's some of that you want to get into here coming up.
Yeah. Look, we've heard from DeMeco Ryans as well as Davis Mills now, and I want to react a little bit to Davis Mills as well as I want to be real clear about one thing that seems to keep coming up with Davis Mills as well as DeMeco Ryans today. And there is a big announcement, y'all. There's a big announcement. There is a big announcement. I know. Old School is coming back. I'll tell you who that is, what that is. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, if you are looking to sell
splash-free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Technically, he's not really a sophomore.
Dive in quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily brought to you today by Tomball Ford, home of the free oil change that we give away on Friday afternoons. Tomball Ford, greatly appreciate everything you do. If you need a new rig, you get over 700 F-150s on the lot. Go check them out.
I'll be honest with you. I might need to go check out Tomball Ford. I'm thinking about buying a new Bronco.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know where you can find one. In fact, I know where you can find many options.
I'm thinking about it. I really am.
Well, I mean, let me know. I'll get you linked up. The Dirty's Daily, the sponsor today, powered by, baby, Tomball Ford. By the way, we are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball tomorrow. That's 14215 FM 2920. Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. And then Friday, we are at Tallyards. See how I put them together right there? Tallyards. We are at Tallyards in Sugarland, right there. A stone's throw away from the
Constellation Field.
Yeah,
or the,
I didn't know if we could legally say that. Are we supposed to be saying that?
Space Cowboys.
There you go, Space Cowboys Park. I actually drove by there the other day. I was out there cruising
Hold on.
around trying to
Can we not say that?
I was told we're not supposed to.
Are we not supposed to say?
That rule's different, I think.
Well, I would imagine that's a Sugarland Space Cowboys problem and businesses around them not using
rules.
them to advertise.
The name of it. We can. All right, we can say all the names of the stadiums for that one.
Well, look,
stupid.
That minor league park. That minor league park down in Sugarland, man. You go. It's right there. It's stone's throw away. Tallyards. It's right there.
Upset.
It's
stupid.
Hey, Ron.
He's genuinely so upset.
What's the soccer stadium? Can we not say the soccer stadium? Jesus.
I don't even know what that one's called.
I won't say the F Center right there if you want to go see the Cougs play.
No, you can say that. You just can't have a business in the parking lot and use the Fertitta Center to advertise for it. I think that's the deal. I don't know, though. I'm just guessing. I totally am guessing. I have no idea. What I do want to encourage everybody to do is come out and see us. Again, Tomball, Buffalo Wild Wings on Thursday for a little Thirsty Thursday action. Bud Light will be out there. A lot of good going on. And Tallyards on Friday. Great location. Bring the family. Come with an appetite. There's great food there. There's great drinks there. I would imagine the weather's going to be tremendous from 2 to 6, so come hang out with us and enjoy this time of year in Texas at a beautiful place, Tallyards. Now, I also want to remind everybody we've had DeMeco Ryans on at the 2:40 mark, and we had CJ Davis Mills on at the 3:40 mark of today's show. If you've got the Odyssey app, you're doing big things. If you don't, download it. AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. Use that rewind feed. Davis Mills, this week's quarterback in Texans quarterback, as well as DeMeco Ryans in full right here on the Drive on Sports Radio 610.
Real quick, just got an update here from the boss. We have expressed written consent to say Space Cowboys ballpark for the team.
Space Cowboys ballpark. There you go. Not that other stuff.
I'm going to go see the Christmas lights at the Space. They do it every year. Lovely. We go out there.
Santa's
we'll go to
Wonderland?
Space Cowboys ballpark.
You know
this
what?
Is stupid. Well, stop naming your place's business.
Hey, you know what? We live in a day and age when when you got Google Maps, man. I'll just stay away from it, man. Put Tallyards in your old Google device. It'll take you right there to the spot, baby. Ain't gonna be no problem finding it.
The stone's throw from the place where John Singleton built.
There you go. There you go. Chaz visited several times. You know,
I just want to take the fine and say it anyway.
I don't want you to do that. I want you to stop and leave it alone. But
I just want to repeat it.
Dingo.
I want to do this. I want to take this minute, Ron.
Con.
After hearing from DeMeco Ryans and Davis Mills and kind of hearing some of the questions, and look, we've seen the text line, the chat lines, and all that kind of stuff. I want to be clear, man. Davis Mills in this game, in this particular game, for the 2025 Houston Texans, the week of November the 5th, Davis Mills in this game changes absolutely nothing for the Houston Texans. Changes absolutely nothing. Considered changes absolutely nothing for the Houston Texans. You go into this game just like if you had C.J. Stroud. You don't. CJ
game plan wise.
Yeah, for anything. I mean, it's not. It doesn't change a thing for the Texans moving forward, right? I mean, you've got a very capable backup in Davis Mills. I know there's a lot of people out there that got Davis fatigue, and I understand it based on what we went through several years back. But you watch the film from last week, and Davis Mills is going to play a brand of quarterback that's going to give you a chance to win. Is he going to be perfect? No. Is he going to have the high ceiling that C.J. Stroud has? Absolutely not. But can he do the down in, down out things that this offense asked the quarterback to do? With all things considered, absolutely he can. And look, I think there's a lot of questions about, boy, what do all the guys around Davis have to do now that there's no CJ, and what does Nick Caley have to do, and nothing has to change. Here's DeMeco Ryans. This is I think the most accurate take on Davis Mills, who he is, and what they expect from their backup quarterback of been a Texan for 5 years, 6 years? I mean, good Lord, he's been around forever. Here's the head coach on the this week's starting quarterback.
Look, Davis he's a super smart guy, sharp guy. Just seeing how he operates in the huddle, I mean, just seeing how he can fix things when we're not all the way right. When guys are coming out of the huddle, they have questions. Davis gets it fixed very quickly. Articulate. Now it's out post-snap. Like post-snap, can we go through? Can we make the proper reads? Can we get to the right spot with the football? And can we just execute, right? Davis doesn't have to do too much, right? We just all have to do our job. Nobody has to step up, do anything different. Everybody just has to execute and do their job. What they're here for is to go out and play good football, and that's all we're expecting them to do this Sunday.
And this week, the difference between last week and this week is that Davis Mills will have a full week to prepare for and with his team for the opponent instead of taking half of the scout team reps. Here's Davis Mills talking about the difference really between the action he saw last week and what he plans on seeing this week.
Definitely. I mean, normal, I guess, NFL practices, the backup quarterback's not getting most of the reps throughout the week. So it's nice having a game plan built around you. And being able to rep all those plays throughout the week to see the different defensive looks from the look team and go out there and execute the plays early in the week so you can kind of make it work on Sunday.
I don't know if he's earned the hype music yet or not, T. But I do
definitely has not.
We're working our way there.
I do feel good about his ability to go out and do what DeMeco said and what he just said after a full week worth of practice. And this particular opponent, who's given up 250 yards a game, one of the worst pass defenses in the league. I think they've got 10 sacks as a team defensively. Their leading sacker is Eric Armstead's got 3.5 sacks, I believe, from the inside. Has been a problem, can be a problem. We know that well here in Houston. But it's not like this is an overwhelming defense. In any stretch of the imagination, this is not a team that should overwhelm the Houston Texans. And I'm saying that on November the 5th, having watched every game film and knowing exactly who I'm talking about in Houston.
They've come back down to earth since early in the season.
Jacksonville has come back down to earth, and I'm going to tell you, say what you want about the performance last week. I agree with everybody. It was disappointing, but the way that this offensive line handled up front, particularly in pass protection, but the way that they handled Denver's front was impressive. The fact that you didn't have more than 4 sacks, the fact that a good chunk of those sacks were really holding the football along. It wasn't just like those immediate through the A-gap sacks that we've seen in the past. Whatever they did, whatever they've done to get to that point versus Denver where they were able to handle some of that pressure, I believe it's real. I believe it's going to bode well this week. And if you're not a group, a defense that can overwhelm this Texans offense, then I think the offense, it's shown this week, this year, with C.J. Stroud, albeit, but it's shown this year, when they're not overwhelmed up front, they put a pretty good offensive product on the field. And I just don't think I don't think this team is going to be able to overwhelm this offense the way they did. What was that, week 2, week 3?
Week 3, yeah.
Week 3. I just don't think it's going to happen. And with Davis Mills stepping in there, nothing should change.
Bring on the Jaguars.
The game plan. Davis talked about his own game plan. Ain't no game plan revolving around you. I mean, there should be no change. This is keep it on. You weren't asking C.J. Stroud to do anything extravagant. You were asking C.J. Stroud to just simply be boring, death by 1,000 cuts, get the ball out of your hand, take calculated risk. I mean, those are all things that Davis Mills should have to do to survive. C.J. has options. C.J.'s good enough to have options. When he does hold the ball, even though I don't like it, I can see C.J.'s trying to make a big play. C.J. can throw a dime 40 yards down the field. C.J. can do X, Y, and Z. Davis Mills shouldn't even have that temptation. Davis Mills should be locked in on exactly what this offense needs, and then we all just sit there and hope, okay, well, when they do dial up the shot, when it's there, does he have the ability to make the throw and go get it? Otherwise, the offense stays.
That's where
pat.
I think things change. I don't think the game plan so much changes. They should. Now, I do wonder. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I do wonder if there are some things that Nick Caley may not call because he doesn't trust Davis as much as maybe he trusts that as much as he would trust CJ. I wonder for some of that. But I think the biggest difference is that the Texans, I think, will be missing on Sunday or however long he's out is, I think what you were describing to me, the can make a play when things break down, can make a play when everything isn't drawn up right. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say CJ has been spectacular at that this year. I do think it's the Davis in those situations. And as you know, in the NFL, except for that San Francisco 49ers game, in the NFL, generally there comes moments where you have to – things doesn't go everything correctly. Yeah. Somebody misses something. You know, Tomlinson misses a block or something. Andrews misses a blitz or something. Can you still make a play? And I think that's the big thing that they're missing with Davis Mills being there.
Well, I think we are in a really – well, we won't be because you'd be 3-6. But I think if you told me right now Davis is going to go out there and he's going to play good football, he's not going to turn it over, and they're going to get a couple of sacks because he just doesn't have, let's call it, the escapability that C.J. Stroud has, right? I'll take that. I'll take that quarterback product right now. Out of a backup quarterback, I'll take it right now. Yeah. Right? I mean, to me, you go out there, and if this game comes down to, you know, Davis Mills couldn't make a 60-yard throw on a boot that throw back across your body, okay, I got to live with that, right? I mean, that's something I'm willing to live with. That's something that, hey, it's a backup quarterback. We can all stomach that. What you can't stomach is going out there in this offense trying to look totally different because it's C.J. Stroud. I mean, because C.J. Stroud's not there and Davis Mills is. The reality of it is from a game plan perspective, Ron, one guy has elite potential. One guy is a backup. Stylistically, you approach the game the exact same way, right? You don't go out there and change what you're doing. You got two guys that are the best version of themselves is going to be from the pocket. If they're going to affect the game with pocket vertically and taking off straight down the field, unfortunately, like we saw C.J. Stroud getting hurt last week. That's the deal. I don't want either one of these guys floating to the sideline, to be honest with you. I trust C.J. more in that situation, but I don't want either one of them floating to the sideline. I don't want either one of them holding the football. I really don't want any of them affecting the game with their legs if we can help it, because you see what happens when they do that. So, this is a stand pat, move forward as is, and you got a lesser opponent. Don't make mistakes. You got a great defense. If you just go out there and don't make mistakes and stay in this offense, you score 20+. And I'm confident in saying that. You score 20+.
Yes, this defense with Jacksonville,
absolutely.
Let's
absolutely.
Get it on, baby.
Yeah, there was opportunities to score 20+ points last week versus Denver's defense. And I'm talking about opportunities that Nick Caley drew up and the quarterback didn't make the throw. Or you miss a kick, or whatever it may be. There was an opportunity to score 20 last week against Denver. Should this team go out and be able to score and feel confident in scoring at least 20 against Jacksonville? Hell yes. And with our defense, that could win the game. Depending on how the game goes and when you score 20 and how you score 20, man.
I definitely think they can win the game. Yeah, I definitely think that, and I think Davis is good enough to win this game on Sunday. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think we see much of a change, right? I mean, now if this game gets out of whack and you need a CJ type of player to get you out of it, we're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah,
because we ain't got that.
That's. I was going to say that's
the fear, right?
Yeah.
That's the concern, right? Yeah. Hopefully you don't get in that position with our defense. Now that's Ryan Hughley, T Mills behind the glass on the 1s and 2s. Hey, boys. Hooters is back.
Has Hooters been gone?
Or y'all get? Well, I mean, hell, they went bankrupt.
I know they went bankrupt.
They just absolutely tanked. They closed over 50 stores.
Oh, did they?
Apparently, here's the announcement, baby. All right, they've the original Hooters owners have bought it back. The original Hooters owners have bought it back, and they're bringing it back. They're calling it a re-Hooterization. Re-Hooterization. They're bringing back the original
John
uniforms.
Daly come up with that?
Hey, he's probably involved. Re-Hooterization. You like that? Tyler really likes it. Original uniforms, hand-breaded wings, and that beach bar energy that made Hooters iconic in the first place. How about that, boys? Are y'all out on Hooters, or y'all give them a shot?
As long as there's booty cheeks still hanging out of shorts, I'm in.
I enjoy the Daytona wings.
I'm gonna tell you, man, that was the first chicken wing I fell in love with.
Spicy garlic. Whew.
Yeah, Hooters wasn't. I've done some Hooters, but Hooters was not as.
We're talking about the restaurant with the beach vibe.
Yeah,
right,
no.
Tom? Okay.
I know. I've done some Hooters restaurant. Wasn't always high in it. I guess maybe Teresa wasn't always just going to take me to Hooters.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, there
Buffalo
was
Wild Wings.
My opening all over the place. Every NFL player had a NFL Hooters card, and we got half off our food at any Hooters location. And if you don't think me and the fellas didn't wear that damn Hooters. Well, every Hooters within a 30-minute drive of Valley Ranch.
Yeah, you told us that was the kickoff spot, wasn't it?
Oh, jeez, Pete, boy, this was. I mean, there was no. The competition was.
Jeez, Pete.
There was no competition, boys. So you could imagine any of them that was going to wear them little orange shorts and them t-shirt and little t-shirts. They was at Hooters. Now there was no competition whatsoever other than the shake.
Where wings take
Hooters
three.
by day, shake by night. I'm telling you, man, it was.
You think there was a crossover there?
I think there's a lot of crossover.
It's a never-ending party.
In fact, I firmly believe that there's a couple shakes in Dallas that did a lot of their hiring at Hooters.
Let's say, are they moving on, getting done with their shift, and going down to their next shift?
I mean, there was a time, right, when they'd be at Hooters working, and then all of a sudden they'd be in the shake, and then there'd be less and less Hooters. They'd slowly wean them off Hooters. But there's definitely glory hole. Definitely, some of them started their.
How many
shake
spinoffs coming off of that? Obviously, Twin Peaks.
Depends on your Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Twin Peaks. Bombshells.
Bombshells. I mean,
love a good restaurant.
Yeah. What a they're back, boys. I mean, the hand-breaded wings is big. Hand-breaded wings is big. I know that.
Yeah, not bad.
I wonder if they're going to wear those tall socks.
It's cold.
I won't be looking at the set.
Y'all are too young to remember this.
Or the celery.
Back when we had class at Hooters.
Wearing socks, dude. They're thick. They're the same socks.
Thick and scrunchies, man. Hooters socks, those were a staple. Those were just as much a part of the uniform as the orange shorts.
Hockey.
As the Owl's eyes.
Yeah. People get
Hooters. They're back, boys.
It takes them a while for they get to the socks, but I hear you when you talk about the uniform.
Well, not even spend as much time as I did there.
All right. Chandler Rome is scaring me for the Astros. Wait till you hear what he had to say about a potential move coming up in this offseason for the Astros. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, the holiday season is here, and Academy Sports and Outdoors has legendary gifts you need at undefeatable prices every.
In the Loop, and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up in a bit, 4:40, we will, with Brandon Scott, go over this important game and important news of the day with the Texans. That's coming up next with Brandon Scott. I do want to get to Chandler Rome, but I would also like to say we have reached the portion of the program in which we get to hear Bill O'Brien lose it. Bill O'Brien lose it on a reporter. And based off, as I said, week 10, how far are we away from DeMeco getting here? How far are we? What are we? If
I don't know if he's a screamer like that.
I don't know about a screamer, but I'm just saying to where he loses things and he just addresses somebody. How close? Or maybe we already hit it last week. But here was Bill O'Brien as they are currently 1-8 at Boston College. They're going to get ran through by SMU coming up on Saturday. Started out really well, but this is him, and he's clearly he came in ready for this reporter. He came in clearly to me ready for this guy, and he said if he says the wrong thing, I don't even think it's if I've ever heard on site verbally, this was on site verbally. He doesn't even let my man get the question off. Here's Bill O'Brien losing his mind on a guy that I feel like he's wanted to give it to here for a while up there at Boston College.
Coach, I'm wondering, do you have a message for the fans? Obviously losing to Notre Dame now, season BC. I've heard from a lot of fans that are just really.
Yeah, I'm really glad. You know, I'm glad you're down. I'm not down. Nobody's down. We're fighting. We're competing. You know, it's the second year of this program, Mike. You always come in here with these down questions. Like, you show up like once a month or something like that. You come in here with these down questions. I'm not down. I don't know what year you graduated from BC, but this is a program that we're building. Okay. Nobody here's down. We're positive. We're going to show up and play our asses off against SMU. You can go out there in your dark, clouded world or whatever it is and do what you want to do. We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting. That's my message to the fans. What's up, Trevor?
Hey,
I bet Trevor's there every day.
You think Trevor was ready for his question?
Oh, Trevor was there every day.
You think Trevor had to get his thoughts together for his question? Was Trevor ready for that question?
What's up, Trevor? How you doing?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know it was coming to me. Good. Hey, he wanted that dude.
What's up, Trevor?
He cut him off. He didn't even let him get – that guy was building to that question. And he jumped right in there. I'm going to tell you. You know, whatever it is that you do.
Your dark world you live in.
Whatever dark world you live in. Man, come on, dog. Listen. I'm going to say, Bill, you know your program better than us. At 1-8, somebody's down. Hell, it sounds like your ass is down. 1-8, somebody's down around there.
Yeah, that in year 2 as well. 1-8 sounds like something year 1 you may be able to fight off, but year 2 that's a you got to be better than more than one win in year 2, man.
You mean to tell me, Bill? Everybody's like, yeah, man, we ain't transferring, man. We're staying. Right here.
Hey, 5 in college football, man. It's a day of NIL and transfer portal, and you talking about building something in year 2 with one win. Come on, man.
He's got 27 guys out.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, though, man, there is –
Trevor!
Ron, you can – and it happens every press conference. And I don't want to play the it's not the former player, but it's like having been in a building around coaches and general managers and most owners kind of deal that are real involved. I can tell when a question, the way it's being worded, like if old buddy would have just said, "Hey man, it's a big game against Notre Dame, man.
This is personal."
You know what I mean? Notre Dame beat the hell out of them last weekend. Is that what happened? Yeah. Like hey man. But if he'd have just worded it in a way of like, "Hey man, like Notre Dame kicked y'all's ass, man."
Catholic school. He gave him the record.
Oh, when you start doing that, like the coach is dumb and doesn't. Oh, he's hot.
Doesn't matter what it looks like.
He is hot. I'm gonna tell you every time. Like I wish I could sit here.
We got a name on this guy, Tyler. Was it Mike? What? We know Trevor.
I know Trevor's.
Trevor got the next question.
I'm gonna tell you. Trevor was there every day.
Mike Gutierrez.
Oh, so it is Mike. He's waiting on Mike, man. He's waiting on Mike.
And DeMeco, to your point, DeMeco is definitely one of those. He's not a Bill O'Brien, but he's definitely a former player that, like, when questions start getting asked and there's a bunch of, like, bullet points that are completely irrelevant to the question and the answer,
he's got a mic.
He's going to get hot.
He's got a mic in there, and he's got a Trevor, too.
Oh,
he's got a mic. He's got.
I don't know. Mike, he said Mike shows up once a month. Everybody over there shows up consistently.
Well, I'm just saying
he probably had 3 wins. You should probably be thankful that they're showing up. Still.
One.
I'm talking about over here, but you're talking about Bill.
I'm just saying he's got a mic over there that could get him there, right? Bill let him get him there. Bill walked in for Mike. Walked in and said, "There he is." I swear, if he says anything, I mean, it was even Trevor's turn. Trevor made Trevor. That was wild.
Oh, man.
My man is something else.
Bill is something else. I mean, but that's the like Bill. You can't be that. You're not a positive person anyway, Bill. You can't be that. You can't be that positive. Year 2, 1 win. While by the way,
you sound like you're down. What are you talking about?
You sound like you're on the edge. You're on the verge of jumping. Like, and by the way, the team that's coming to town right now, SMU. That just jumped up from group of 5 to the big boys. They done went to the college ball playoffs and they're 6-3 right now, coming to whoop y'all's ass.
They just beat Miami. They just ran Miami off. The college
see that to me that was not like if that question would have been phrased different. I don't think Bill would have went off the deep end.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, if that would have been just a simple,
here, start it over, Tyler. Is it the 1 and 8?
I don't know what the question is.
Tyler, what do you think it was that led him to cut him off? Because there's a build here, Catholic school rivalry. Like what set Bill off to stop him in his tracks?
Trevor raising his hand.
Coach, I'm wondering, do you have a message for the fans? Obviously losing to Notre Dame, Catholic school rival, 1-8 now in the season BC. I've heard from a lot of fans. They're just really
I'm really glad.
It was the 1-8 BC.
I'm glad.
Yep, it was the 1-8 BC. Because doesn't he say, Trevor? I don't know when Mike. I don't know when you graduated. Doesn't he say?
Yeah, he's in the alma mater, but he was asking him what his message to the fans is.
Bingo. I'm gonna tell you right now from jump. What is your message to the fans? I've never met a coach that gave a rip. I'm being dead honest. Like, I don't think DeMeco Ryans or Nick Caserio have ever thought about, boy, let me get my message to the fans right. So starts there. And then there's the unnecessary
1-8 BC. Like he didn't know the name of the school.
Record, like he didn't know his record.
and a college.
And then he throws the useless fact that you think Bill even know that it was what do they call it?
Catholic school rivalry.
The Catholic school rivalry. Like you think Bill even knew that? Like that whole question was framed in a way his top was gonna blow, no question.
Hey, Bill.
What they call Bill, a little teapot?
Yeah, he didn't cuss. Bill did that without cussing.
Yeah.
I'm proud of Bill. Good for him.
Hey man, this is one time I feel like Bill did what was right.
Someone texted and said Landry is this Trevor. Now I'm gonna tell you, Landry is not Trevor. Landry is not the one who is calling.
That's Sarge. That's Sarge.
Okay.
That is immediate Sarge. Who else is it going to be? It's immediate Sarge.
Chrissy?
No, it's immediate Sarge.
I can hand it off to Chrissy.
He's going straight Sarge immediately. DeMeco's one is Mike. Landry's one is getting. He's going to make him. He's going to force him.
Mike here.
He's going to force him to lose his cool, and then he's going to go to Sarge immediately. Go ahead, Sarge.
You know what? He might hit our next guy up. Brandon.
Oh yeah, but I don't know. Is B Scotch? Is he the one that's there every day?
He may hit him with a Brandon. Your question.
I can't believe he hit my man with. Man, you come once a month. You come once a month. It's dark.
I bet you he don't, man. I bet he's there every day. And Bill just.
What does it matter? He drove his ass over there to ask you questions, man. I mean, you know what I mean? He drove his ass over because he's a fan of yours, Bill.
Coming up, Trevor or Brandon Scott with our Texas report. That's day.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all check it out.
Partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent. New technology platform developed by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love DeMeco Ryans, man, I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Brandon Scott, he will join us here momentarily as we will get Texans report with him coming up soon. A couple of updates, and we'll get you updated completely on the injury report as soon as that comes out. I have not seen that out yet, Tyler, but as soon as it does, we'll see what the issues are with the Jags as well as the Texans. All right, listen, we've talked a lot about CJ being out, and we'll talk about that when Brandon gets in here. We've talked it as he's walking in now. We've talked a lot, Clint, about the issues for the Texans, and we'll bring Brandon in with this as well, with the issues with C.J. Stroud and what that's going to look like. And obviously, you say at least from a standpoint when it comes to game plan-wise, how they approach the game, not a lot changes with him. What about if Titus Howard's not there? Is there things, if you're Nick Caley, that you have to, all right, we got to approach things just a bit different if Blake Fisher and Ariante Ursary are your tackles? Is that a little bit more different than the quarterback situation?
To me, now you're on to something. If we're not, like anything other than the ceiling of the quarterback that's taking snaps, like any conversation on a lower level that needs to be had, you can argue, hell, fairly easily, that the right tackle position changes things more than CJ to Davis Mills. I'm talking about from a game plan, schematics, right?
Yeah.
Because here's the deal. You know the obvious. If the right tackle, if we get Blake Fisher from training camp, then we are in trouble, right?
Yeah.
But if they go Trent Brown and Trent Brown can play, and you've got Blake Fisher now in your Fisher personnels where you're adding the extra tight end, the extra offensive lineman as the tight end, now you got a whole other package of your game plan. So you can argue, and again, I think fairly easily that the right tackle actually impacts planning for this game in a much bigger way than the quarterback.
Yeah. I feel like the combination of it, though, kind of just is what really affects the bottom line. Like when I think about, like you led the show with this when you talked about C.J. Stroud in the Fairbairn news. So like this combination of quarterback, right tackle, and kicker, like as a combination is what worries me more than anything. I understand what you're saying about from a game plan standpoint, because they were doing a lot of the same things or similar things with Davis Mills out there as they were with C.J. Stroud. And to be fair to Davis Mills, there were times, especially in the beginning when he first got in there, where it was working. At least on the earlier downs, it was working. It was working just fine.
So Denver,
and then you saw when Denver made its adjustments, or when just like the offensive line just flat out got beat at times, where they weren't able to make up for it. There was nothing really special to Davis Mills' game to make up for whatever mismatches were elsewhere, where C.J. Stroud does have that, at least have that capability. So you don't have that with C.J. Stroud. your jumbo package is at least flustered by whether it's just the fact that Blake Fisher's got to start at right tackle, or if it's Trent Brown who starts at right tackle, who ain't, what a drop yet, right? He ain't played at all. So, like, we're doing a thing here where we're assuming that Trent Brown's ready to play, or whoever they put out there is ready to play who ain't been playing, right? So all of that is an issue no matter how you slice it. And to me, man, I was going back and looking at the game and thinking about, like, this whole third down and red zone issue. And to me, it's just like, it's so consistent now. We're so far into the season. It's reflective of what the team actually is. And what the team is right now, especially now that Davis Mills is at quarterback, they're a team that really got going with them is the element of surprise. Go back and look at that game, and everything that they were doing that was good for the most part was on those earlier downs, first and second down, when you got the playbook for the most part, at your disposal, the majority of it at your disposal, and you got the element of the cat and mouse game of what exactly are they looking to do here?
Yep.
And that's when they're able to strike. But when it's third down, or when you're at the goal line and it's very clear and obvious what the strategy is, it's third and short, or it's third and goal, and you're likely going to run the ball, or you've lined up in the I formation in 2025, or it's third and long and it's an obvious passing down. And now it's just time to win your matchup or to solve the riddle if they try to give you one, right? Like, it comes down to that, right? Like meat and potatoes, and they don't have it. Lopez said this before y'all even got a crack at it on Reaction Monday when he came. He was like, man, they're just not good enough. And it struck me. I was like, you know what? Damn. Yeah. That was like a hit in the chest. I was like, you know what? That's exactly what we watched.
They weren't stopping Zach Allen.
They weren't, and especially when it was really time, when it was the meat of the matter, when it was third down, when it was in the red zone, when it was these critical moments, early downs. Yeah, Davis Mills is out there cooking. Early on in that drive, they were making some things happen. On the first drive of the game, early downs, they're good. When it's time to really crack down, that's when they get beat, and that's the tough pill to swallow about the team right now.
B. Scott with this Texans report. I know Clint was surprised they didn't make any moves when it came to the trade deadline.
I was more so surprised that nobody was jettisoned out of here. Like, I thought that maybe, like, I get
anybody you were thinking.
So I get Clint's frustration of, hey, look, you're a piece or two away. I don't know if they actually are a piece or two away, but I don't know why they wouldn't think that. Just based off of, what they've invested in the team so far. Like, I know they thought they were, and it's a muddied sort of landscape, AFC landscape. They're still kind of in the thick of it. So I would have expected or thought that they would have at least wanted to be a little bit more aggressive or see why people wanted them to. I thought personally it made more sense to shop a Dameon Pierce or Christian Harris or like guys who have shown good tape at some point in their career but have fallen out of favor for whatever reason or have minimized roles now in recent years for whatever reason and could maybe help a team. I thought, and who knows what you get for a guy like that, but I was more so surprised that I didn't see guys go as opposed to seeing guys come in.
Look, I think that's fair in terms of seeing guys go as well. I think there were some pieces that you could see move, but if you're not getting something in return that because I still think these guys, and I think rightfully so. I know they got 3 wins, and I know it's this season is all but gone. But I think these guys are still viewing this as a playoff caliber team, as a team that they feel like they can at least compete at a playoff level. And so if you're not going to get something in return that's going to help you, why deplete, even if it's your special teams, why deplete those? Why deplete your depth at this point in time? So
yeah, I will say, though, I'll give the doubt that we heard today from DeMeco saying, like, just because we didn't get anything done doesn't mean that we didn't try. It's hard to really know how much they tried, how close they got. It could be a situation where all the trades that were in front of them were not good trades. Would you rather they just make trades for the sake of making trades and they don't be good and then you criticize them for that? Or would you prefer they kind of stick to their guns and, like, if there's nothing there, they don't force it? You know? So who knows really what the truth is?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll answer the question personally just as a fan. I would rather my team, when they're built like this, and again, this isn't about just this year, it's about next year as well. Hopefully it would be. But the point is you've got a championship caliber defense. You got what we think is an absolute baller in Nico Collins, and you've got an absolute baller in C.J. Stroud. And I would like for my team to make moves, even if they're aggressive moves and you overpay for proven, given, no-brainer type moves, right? Like I know back in the day, Bill O'Brien and them, they caught a lot of heat for the Laramie Tunsil deal. I had no problem with the Laramie Tunsil deal. Now, you have a problem with them waiting so late, so you had to give up extra picks. But you're in a position where you've got a quarterback that you've got to protect. You got a quarterback that you got to give a best chance to at least play.
And a quarterback you believed in.
Yeah, a guy you believed in.
At the time.
And you were at a point where you had swung and missed on 2 different routes or avenues for these tackles, and it wasn't going to work. And so now you're in a position. Do I overpay? You have no choice. But I'm going to overpay for a guy that I know is going to come in here and help me immediately, and I'm not going to be looking for an
uncomfortable part about the Texans right now and the position that they're in is like the positions that they would need to trade for are the kind that don't get traded if you got a good one. Like you're seeing the really expensive or the teams. Well, the closest thing that I could have seen that could have helped them would have been a Quentin Williams, but and maybe a receiver. Obviously, I know you had some guys in mind. But, for the most part, they're invested in the positions that usually go off the board, like a cornerback or an edge rusher or something like they are invested in premium. The spots where they need the most help, the interior offensive line.
Offensive coordinator.
Those are not – and just to be real about it, those are things that are not readily available to you at the trade deadline by and large. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be aggressive. That's not to say that I don't feel like they need to get better and they need to be thinking like that. But they're just in a weird spot where, like the Colts, a good team that feels like they're a corner away. Okay, go get a corner. The Cowboys have a good offense. Their defense is Swiss cheese. A Quentin Williams might help them. Go get a Quentin Williams. That kind of stuff makes sense. You look at the Texans and you're like, man, they could really use they could just redo things at guard and center. And it's like offensive coordinator spots that aren't necessarily trade deadline fixes, if you will.
Quick, 15 seconds. The Texans win on Sunday versus Jacksonville. It makes you think what about this team?
That they're back in it. They're back in. I think the
back in it. Okay.
The if they win part.
That's how you know. That's how you know when Ron disagrees with you. Oh. Like he didn't hear. Okay.
I didn't know what he would say. I didn't know what he would say.
So there is a path. The thing is, it doesn't get hairy until a couple of weeks from now when they start playing the real teams. Like the next couple of weeks are gettable games, and that can get you back in it. Now, like 2 weeks from now, we'll be having a different conversation. Like, what is the likelihood based off of the way that they play?
I know a lot of people.
If they can make any noise.
Are they alive at 5-5? In this, you got to win. You got to win 10. You got to win 10 to get in. The way the AFC's looking, or maybe even 11. Are if 5-5 are they alive?
They are alive.
They are alive with games against Buffalo, Kansas City, and 2 against.
5-5 with 7 to go, and you got to at least.
I just think a lot of people are saying, "Who cares if they win? It's over." And B. Scott could have been in that camp, but he said, "No, they're still in it." Yeah, okay.
It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle, dude. Like
we need him still be in it.
I'm not delusional. I'm not saying, hey, look, they can go to the Super Bowl.
No, I hear you.
But could they find their way into the playoffs if they find their way to 5-5? Sure.
Yeah, maybe we'll pose that question later this week. All right, that's B. Scott every single Wednesday, 4:40 Texans Report. Coming up, this injury report and the guys that did not participate is long and real names on this list. You do not want to miss the injury report. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. You live around these parts any amount of time.
instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Salein's drug-free no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, Use as directed.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Holy cow. We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, Clint, this injury report, I know Tyler and I were talking about it. It is incredibly long and a bit concerning. It'll be a lot more concerning tomorrow, Clint, when we look at it. This just from the Texans' standpoint, who did not practice, and why they are designated not to have practiced. Danico Autry, knee, did not practice. Will Anderson Jr., quad, did not practice. Harris practiced. Running back Nick Chubb, foot, did not practice. Kaimi Fairbairn, right quad, kicker, did not practice, and DeMeco has already said he doesn't expect him to play. Christian Harris, shin, did not practice. Titus Howard, concussion, did not practice. DeMeco said we'll probably see how the week goes with him. Ed Ingram, knee, did not practice across that offensive line. Those have been the two best offensive linemen for the team this year. Jalen Petrie, when they said he got hurt on the last play of the game, apparently it was a concussion because he did not practice in concussion protocol. And then C.J. Stroud did not practice. We already know he is out for this game with a concussion. Braxton Berrios and Dalton Schultz were limited in practice today. That is, we're in Houston Astros territory right now with this did not practice guys, and the amount of those guys. That's CJ, that's Petrie, that's Howard, that's Ingram, that's Chubb, that's Anderson. That's a lot of starters and important pieces that did not practice. The concussions are really concerning, Clint, because as DeMeco said, 5 days, you don't generally see that. They got three starters, CJ, Jalen Petrie, and Titus Howard, with concussions that didn't practice today.
Yeah, and CJ's already been, he's out.
He's already out, and Fairbairn's already out.
The two here that strike me, other than the obvious CJ and Titus, the two that strike me, Jalen Petrie, I had no idea that was a concussion. If it's hard to get a quarterback back in the game in 5 days, it's damn sure hard to get him back in the game the way he plays.
And the tackle.
But him with a concussion, and then Ed Ingram with the knee. I had forgot, with all the other stuff we've been dealing with, I had forgotten all about Ed Ingram coming out of the game at one point in time.
Right. Yep.
And we had to have Juice Scruggs at one guard and Laken Tomlinson at the other. Now I think Ed came back in, but I'd forgotten all about that. So Jalen Petrie and Ed Ingram, those two guys right there, I would rather not play Jacksonville without those two guys. I'd rather have them two in the game, obviously, because I don't know what you do. You go to now you bump one of them other guards that's been rotating at left guard. You bump them to right guard. Yeah. And with Jalen Petrie, I don't know who you bring in at that position. You're already thin at the safety position. I mean, you got Miles Bryant. You've got.
Yeah,
I guess is Jimmy
back.
Ward ready to come back or not?
I don't think Jimmy was ready. They said a few weeks with Jimmy.
Well, I think this would be a week where you could potentially see Jalen Smith outside.
He's on IR currently.
No, he played last week.
Jalen Smith? Oh, I thought Reed was.
No, Smith played last week. I saw him bump him in. They came in the game and they bumped Kamari inside and
I bet I see. Well, I'm looking at the depth chart. ESPN has him listed as IR.
Yeah, well, he I'm pretty sure he played last week. But I guess this is one of those points where you would slide Kamari inside and put Jalen Smith outside as a corner.
They may have to. I mean, but the Petrie one is a little bit more serious. Like, we'll see. Like, tomorrow, the others, right, like Will Anderson and Danico Autry, those seem to be, all right, if they don't practice tomorrow, then it feels a lot more serious.
Yeah.
With those guys. Jalen Petrie and Titus Howard, they're serious right off the bat. Those are concussions, and the Texans have had two guys have concussions that I can remember this year, and it's Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud. Nico missed a week, and C.J. Stroud's already been declared out of this one. So, I don't know. We'll see.
o'clock fire.
By the way, I think check that out for me, Tyler. I think they put Jalen Smith on IR today.
Oh, so he got hurt again this week.
I think they put him on IR today. Check that. I think that's
secondary's even more thin than I thought. Yeah. That's the case.
Brian Thomas Jr. didn't practice for Jacksonville also, so that's a positive sign there. So a lot getting potentially getting away from them tonight. All right, the Rockets, they return to action tonight. They will be in Memphis to take on a struggling Grizzlies team that's had some issues with their best player, and the Rockets are looking to win 5 straight tonight. I'm doing this a little bit, Clint, each time. Like, kind of just, there's so many guys right there that you're excited about, and guys that you could see potentially raising their level of their game, especially when things get real important later on in the season. Who's somebody that you find yourself watching? Like each night, who's somebody you find?
He's not going to be healthy, but it's Jabari for me.
Jabari Smith.
Yeah, no, Jabari Smith. I am fascinated, and I don't know why, because I've watched him play his whole career sparingly. You know, when I did watch other teams, but just the Kevin Durant's the stylistically, I guess, or maybe just the caliber player that he is. I'm still this early in the season so fascinated with just how effortless it is. I mean, when he goes up and consistently knocks down shots that when another guy takes a shot that's covered like a blanket or is falling away, or like you're like, oh, it's a bad shot, and he rises up over folks, and it just effortlessly and efficiently, as you said, just knocks down shots. And I'm still at that stage, I guess, where I'm blown away with the fact that we got him in Houston and he's our guy. And so outside of Jabari, watching Jabari and hoping he develops and wanting to be a bigger part of every game, every time I watch, I find myself just being like in awe of Kevin Durant and what he can do. Again, I've obviously seen him over the years do it on the biggest stage in other uniforms, but just now that he's got a Rocket uniform on and every night we can flip the TV on and he's doing that, I'm still fascinated with it, man.
Yeah, he's smooth.
It's ridiculous.
I'm excited tonight about, like, Amin Thompson's a guy I've been watching pretty close. I think the season's going to hinge a lot on his development and what he does, and he's been really, really good. Like, he is filling the stat sheet every night. His normal is becoming like 18, 9, and 7, right? But he's got a pretty good matchup tonight. Ja Morant, we'll see where his head is after how things have gone with him and his coaching staff. He got suspended for a game. This is his first game back. But he's still one of those point guard matchups that guys get up for. And both highly athletic, very, very talented, Ja Morant and Amin Thompson. That is a matchup that I am really excited to see tonight, and to see how he reacts and how he plays in that matchup.
Well, Amin's the one that I find myself locking in on the defensive end of the floor. I mean, his ability, and you want to talk about doing things effortless, like his ability to play great defense at that level and seem like it's a walk in the park for him is wild. So that's a hell of a matchup to watch tonight for sure.
Yeah. So so the Rockets, they get going, trying to get 5 straight against a team they should probably be able to handle, the struggling Memphis Grizzlies. So it'll be a good one tonight for the Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
By the way, an update here. Jalen Smith did go to the IR. Season-ending.
Season-ending this time? What did he do?
Yeah, season-ending injury. Also, Darrell Taylor to the IR as well with an ankle injury.
Well, hell.
Yeah.
I didn't even see him go out.
Yeah. He's this basically been a lost season for him.
What did he do? Get about 2 snaps? I saw him early in the game at
struggling there for him. Kind of a wash this year. Hopefully we'll see him back coming up next year. All right, Clint, yesterday was the first time the college football playoff rankings came out.
Yep.
Ohio State and Indiana, 2 Big Ten teams, leading the way. They were 1 and 2. Texas A&M and Alabama were next in line, rounding out the top 4. And then Georgia, Ole Miss, 5 and 6. Then BYU, Texas Tech, Oregon, Notre Dame round out the top 10. Virginia, the highest-rated ACC team, 14th. Virginia, they would be in, and then Memphis, they're the top team from the group of 5 there, 9 group of 5 teams there. So they would be in. Memphis and Virginia would be in. Texas, Oklahoma sitting there at 11 and 12, kind of the first 2 teams out. Any surprises? Any surprises for you in regards to the first unveiling of the college football playoff ranking?
Look, I don't think there were any surprises. If there were, it was in the bottom half. I don't care really what order you put the top 4 in, to be completely honest with you. I think they got it right. You can argue the Aggies have been as impressive as anybody.
I think their resume has been.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen outlets have resume rankings in the A&M's at the top, but it's hard to argue with what Ohio State's doing. 2 teams at the top.
And Indiana had the tough
in there in the mix. And Alabama has been as impressive as anybody of late, but they did get drugged by Florida State, who is obviously not nearly as good as I'd hoped. I thought Florida State was going to be better.
If A&M wins this weekend, they'll have 3 road wins at Notre Dame, at LSU, at Missouri. Like all 3 ranked teams, especially when they played them. That's the other part is, man, they've got those road wins, against other teams that are in the top half of this thing. That's just, but like you said,
like right now, it's all going to come out in the wash, and I mean, we'll see who the top teams. I think they got it right. Right now, I think they got it right. I think you got 3 of the 4 are no brainers. The eye test, the resumes, the tape, whatever you want to call it. And then Indiana, I think, is the one that I think it's probably safe to say they don't have the same Jimmies and Joes that them other 3 do that's in top 4 with them, but they damn sure deserve to be where they're at right now. So we'll see how it comes out in the wash. I like the Texas Tech BYU matchup.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Come on,
one
man.
of those guys will get bounced out.
Come on, man.
What I am seeing is it does look like, at least right now, you can see a lot of stuff potentially shaking itself out. Right? I just think like Texas. Texas, we know they're sitting there 11. Now if they beat Georgia, which is their next game in 2 weeks, I know it. Beat Georgia, like that will kind of take care of itself. They'd be both sitting there with 2 losses, and we know they'd be behind them. Then obviously they have that A&M game lurking there at the end. But yeah, it looks like a lot will shake themselves out. We'll see. Georgia Tech is that team down there. They had that terrible loss to NC State, although Haynes King wasn't because of him. He continued to go off in that game as well. They're the team to me to watch. Them in Miami down there in the ACC are the team to watch to me that could make a run up there. Utah's playing really well again, but I don't think the Big 12 is a team that's going to get, or a conference going to get multiple leagues.
I'm going to tell you, man, the one that's interesting here is Texas Tech. I mean, I'm not sitting here and tell you that I've analyzed their film and watched all their film.
They're pretty good, and they've had some injuries.
And I'm telling you, when you listen to the national guys that all they do is college football and all they do is talk top 10, top 25, the majority of them, they don't talk about Texas Tech like this is just a good team up in Lubbock that's had a good little run in the Big 12. They talk about it like it's like they got a real chance. Now, I don't know if that's because the college football playoff is now 12 teams and they think they got a chance to get in, or if this is these guys are for real and they got a chance to win it all.
Really good defense and up front. They ran our asses up out of the field.
Texas Tech,
they rushed for like 300 yards against them.
That's a top. I mean, either one of those teams, whoever wins that game is going to jump up and probably be 7.
Yeah, the way Texas Tech has played, some people feel like if they lose a Big 12 title game, they may still get a bid. That's like when you talk about how good they are. Yeah. Like could they get in with 2 losses? I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, man, a lot of these teams, there are just matchups or head-to-heads that will really take care of itself.
I do think you mentioned Texas, and I do think that's one to watch because that is a team that they were so bad early on,
They completely control their destiny.
That's the point.
It's a hell of a destiny, but they control it.
But that's the point, right? Is clearly their quarterback's going to consistently get better, right? He couldn't be any worse than he was early in the season. I mean, he misses free throws and layups. He wasn't just not the 5-star that everybody thought he was. I mean, he's missing free throws and layups. So their quarterback play at Texas is going to get better. The defense was for real. It seems like they're starting to find ways to get some of the speed they do have, the ball in critical moments, and it seems like they could turn the corner.
They've won four straight, one against Oklahoma, who was in the top 10, and against Vandy, who was in the top 10.
It took them, it seemed like 2 days to beat Mississippi State, but they got that done. So, but they're the ones that
4 days to beat Kentucky.
Here, late in the season, if they can play even close to what people expected Texas to play regular season, then they got a real chance. Problem is that road goes through.
Well, I was going to say they control their own. They control their own destiny. They win their final 3 games, they're going to get in.
Oh yeah, one of them being A&M, hell yeah,
and the other one at Georgia.
Well, yeah,
at Georgia, at Arkansas, and then
Arkansas will be a big win for them.
And then
we go to their place, don't we?
Home to A&M, yeah.
And A&M, damn sure.
Yeah, you're in. Yeah, and you have 2 losses. Yeah, they're going to be in. They would beat A&M and Georgia and lose to Arkansas and push themselves out.
Might go with none of the above.
All right, coming up as we continue, you gotta listen to this potential. This could be a potential move for your Astros. God, I hope this is not the direction that this organization is about to go. We'll let you hear and discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, football season is in full swing, and Underdog Fantasy is the best place to get in on all the action. There ain't no doubt about it, man. I do it on a nightly basis. You can make picks, and you can win money.
TexasChildren's.org. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, remember, we're out tomorrow, baby. A little Thirsty Thursday action as we will be Buffalo Wild Wings, and we will be in Tomball coming up tomorrow. So come hang out with us for a little Thirsty Thursday out in Tomball. That is right off FM 2920. 2920 14215 FM 2920 is the address in Tomball. That will be at that Buffalo Wild Wings. Having a good time. Won't be empty-handed. Shout out to Bud Light, Buffalo Wild Wings. There will be great food, great drinks to potentially take home. I saw somebody hit us up on YouTube and say, hey, are we doing Texans Ticket Tuesday? And I'm like, well, might be one on Thursday. I know there will be one on Friday at Talyard's in Sugarland for Football Friday.
Hell, there was one Thursday we gave away 2 4-packs, didn't we?
Last 2 weeks. Ooh. We gave away a pair of 4-packs, and then the week before we gave a pair of tickets to remember, husband and a damn wife somehow got their names drawn by. Oh, that was crazy. That was just crazy. Wasn't us who drew it. But come on out, hang out with us as we get a little Thirsty Thursday going on tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. All right, we'll see as Hot Stove will start to heat up. I've already seen some list of potential free agents and places people think teams will go. And we'll see what the Houston Astros are going to do, because I think there's a chance that this team looks in some ways different. I don't believe Framber Valdez is going to be back. I'll be shocked off my ass if he is. I think their rotation's going to look different, and not really sure who's going to be in that. You'd think they'd make some moves, a couple moves maybe in that, or maybe they go from within and try to fill it that way. But they've got a lot of injuries there. We already know Chaz McCormick is done.
He's dead, y'all.
Houston Astros dead.
Right.
Not
Not literally.
Yeah, not literally. He's somewhere probably a sigh of relief right now. But he's gone. Luis Garcia is gone. Pedro Leon is gone. So this team will look a lot different. But Chandler Rome on his podcast was, and I thought this was interesting, was talking about the potential of Justin Verlander? The potential of Justin Verlander returning. I am curious your thoughts, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Here is Chandler Rome, the Athletic, talking about a potential return of Justin Verlander.
I would put the odds at greater than 50% that it happens. I've not been told that anything is like tangibly close, but I mean, you don't really have to have like backroom sources or anything to hear this. Like, I mean, Justin Verlander, when the Giants came to Houston this year, like Justin said, like on the radio, like, yeah, I'm always open to coming back here. I want to come back here. He said he called Jim Crane last year when the Giants offered him and said, can you match this? And Jim at the time said they weren't in a position to do that. Like, you don't need you don't need to know people to know that. Like, he has said that it's very clear that Justin Verlander really likes it here. He and Jim Crane are very good friends. I can imagine that if this does get done, it will be a Justin Verlander and Jim Crane negotiation. I think Dana would be looped in at the last minute to just let him know that, hey, it's happening.
Damn.
And but I don't think, I mean, I think a lot of people can, but I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. Justin Verlander was excellent in the second half last year.
All right, I have my thoughts. I want to gauge, and I see some people coming in already.
Justin Verlander.
Text line coming through. Hell no to old ass JV. Come on, I love Verlander, but that's ridiculous. He's
Ver's
50.
going to be Ver.
No, he's 43. I'm definitely on board with having Verlander back. I would like to have Framber back, but only if they hire Maldonado. I just want to gauge this. Tyler, when you hear this, he said he'd set it over 50% chance that it happens. Does that get you? Are you good with Justin Verlander coming back and being in the rotation?
Am I good with it? Maybe and possibly down the road, and a bunch of factors are going to go into that. But
I'm talking about going into the season, making a decision that he's going to be a part of your 5.
Yeah, as Clint Stoerner would say, I think that's silly as hell.
Well, Clint Stoerner's not going to say that. Absolutely.
I got it covered.
I am absolutely game for Justin Verlander.
Oh, my God. I knew you would.
I mean, he's not going to be a top.
I kind of gave it away when you just went silent in our prep.
Well, he's not going to be. He's not going to be a.
Can we just get Kate?
He's not going to be a top of the rotation guy. I mean, would you be all right if Justin Verlander's 3, 4, or 5 and pitches so good that you're convinced he's a 3? He finds Father Time is. I mean, the last couple of months of the season, he was really, really, really good. I mean, really good. Several quality starts, a handful of shutouts. Not shutouts. Not full game. Yeah, no, I would be a-okay with Verlander back here in the mix. Now, I don't want it to be Hunter Brown, Justin Verlander's your 1-2 punch. I'm not game for that.
Listen.
But Justin Verlander in the starting rotation to start the season, hell yeah, absolutely.
Listen, Ver is again, Tony. What happened, man? Just God, man. You just quit our asses. Anyway, he'll be 43 in February.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, he was missing significant time. It seemed like the last 3 or 4 years, every year with the Astros.
We got a bunch of mid-20s that are doing
yeah, but that's the last thing. It's one thing when you get the mid-20s. Then when you bring in the 43-year-old who kept showing you that he would do it, my biggest issue is this is stuff that the Pirates do.
You don't have a problem with Verlander. You got a problem with the negotiation excluding the general manager.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, that's just disrespectful as hell right there, man. We're going to loop your ass in at the end.
Loop you in at the end.
Okay. No, because I'm telling you can't. If I'm Joe, you can't say a damn thing to me. Don't say a damn thing to me, Dana. You're getting looped in like I'm getting looped in. But no, I
kept it real as a true professional myself.
Listen, you guys know this organization better than I do. It's just been about 6 years with me, covering them closely. I just feel like the Houston Astros are beyond the point of, for the first time in 7 years. All right, man. 8 years. All right, man. We need some pitching help. We're going to walk into the year with a 43-year-old guy who kicked off the year 0 and whatever. And I know it ain't all on him, but he had a 5+ ERA 2 years ago with you and kept getting hurt that year, the year before, and the year before that.
Justin Verlander.
I just think they're in a better situation where they can make moves to add to their rotation than having to go to get the 43-year-old guy for $10-12 million.
Well, I don't think they have to.
I just believe they're in a better spot.
I don't think they have to. I think they would want to. It's not a bad spot.
I think there are better options than this.
Well, I mean,
I think there are better pitching options.
Is there better 4th or 5th pitching options than that?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I'm sorry for guys that you feel.
Well, I mean, right now you got to figure they're going to get somebody at the top of the rotation, number 2 at least. So. But
I hope
okay, so that pushes Wisniewski and Spencer Arrighetti. And I mean, those are.
Wisniewski we can't depend on yet.
Right, but those are the names that are going to be in that 4 or 5 rotation. And you know the way that they like to do it, 6. They need 6.
Text line coming in. I'll take JV for $15 million for his leadership. Nah, I'll pass. I'd like to have somebody in here for $15 million that I have confidence is going to come in here and make.
Is there a sale rack
I'm just sorry. The next time he should have that uniform on, barring a situation where, all right, man, we just had August and we just had several guys go down, kind of like it happened last August.
I was about to say if it was a repeat
the
of
last couple of August, and we just need somebody to go and get. We got to bring somebody that in, man. That cannot be the walking into the season.
Oh, yes,
man.
it can. Absolutely.
Let's get 43-year-old in here, injury-prone, 43. I just think they're better than that. I really do.
I mean, they're full of injury-prone.
I mean, Cleveland's not doing this. They ain't got no resources. No, Kansas City ain't got no resources. I just feel
Well,
like
it can't look. It can't be the move, but I wouldn't be mad about it at all if he was in the building.
I know you wouldn't be mad about it. JV is a legend, and
you're being disrespectful just because you're a little older. As you got a little older, maybe you might lighten up on the age thing, but this age thing.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, man. This is an age thing combined with the guy who kept getting hurt with that age thing.
I've fallen, and I can't get
see if
up.
Mike Tomlin would make that move.
Jim Crane said, "Here, Doc, hey Doc, I got one of them rotation spots sealed for you. You just figure out the rest of the other ones. I got JV, man. We'll loop you in at the head."
Hey, work with this, Dana. Work around this, boss.
Loop you in at the end. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets last night. We'll see if he can turn it around. And early in the week, we're midweek, right, before this game Sunday. Where are you? How are you feeling, gut feeling right now about this game? We know Davis Mills is starting. Gut feeling.
Synergenics and Low T Center, y'all, they are the original MVPs of the testosterone replacement therapy. I can tell you right now, if you are visiting Synergenics or Low T Center, you feel damn good. I don't know about this game, but about yourself, you feel damn good. There ain't no doubt about it. Synergenics and Low T Center will do that for you.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, I would take JV over McCullers, but I just think there are other. There are other options that we can roll through.
McCullers going to be pitching next year. He's going to be franchising coffee joints.
They may need to just let him go, man. He may want to retract that, bury me in the H, and maybe take a look at maybe Cincinnati, maybe Florida. Like he just needs.
Nah, come on, man.
Start, man.
I can't let it happen.
You can't let it happen, but I think that thing might happen.
No, you're right. I mean, if I had to bet on it, it wouldn't be my money I'd use.
Yeah. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, the general manager, Nick Caserio. He will be live just a few minutes after we get done here. They'll go from 6 to 8 o'clock, Texans All Access. Remember, Nick Caserio will be coming up after us. And then Area 45, 8 to midnight. Sean Bijani, I already see him in there. And
Bijani.
Yeah, there he is. Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago will join them as well. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up soon. And by the way, again, just as a reminder, tomorrow, Thirsty Thursday, Week 10 edition, we will be Buffalo Wild Wings, Tomball, Texas, baby, 14-215, FM 2920. That is the address in Tomball. We'll be there tomorrow, 2 to 6. Come on out. Courtesy Bud Light, Buffalo Wild Wings, good food, good drinks, good people. Should be a good time. We had a great time last week, and as we always do on Thirsty Thursday. All right, Clint, gut-wise, I know it's midweek, it's hump day. Gut-wise, as we know, Davis Mills will be starting. They will be without Fairbairn, their kicker, and potentially some other injuries. That's the other part to today is they had a lot of guys on the injury report, including Will Anderson Jr., who did not practice, DeMeco Ryans, who did not practice, Nick Chubb, who did not practice, Titus Howard, Ed Ingram, who did not practice, and then Jalen Petrie shows up with a concussion, and he did not practice, with CJ already out. Understanding where we are Wednesday, what's your gut feel right now, Clint, on this game between Jacksonville, who already got him earlier this year, and Jacksonville Week 3?
I feel a lot better than I should. I feel good about this game this week, Ron. Look, Jacksonville, in fact, I'll put it like this. I think Jacksonville is just what the doctor ordered for them. Look, I think defensively we are. It's obvious we're a championship caliber defense. They're an offense that is banged up. Brian Thomas Jr. is a shell of himself, at least what he was last year.
He didn't practice today either. Yeah.
Didn't practice today. De'Ami Brown, I guess, is dealing with a concussion. He's questionable. I think he practiced a little bit today, limited. Really, they had to go get Jacoby Myers because I don't know how many guys they were going to have healthy this week. So you've already got Travis Hunter out. Look, I think they're limping into this game offensively, and as I mentioned, we got a championship caliber defense. I think they're going to eat their lunch. And then you flip over to the other side of the ball. Look, this is one of those defenses that they've got 10 total sacks all year long. They're not causing chaos around quarterbacks. They're not wrecking the pocket. They're not collapsing the pocket. They're not constantly harassing the quarterback. Now they have the ability to, if you let one guy get loose, which if Nick Caley can't simply stop Josh Hines Allen from being a problem consistently through this game, then we've got a bigger problem than we thought.
It struggled. It's happened so in week 1. Yeah.
It's happened, but I still feel like offensively they're giving up about 250 a game. It's one of they're probably bottom 5 or 6 in passing yards allowed per game, and I feel like those two things combined, they can be got through the air. They don't collapse the pocket and create all the chaos around the quarterback, and I think that's going to bode well for Nick Caley, for Davis Mills, and for Davis Mills' ability to get comfortable and find several targets around the field. And we've seen them. The success they've had this year offensively, it wasn't C.J. Stroud doing anything great. It wasn't Nico Collins going out there and going off for 23 targets and 16 catches, right? It wasn't any one running back going out there for 150 yards. It was a collective group versus a defense that just doesn't have the ability to create the chaos around the quarterback. And I think all of that lines up really, really well. The Texans are catching them at home in our place. You don't have to travel. And so I feel really good about the Texans getting this game.
Yeah, also a big move for them, Devin Lloyd. He returns. It looks like he's going to return. He was a full participant today. He has not played since October 12th against Seattle, and he was having an all-pro season. He's got 4 interceptions. I think he may still lead.
He got us.
I think he did. He got on the tip. He took one back against the Chiefs for 99 yards. He may lead the NFL in interceptions still, and he has not played since October 12th, maybe that close to it. But they do get him back, which is a key for them. He's been really, really good. Yeah, he still leads the NFL in interceptions with those 4. And hasn't played since October 12th. So he does return. But I think overall, this is a winnable game for a lot of reasons you laid out at home. It's just Jacksonville's offense struggles anyway, but they're going to struggle like hell the way they did in the first game.
Yeah.
With the Texans, they struggled to get to 17 points with the help of 3 turnovers in that game and an inept offense, right? The Texans, they punted 6 times along with those 3 turnovers. Those 9 possessions that they took the ball from them in some form or fashion. So they got a lot of help there, Clint. But I don't think they're going to run away. I don't get the sense that you're going to be looking up in there and be like, man, Jacksonville's just got about a 2-score game or something, unless the Texans just flat out don't score and don't do anything. So I think that the Texans defense will keep them in the game. It's just, will they be able to make enough plays and not do things to hurt themselves to help the Jags? Like the Jags have really, really benefited from the turnover stuff, right? And that's been a big deal of how they've been. Yeah. Because their offense hasn't been great all season.
This is more about the Texans for me, man. And I know the first game wasn't great. Obviously, you mentioned it was 3 fourth quarter turnovers. 2 of them were interceptions. Look, I just watching the Texans to this point in the season, it is all about the line of scrimmage, and it's not even about running the football. It's about the line of scrimmage, and can the defense that you're playing, can their defensive line, edge rushers and interior defensive linemen, can they collapse the pocket? Can they play extremely fast and aggressive and do they have the ability to win one-on-one across the board? Do they have the ability to overwhelm the offensive line? And really good defenses have the ability to do that. Although last week, Denver did not have the ability to do that. But that's where the Texans, their game plan and their offense ultimately just falls apart, is when it is just an absolute mess up front. And I don't think Jackson feels stylistically or man-to-man, I just don't think they have the ability to do that to the Texans for 4 quarters. And when the quarterback, whoever it may be, can get comfortable in this offense and Nick Caley can figure out how to protect his quarterback, they've shown the ability to move the ball consistently. And now can they punch it in and score points? We'll see. But they can move the ball consistently, and they're going to give themselves a chance to win the game. I think the Texans very easily score 20-plus points this week, and I think 20-plus points gets it done.
All right, we'll see. And we'll see where we are as the week continues. But midweek, you're feeling pretty good. All right, T-Mill, let's get your best bets in. Rough night last night, 1 for 5. Let's go ahead and